Yes, last meeting was a bit of an anomaly because I also had to be at two places at one time. But I was astounded at the testimony that I heard here in person from Solicitor Pasco. And then in preparation for this hearing, I went back and watched everything again and had the advantage of being able to hear Solicitor Brackett's testimony. I will say on a positive note, I found Solicitor Brackett's suggestions, ideas about ways we could reform things to be very useful and instructive. I think there's a lot worthy of consideration there. But one of the things that stood out to me in the hearing that really blew me away were the slanderous accusations that were thrown about. And insofar as, Mr. Speaker, you referenced coverage of these hearings, I was disappointed to see that in the coverage of all of this, nobody has gone back and even looked at what the record in their own papers say. So in particular, when we talk about Christy Harrington, a case that I knew nothing about coming into that hearing, I just went to the Google machine and said, what's out there? And it turns out that there were people who said at the time that there were problems with her candidacy and that there's at least the possibility that her unsuccessful candidacy was the result of a meritorious evaluation. And it wasn't simply, as it was put at one point, JMSC member Peter McCoy, who, as it turns out, wasn't on the JMSC at the time she was screened. In fact, Peter McCoy never participated in a JMSC screening. Instead, what I did find in the paper back at the time of her hearing was that at least 13% of the 544 attorneys said Harrington could be insecure, arrogant, rude, condescending, has a short fuse, and is a poor candidate for re-election. I'm not here to testify to the veracity of that. I don't know whether she is or not. I can tell you that's what was reported at the time, and that surely is a basis for rejecting that candidacy. So the suggestion that it was only and exclusively because of backroom dealing by members of the JMSC, I think, begs the question. More to the point, 3 days later, from that December 5th article, the state newspaper's own attorney wrote an op-ed, said, although it appears that Judge Christy Harrington withdrew when it became clear that she had violated state law by contacting legislators prior to the completion of the screening process, that wasn't what captured judicial attention. Or, excuse me, that wasn't what captured public attention. And I think that's right. That was on full display here. The fact that she had had contact with legislators in violation of state law was brought up in the judicial screening process. That's another basis on which one could justify the failure of her candidacy. And it doesn't necessarily follow that this was the product of backroom dealing. Professor Bender continues in his op-ed, I have been trying cases all over South Carolina since 1975. No judge, male or female, ever treated me as rudely and unprofessionally as Judge Harrington did. Again, I don't know her. I wouldn't know her if she walked in this room right now. I'm not here to say whether the rejection of her candidacy was right or was wrong. What I am saying is that there are other opinions than those that were offered here to this committee last time. And I think that's important because what was testified to were slanderous accusations and or at least implications of impropriety. And they were knowingly made. I think that's wrong. I think that disserves the public. I wish that our friends in the Fourth Estate would do more to investigate these sorts of claims and step away from so-and-so said journalism. I mean, I pick up the newspaper in the morning, it was actually that evening, pick up the newspaper, and all I see is, well, solicitor said, solicitor said, solicitor said, with no apparent attempt to even research or investigate the claims. Further, in the Post and Courier, lest it be said that we're only picking on one daily newspaper, Harrington officially removed herself from contention Tuesday rather than answer a question whether she talked to a legislator about her election since she last appeared before the Judicial Merit Screening Commission in November. That would violate state law. The question came after hours of grilling on 72 accusations from attorneys who called her disrespectful and verbally abusive. They represented 13% of all surveys turned in on Harrington, double the negative responses of any other judge seeking re-election. anonymous surveys are problematic. They are problematic, but they are evidence that have to be weighed. And in fact, that point was made by John Freeman, the University of South Carolina Law School's professor emeritus on professional ethics. If there's one thing that will really get you in trouble as a judge, it's temperament. Everybody makes mistakes, but if you're perceived as being demeaning to people and not giving people a fair shot, not listening impartially and respectfully to them, you've got a problem with the commission. There's no better way if you want to end your judicial career. Freeman also said, while there's no set number for how many or too many, a clustering of similar allegations should raise a flag. Again, I found this just by Googling it. I don't know how true they are, but what I do know is that the public is disserved by saying, oh, because I heard from my friends that this one legislator got a continuance or didn't get a continuance in a plea case, as it turns out, had a plea continued, that we necessarily have a corrupt, rotten system. And I'm frustrated in this, Mr. Speaker, because I don't hear anyone else applying critical questioning to what is being presented to this commission or this committee. I'm not here to defend the status quo. I'm here to ask questions and to demand thoughtful analysis, or at least that's what I'm trying to do. Because when we just say, oh, let's take everything at face value, the face value tells me Todd Rutherford is the most powerful lawyer legislator that has ever existed in South Carolina. Apparently, that's what everybody has to say every time you say Todd Rutherford's name. This is the only issue in which a black man who's a Democrat in South Carolina is powerful, but here we are, as one of 10 votes in JMSC, as one of 170 votes on the floor. And so I'm dismayed by that. We don't want to talk about backlogs. We don't want to talk about that because if you bring it up, Solicitor Pasco took offense that there was an implication that his office wasn't working hard. And that's not the case. I'm saying the reality is there are hundreds of cases in South Carolina that are more than 3 years old, and they're not represented by lawyer legislators. Some are, but all are. And we had a discussion briefly before I had to leave about the docket management. As if the order from the Supreme Court titled General Sessions Docket Management Order, dated May 24, 2023, as if it does not say solicitors shall have substantial input in the creation of the trial docket. What was conveyed to this committee was that solicitors have no input on that. But it is factual that in this order, you have substantial input on the trial docket, and you have total control of the plea docket, where 98%, 99% of all cases are made. You have complete control. And you know how I know it's true? Because when I watched Solicitor Brackett's testimony, what he said was in describing an incident with a senator who had a case before him, he was complaining of the problems with scheduling. And the testimony was, and I don't want to misquote here. Well, I can't find the quote exactly, but it was, I said, come whenever you want. I'll give you total control of the docket. That was the quote. So you do have control of the docket. There are extenuating factors that impact that for sure. The lawyer legislator protection order is an extenuating factor. The ability to have mental health evaluations done, extenuating factor. The ability to get all the evidence from law enforcement, extenuating factor. I get that. But to sit here and say, oh, you just don't understand. Well, I'm telling you what the court's order says. So I found that to be unuseful for this committee as we evaluate this. I thought the absolute absence of any suggestion or discussion of how we address the magistrate courts in this system to be disappointing. I'd hope that they would have suggestions for that. I suspect we will have testimony today speaking to the urgency of addressing that part of the issue. But I think what this committee heard was a series of statements designed intentionally to have this committee believe that the only people who get good deals, the only people who are able to advocate for their clients effectively are lawyer legislators. I see some very good attorneys in this room today who can also get very good deals. And I don't want the members of this committee to walk away having heard that and think that the only people who are successful on behalf of their clients are lawyer legislators. So I'm hopeful that we'll have some other testimony today about some of the things that were alleged by the solicitors. And again, I'm energized about this because I care. I want the system to be better. And I don't think the way to getting better is to throw anything at the wall and see what sticks. I think being precise with your language, I think being grounded in objective truth is important. And I think what we saw were people who had a political objective come here and offer that for their own ends. I'll stop there, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Caskey. Again, I'll point out, I think you were speaking in response. Folks, we're not here to talk about backlogs. I know you were speaking in response. We're not here to talk about judicial protection. I'm just laying the groundwork for our next question, Mr. Bamberg. We're not going to talk about, we're trying to focus on the things we're here to do. But again, that was all in response, I understand. And so Mr. Bamberg's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Spent a lot of time working and effectively looking into some of what was raised at the last meeting. And, you know, for the committee's consideration, I think it's important moving forward that we receive accurate information, that we receive factual information. I've had conversations with many members of the committee, and I believe there is a true interest in looking at the process and trying to see where it can be improved. And everyone that I've had discussions with are interested in the same thing. But I think it's important for people to know moving forward, anybody who comes to the podium, that this is not a court of law trial session where facts can be processed or twisted in a fashion that is aimed at bolstering an individual or a group's position. This is not that setting. And Representative Caskey pointed out a lot of issues, but there was a lot of misinformation with regards to what went on with certain judges. The first I'll touch on, because I think it's important to clarify the record here, Judge Russo's situation. And it was a lot of extra work to verify information and things of that. You know, I think it was painted as though his not screening out of JMSC was the result of impropriety or crookedness or unconscionable action by a member of the body, a member of JMSC. And that's not the case. Our judicial system and our judges, people have to believe in the system. People have to believe that they are unbiased. People go in front of these judges, literally their freedom as human beings, whether they are in jail for the rest of their life, whether they're given the death penalty in the criminal, whether they're taken away from their family and their kids, victims of violent crime, their family members murdered, they need to be able to look at the bench and believe that there is an impartiality, that judges' personal political beliefs are not going to override their decision-making on rulings from the bench, that person's personal beliefs are not going to override rulings on facts and evidence. That is important in our system. What really went on with that ordeal, we heard about there was this verdict in Colleton County, down in my neck of the woods. It was a very large verdict. And one of the most, I say contentious, but questions, and it's not fair, it should have never been a question. The plaintiff in that case was an undocumented worker, okay? The judicial system in that case worked, right? There's a reason why Lady Justice is blind, because it's not supposed to matter who you are when you come in our court system. And a jury of 12 people from Colleton County rendered a verdict in favor of an undocumented worker who was hurt. And that verdict was taken away. Okay, it was taken away by Judge Russo. Now, during the JMSC process, and I've got it here, there was a letter of caution from the Supreme Court Commission on Judicial Conduct, and I tracked this stuff down. And this was a letter of caution effectively sanctioning Judge Russo at the time for the violation of the judicial, the Code of Judicial Conduct, the judicial canons, right? It's the judge's ethical rules. And that was the choice of the Commission of Judicial Conduct. That was their decision, right? That's separate from JMSC. It's no different than when someone goes before the bar screening committee and the bar finds XYZ. It doesn't necessarily mean that JMSC is going to find the same thing. That happened. Now, there were a bunch of Facebook posts on social media that came to light in the wake of all of that. One of those comments had to deal with political stances on immigration, illegal aliens. I don't use that term. I have a lot of Hispanic friends, and to them it is demeaning. I say undocumented. But there were Facebook posts about that. Now, let me ask everybody, if you have a fair trial where a jury of 12 citizens and the process works and they reach a verdict in favor of an undocumented worker, and JMSC then finds out that a judge had made Facebook posts and comments sharing videos that are not favorable, that are relatively negative towards undocumented workers, if anybody can tell me that there is not a problem with the perception of that, such that his decision to take away that verdict from that undocumented worker isn't questionable, you either don't understand the process, you don't understand how the judicial system is supposed to work, and you don't understand that is why when you take the bench, it's not that you lose freedoms, right? Everybody has free speech, but in this country, speech can come with consequences. It removes the perception of unbiasedness in that situation. That was a problem. JMSC was aware of that. Some of the other comments that were made, and in all fairness to Judge Russo, he responded to the Commission on Judicial Conduct, and I have that, and I read that. And there's no denying that these posts were made. The response was, I didn't know people could see them. I thought it was private. Those are the facts. Some of these comments, it's probably because I hold criminal court about 75% of the time, so I'm jaded. But Crown Royal bags are a huge favorite of street-level drug dealers. I know a bunch of guys that would take them off your hands. I finished a bottle of Crown Royal last night. And you know what I did with the bag? For those who don't know, Crown Royal bottles come in these bags. They're really, really good for storing stuff. I have about 50 of them. That is a borderline bigoted comment. The perception from a lot of people, from myself, is that that is a comment that crosses a line that no judge should. There are other comments that get into, again, free speech. You can say what you want. What makes you male is you have an X and Y chromosome. It is physical. All the liberal thinking and the insane theories of feelings and emotions does not change your DNA makeup, X, Y, Z. It doesn't matter whether I believe with that comment or not. Doesn't matter if anybody does. The fact is, a judge should not be saying these things, particularly in public. You shouldn't say it in private because you're on the bench, but you definitely shouldn't say it in public. It's not an excuse. These are the things that JMSC was aware of. And it bothers me, and I think it's quite despicable to frame it as though Speaker Smith went and did something he wasn't supposed to do to remove somebody when these are the facts. But we didn't hear about any of this. Not a single member on the committee at the last meeting was informed about any of this. People I shouldn't have to go dig for the true facts if people are going to take this podium and present to us to try to accomplish individual objectives. And I understand everybody has a vested interest in the process. Again, it goes on and on. There were political comments, there were personal comments, and these are things that call into question when everybody steps foot in that courtroom. And if JMSC didn't know about it before, can't change that. But once they were made aware of it, I view JMSC as having done their job. Me personally. The situation with Judge Hall, right? Go through, I tracked down the transcripts, I read everything, I read what was submitted, I read the affidavit, I read the testimony, okay? And I'm not gonna delve into that a whole bunch, but people had no problem with the JMSC process until it didn't do what they wanted. That is my belief. Until JMSC did not do what they wanted, there was no problem with that process. And again, and I can't speak for everybody on this committee, Justin Bamberg, the individual, is here to look at the process of JMSC. I want to hear the last 10 minutes of Solicitor Brackett's presentation is what I'm interested in. What do people believe can make the process better? Where do they think the flaws are? How can the system work in their perspective better for the people of this state, for the criminal defendants, for the victims of crimes, for civil plaintiffs, for civil defendants, for people who have to have a landlord-tenant dispute? I want to hear about that. I am not interested in personal attacks on people that others don't like. I am not interested at all in objectives or power struggles between the executive branch and the legislative branch. I'm not interested in the politics of that. I want ideas that will bolster the faith that people in our state have in our judicial system. So moving forward, I think it would be a very good idea when folks come testify before this committee that if they do present facts, that those facts be accurate, that one side not be given, right? Because a big part of this is press-driven, right? When the press hears something juicy and it's like, ooh, okay, boom, got my idea for my story, right? And they're not given other facts, that is a problem. This committee needs the facts. So, and I will say this, I and Solicitor Pasco, we had a very long conversation after the last meeting. I believe it was an hour and a half, and we talked about some of this. And I was receptive to his ideas. He was receptive to mine. And it was a very pleasant conversation. But I would like to see the direction of this committee get back in line with what we are tasked with doing. Doesn't matter if somebody doesn't like somebody. It is what it is. That has nothing to do with our job here. And again, I bring up these other facts because I had to go find this stuff to make sure that as my fellow committee members move forward in listening to ideas, are ideas grounded in legitimate concerns about JMSC or the judicial selection process, or are those ideas grounded in personal vendettas, personal beef, policy issues of prosecution versus judges or defense attorneys versus prosecutors, or not? And Mr. Speaker, and committee, thank y'all for entertaining my comments this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Member. I had previously discussed with Solicitor Brackett. He has provided me, and I kind of gave staff a summary, but that the suggestions, the retention, all the different things you and I have talked about, if you could maybe send a Word document, a skinny that I could share with the committee. And so that would take that area you were talking about. In other words, the good part you want from Brackett, we could take it and make some use of it. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Wooten's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a quick question, but as an old trooper, it does my heart well to see prosecutors and defense attorneys arguing back and forth. That helps me to get my day started very well, so I love to see the looks on y'all's faces. But, so I got, here's a question I posed earlier to one of the speakers. And I know, you guys know, just a couple years ago, we were talking about all this defunding law enforcement, defunding the police, and all the things that went through with that because nobody, you know, we had some law enforcement issues that people were talking about, and there was one or two bad people that were ruining it for everybody, right? And so, and the common thing was no one dislikes a bad cop more than a good cop. And so I would say the same thing about this body. No one dislikes a bad judge or a bad attorney more than a good one. And I'm, for the record, if you don't know me, I am not an attorney. I know that comes to a great surprise by hearing me talk. But I just know that it makes us all look guilty at times when folks start throwing things around, just people that are trying to serve. And that doesn't do anybody any good. So what I'm trying to get to is the fact that if the suggestions that you guys made just a few weeks ago, with the changes that you have suggested in the testimony, getting rid of all the other portion of this that we've already spoken to, just the changes that you've suggested, with removing legislators from the JMSC, would that correct the problem that we're actually seeing, if that's truly the problem, or does that just correct the perception? Would taking them off the JMSC, you're saying that the legislators, or are you saying that all legislators should not vote for our judges, or is it just the folks from the JMSC? And how does one that may be in a position at some time to become the Attorney General or to become the governor, how does that perception, I'm sorry.
Mr. Wooten, I apologize. Apparently I didn't get the marching orders and you didn't either. We're going to do the opposite of what I do on the floor. You're going to be asking rhetorical questions, not actual questions, because we're not opening Pandora's box back up for another 4 hours of responses. So
Okay.
It's my understanding from the staff that if you have, I know
So
your
kind of like
point.
being in the legislature.
It's like being, it's
Okay,
what y'all do
just checking.
anyway. This time you get to do it. You just
Okay,
talk
all
and then,
right.
okay.
So I guess what we need to think about is, as we go forward, is this just going to correct the perception that we're seeing, or is this going to correct the problems that folks see? That's where I'm concerned, more so as we go forward. And not only is it going to correct it, but how do we make it up? Where you got people involved, how do you take that away from the issue? Because I know that as an old Marine, I was an enlisted man, and I got the best of guidance from the people, the officers above me that outranked me, from the folks that had actually come through the ranks. So it's hard for me to say, being on the outside, not being a lawyer, is that it's hard for me to say I don't think we should have lawyers on the JMSC, because I don't know exactly what goes on in the courtroom like you guys see every day. So I have a problem. I see both sides of it. So I'm trying to figure out, if we don't have lawyers there, do we put folks from the prosecuting side? Do we? I mean, from a solicitor side, I mean, there's a little bit of favor that could go to that side. So there's an issue all the way around. It's a tough subject, and I know you know this, but I guess as we move forward, I would like to see more of how do we correct the actual problem, if there's that problem, or are we just correcting a perception that's going to be in the newspaper tomorrow? Because that's just a waste of everybody's time here. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not answer any more of my questions.
I thought you did a fine job, sir. Mr. Brackett, staff did point out to me, with your PowerPoint slide, the major suggestions, the last 3 slides we have, but I saw Mr. Pasco flinch when he isn't going to get a sir rebuttal. So I know that's going to kill you guys, but if you have anything further to share, you can share it in the context when you provide me that additional information. Ms. Wetmore, are you prepared now? Okay. Okay. Mr. Bailey. Remember, rhetorical. I know you want to ask him a question.
Yeah, I know. It's hard on me because I very seldom speak, but as I was telling the speaker, I'm just an old street cop that got lucky and was able to come up here and continue service to the community. So I've had my share of time in the courtroom being, watching what's going on and observing different segments of the courtroom. As I sit here, I'm trying to go back and try to go through the testimony that I heard, and it all started, I guess, with the justice coming in, and I think what I heard him say was he's pretty satisfied with the judges out there, that he was proud of the judges we had in South Carolina. He thought, as on the most part, there were really good judges out there, and he named some of them. We got to the Attorney General, and I think he started testifying and said there was a lot of perception issues that he wanted to address. He talked about how things are perceived, and if it's perceived that way, it's close to being reality, which, I've heard that for years. I don't know exactly what that means, but if it's not true, it's not true, but evidently it is if it's perceived that way. Then you two gentlemen came up, and somehow we got from perception and trying to figure out how we could improve the perception to what I heard, and my interpretation of listening to you guys is you started talking about misconduct. I mean, I think some of the things that you said or some of the things you identified as an old street cop is misconduct. And when you start talking about misconduct, I start looking at my law enforcement background going, okay, if we had misconduct, and we've got a lot of solicitors and we've got the Attorney General identifying it, alluding that there's some perception issues. My question is, and I'm not expecting an answer, in my mind, I'm going, well, if all of this is going on in the courtroom, then what better group is it to identify and take issue with the things you're talking about than the very people who are testifying? And, so I look at what we've been challenged with is making sure we get the best judge and the best judge candidates as we possibly can get in the courtroom. And then I think about all the things you guys have said, which I don't know if this was the right time and place for those issues, because I think we've been challenged making sure that we come up with the best possible system to ensure we get the best judges in your courtrooms. And all the other stuff, although it's kind of exciting to talk about back home, it really doesn't have anything to do with what we've been challenged with. What we've been challenged with is making sure that on our effort, we get the best judge in the courtroom that we possibly can get. And I appreciate you guys' time. I know you've been beat on a lot. But I think for the most part, we've got some good judges out there. And I think that the group as a whole, especially JMSC, has done a good job putting good judges out there. So the other activity, maybe we can address that a different way. I don't know if the legislators need to do it or whether it needs to be prosecutors or whether it needs to be Attorney General. But if bad things are happening, you guys can fix it. So that's just my comment. Like I said, I appreciate your time.
Appreciate it, sir. You did a fine job of not asking a question. That was very difficult. But Mr. Ott's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate everyone being here. I will do my very best to get these thoughts out this morning in a way that will be somewhat coherent. I sit here, Mr. Chairman, and I guess my biggest fear is that I think we're teetering on the edge of missing out on a very great opportunity to do something substantial for the state of South Carolina. Something that is not going to be easy, clearly. Something that I don't think that we can get right 100%. I think that what we're theoretically talking about is trying to make improvements to a system that will always be imperfect to a certain degree. I think that's why you look across the country and you see all of these different states with different models, because we are not the first state to be struggling with this process, obviously. I think there is some credence to being one of the very few outliers of, states that do it this particular way of legislators electing judges. But nevertheless, I think that we have to figure out where our starting basis is. I don't think that we have necessarily established that as a group. Mr. Bailey, Chris, I'm like y'all, right? I don't feel like I'm a part of this club, right? We've all been in that situation. We've always felt, we can all remember back to feeling like you're on the outside looking in, and that's the way I feel as a non-lawyer, almost this sense of, well, I'm not supposed to weigh in because this isn't my fight. I'm watching different groups from within this bubble kind of duke it out with each other. And these are people that are trained in verbal warfare, right? the nuances of the words. And it's fascinating to watch. And, those of us that aren't necessarily from that background, I can only speak for myself. I try to keep things as simple as possible. And I think sometimes, a tactic is to make things more difficult than they actually need to be, to cloud the situation, and to distort what intentions sometimes are. So, I find the situation fascinating. I am just one that I can speak from personal experience, having been here for 10 years now. Our system can be improved. That's where I want us to start, is that our system of electing judges can be vastly improved, I believe. We started off this process. I felt like we had to get through the whole point of people acknowledging that we're not trying to take away legislative voting ability on judges, right? That was kind of the first thing. Well, we're going to throw out the entire system. I haven't heard anyone suggest, Mr. Chairman, that that's where we need to go, that we need to go to a general election of judges. I haven't heard anyone suggest that. That's never necessarily been on the table from what I've heard. So we had to get through that process, right? It's almost like peeling back these different layers to try to finally get to the issue that we're actually trying to discuss. I remember reading and I remember hearing statements. Well, if there's, we're hearing these insinuations. We haven't necessarily heard any substantial facts. And so there was that assertion that was put forward by certain individuals. Well, then, last meeting, we certainly heard assertions. There's no doubt about that. We heard assertions. Well, now, apparently, that was supposed to be off limits. Now, look, I get it. I was not comfortable sitting here listening to the testimony, gentlemen. I mean, I can tell you that. I think what you have to understand is that you're talking about people, real people. It's not theoretical once you put a name on it. And so you're talking about folks that have done probably a lot of good over the course of their entire careers. But then you're singling out individual situations that can diminish a lot of the good that individuals have done over the course of their career and casting some of that into doubt. That is tough. That is especially tough when you're talking to people who have served with those individuals from time to time. you know, we have to remember, we would not be here having this discussion today if not for the speaker putting this panel together. He didn't have to do that, but he felt like it was in his best interest. It was in, not his best interest, let me retract that. It's in the best interest of the state for us to put this group of individuals together to try to come up with ideas that we could potentially bring forward to institute change. So yes, you know, when the person that puts the group together is brought forward as an example of the problem, that can be problematic in and of itself. But nevertheless, I'm pointing all of that out to say that we cannot allow this to become personal. We cannot allow the sides to dig in and simply say, I'm on this team, and therefore I am of this opinion, and I'm not going to move. We will not be able to move forward and come up with any ideas if that's where we are. I don't think that it has to become personal. I am of the opinion that any person with any semblance of common sense can look at this system and say that it is not a great system, that the potential for manipulation exists. Can we not all agree on that? I don't need personal examples. If we can agree that the potential for manipulation exists through the Judicial Merit Screening System or Commission, well then it's incumbent upon us to try to remove that potential manipulation to all extents possible. And I've said, and I'll say this, I don't want to make him feel bad, but if we had a commission full of Micah Caskies, I wouldn't have a problem. You know what I mean? Because I know him personally. And I know that he's going to do the best job that he can possibly do in electing the best judge. But we're not always going to have a commission full of Micah Caskies. We're going to have different individuals that come along. And obviously, we have a system set up where it's going to be a majority of members of the General Assembly that serve as lawyers also on this 10-member commission that sways the balance of those votes, whether it was in the past or whether it's going to be in the future. It's just not a good system when you're allowing, for example, the players to elect or to hire the referees and the judges, or the referees and the umpires. That cannot be a good system. And so, I hear I think it was Mr. Bailey that was talking, or maybe it was Chris, well, who do we put on there? And I've said time and time again, you can remove the lawyer legislators if you want to, and you can put other lawyers on that commission only. Well, that doesn't remove our problem. You will still have the potential for manipulation by those particular attorneys that would be able to sway decisions and their potential future outcomes. So that's not a solution that I think makes sense. Yes, that may remove some of the perception that we're talking about, but I'm not interested in simply making changes for perception's sake. None of us are going to be here forever. If we don't take this opportunity to do something that is meaningful now, I think that we're going to miss that opportunity for quite some time. I'm concerned about things that I've heard offline, like, well, this issue's not polling very high across the state of South Carolina. Like, that's a reason that we should just put it down, right? Because of the way it's polling? Come on. I mean, either we know something needs to be fixed and we're going to do something about it because we have an opportunity to, or this is all smoke and mirrors. I am still of the opinion that this is not smoke and mirrors and that we have a legitimate opportunity to do something. I just think, Mr. Chairman, at some point, I don't know how many more meetings it's going to take for us all to get the emotion out so that we can actually sit down together and start working on those solutions. I don't know if it's possible, Maybe people are entrenched to a point where they're not going to move. But again, it's not just from up here. It's going to have to be out there as well. You know, folks are going to have to be willing to, number one, have a starting basis of we're going to change what is currently status quo. And I don't know when I don't think we're quite there yet. But I say a lot of this, Mr. Chairman, just as something to think about, food for thought for those presenters, testifiers that are coming. We've got to remove that personal aspect of it, I think, and so that people can come to the table. You know, I think if you're beating somebody over the head personally, they're not too willing to come and sit down and break bread with you. So we've got to get past that, and I'm hoping that we can do that in the very near future. But I appreciate your willingness, Mr. Chairman, to let us get through what we may have to get through so that we can get to the point of actually having a discussion about the actual ideas. I think, you know, if you try to cut that off sometimes and don't let it be said, then you never actually get to that point. So Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, I appreciate both of y'all letting us do what we have to do to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ott. I will tell you, I think it has worked out well. We had about 4 hours of solicitor juice last time. We have had a sufficient cooling off period, and we're allowing people to speak. And the reason I say that, Mr. Ott, that's exactly, we're going to get focused on what we're here to do. And my impression is nothing the solicitors have done, hopefully has said, or anything they've done or said has changed that. I think this committee's still willing to work. Mr. Bamberg said the very same, as did Micah. I think we'll still focus on, as we said before, how to make things better. We got Mr. Robbins and then Mr. Cobb Hunter, and then we will release you from custody here shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman. And as I sit here and listen to my colleagues, I am just so impressed with the talent that is in the General Assembly overall, but particularly on this committee. I want to give the Speaker credit for the people that he put on this ad hoc committee. I think that Mr. Caskey and Mr. Bamberg are two of the brightest young lawyers that I know, and I've had a tremendous time getting to know them and to work with them. And just to give the general public a little background on me, while I am a newbie to the legislature, when 2024 kicks in, Mr. Speaker, and you know this, I mean, Mr. Chairman, I'll be entering my 37th year of the practice of law. So I feel like I'm in a very good position to weigh in on the subject matter that we are addressing. And Representative Ott, you are one of the most articulate members of this body, and I can think of any number of lawyers that I would rather cross-examine me than you and Representative Cobb Hunter. Y'all are extremely talented, and I'm so glad, Mr. Chairman, that you let me speak ahead of Representative Cobb Hunter, because I would not want to follow her. But having said that, I would like to try and do exactly what the chairman just said, and to follow the lead of the folks who have already spoken about how we can improve the process. And for more context, Solicitor Brackett and I were deputy solicitors at the same time. He was Representative Pope's deputy solicitor, and I was the deputy solicitor for Solicitor Walter Bailey in Dorchester County back in the late 90s and the early 2000s. So he and I have known each other for a long time. For those of you who do not know it, Solicitor Pasco and I butted heads in 2004. He won, I lost. I think I might have won overall, though. But he and I have known each other for 20 years now, and we buried the hatchet after that election and have had a great working relationship. So I know all these people. And the nice thing about
my experience both in private practice and as a prosecutor is that I got to meet a bunch of judges across the state. And I can tell y'all that we have great judges in the state of South Carolina. The problem that I think we're trying to get at, Representative Ott, is not the quality of the people that are on the bench. It's the process that has already been referenced by you and by Representative Bamberg and by Representative Caskey. So with that, I'll talk about what I came to say, and I'm gonna hush, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, just to kind of go back to the beginning, and I really appreciate the way you framed this, Mr. Chairman, in allowing at the beginning of our meetings to talk about our Constitution and how this state was formed. This is a legislative state, and there's a reason for that. We had tyranny in England, and our founding fathers as a country and our founding fathers as a state recognized that, and they put the power in the people. There are 170 members of the General Assembly that represent the people of South Carolina, and they represent every corner of this state. And that is the best way to make sure that the people control the government. So you need to recognize up front that we have a legislative state. It is the power of the state constitution is vested in the legislature. And there's a good reason why the legislature elects the judges. So when we talk about judicial reform, I don't think that's really the right term. I think we need to talk about the judicial process for electing the judges, because as I said a minute ago, we've got great judges. I have practiced extensively in 6 counties. I have appeared in courts in many other counties, and I can tell you that we've got outstanding family court judges, we've got outstanding circuit court judges, and we have outstanding appellate court judges, and that's been the case my entire career. So this notion of perception versus reality has been talked about several times throughout our meetings, and I'm not sure that the perception is that we have a problem. I'm not sure that reality squares with that. So y'all have already alluded to it, but the problem obviously is that some people that are involved in this issue do not like the fact that lawyer legislators are serving on the JMSC. I wonder sometimes if they like lawyers at all. We're certainly familiar with the jokes, but I will echo what has already been said about the personal attacks. We don't need those. We need to talk about what we need to be here to talk about. I did a little research too, as Mr. Caskey did, and to my knowledge, from the inception of the JMSC, there have been 5 judges prior to the tie vote on Judge Price at the most recent JMSC hearings. There have been 5 judges in the history of the JMSC process that have not been reelected when they came before the JMSC. So I don't, again, think that with the hundreds of judges that have been elected since the inception, that there is some problem with judges and retribution. That was one of the things that was talked about at the last meeting. And I would say to you that if a judge has his or her house in order, they don't have any reason to fear coming before a panel that is screening them. It's much like, to use an example that Representative Wooten and Representative Bailey would enjoy, when you represent someone charged with driving under the influence and they are taken in to be asked to give a breath sample. If you're not intoxicated, take the test. So if you've got your judicial house in order, you certainly have nothing to fear by going before this body. And I think we need to keep that in mind. So having addressed that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to talk about some ideas that I have. And I can tell y'all that I've been all over the place with this issue. I've looked at it. I've talked with Representative Caskey. I've talked with a number of people about how we could improve this process. But one thing that I haven't heard that jumped out at me during the Price hearings is that we have an even number of members on the JMSC. And I think that needs to change. I don't know whether we need to subtract or we need to add, but we don't need tie votes. We either need 9, we need 11, but we don't need an even number of members. And with that, and going back to my comments about it being a legislative state, while it would be easy and convenient to say that we should give the governor an appointment, I started thinking back to some of the gubernatorial appointments over the years, and I ain't real sure that's a good idea. I also know how gubernatorial appointments work with the Ports Authority. I know how gubernatorial appointments work with Santee Cooper and a number of other agencies, and I just not convinced that that's good. What I would ask y'all to think about is giving the Bar Board of Governors an opportunity to weigh in on the appointments. And you need to also look at whether 3 appointments from the House and 3 appointments from the Senate are appropriate. And I'll say for an example only, that if we had 9 members of the commission, maybe 2 from the House, 2 from the Senate, and 5 from the Board of Governors. And when you put the lawyers on the commission, let's have a criminal lawyer, a civil lawyer, a family court lawyer, an appellate lawyer, and a business lawyer. Got them all, got all areas of practice covered. But something like that, I think, would instill the confidence that Representative Ott is looking for. The cap has also been discussed. Right now, only 3 can be voted out. We need to talk about that. I think Senator Harpootlian is most interested in that issue. We need to talk about whether we're going to continue with that or whether we're going to lift it. Is it going to be 5, 7, or unlimited? What is it going to be? Another thing that could be discussed is the rotation of members. There's no continuation that you serve a term and you move off. We got to talk about how long that term would be, but rotating the members off of the JMSC may instill some confidence that there's no manipulation, as Representative Ott said. And then the other thing that is kind of sticking in my craw is these anonymous surveys. And I can tell y'all that in this social media age that we are living in now, people are much more active and are much more readily able to make accusations and to hurl insults at people than ever before. And I do not like the fact that members of the bar can anonymously malign a sitting judge. And for those of you who are not lawyers, judges are not allowed to fight back. And that's just part of their judicial canons, but they can't go publicly and defend themselves. So they are sitting there as sitting ducks when somebody makes an anonymous accusation against them. And I don't like that can be done. If you're going back to Representative Bailey's comment, if you're going to make an allegation of misconduct against someone, then you ought to put your name on it. And you ought to be willing to raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth when you make that accusation. Likewise, and I wasn't a member of the legislature when this part of the JMSC process was passed, but I think knowing how we all as Southerners try to allow people to bow out of bad situations gracefully, that was the idea behind allowing folks to withdraw when it looked like their candidacy was doomed, and then destroying the record so that they would not be publicly embarrassed. They would give up their judgeship, but they would not have to endure public humiliation on top of it. But that is now being used as a weapon against lawyer legislators on the JMSC. So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we no longer have this confidentiality that we've had and this anonymous process when the judges are rejected, and let's let it all be out there so that the members of the commission are not attacked as they have been as this issue has evolved. And I'm mindful, Mr. Chairman, of what you said about sticking to the issues at hand, but this was raised at the last session that we had, and I feel compelled to respond to it. I don't understand how lawyer legislative protection has anything to do with how we elect judges. And I can tell you that for those of us who practice law every day, there is absolutely no way on God's green earth that I can serve up here and also be in court in Somerville. I was in 3 different courts yesterday. I was in North Charleston, I was in Somerville, and I was in Walterboro. I'm up here today. If we're not protected when we're serving in the legislature, we can't serve. So maybe that's the whole idea. You just get rid of all of us. But I think I can speak for the other 50 some odd lawyer legislators in saying that it is absolutely vital that we have it. And if you don't believe that, come spend a day with me. I'll take you with me to court. I'll let you follow me around up here. But it's imperative that we have it. And I'll go back to what Representative Bailey said. If somebody sees misconduct going on with respect to that, they need to report the person to the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice will address it. And then you move on. I'm almost done, Mr. Chairman. And I'll end up by, again, echoing what I heard from Representative Caskey, Representative Bamberg, and Representative Ott. And that is, I'm 61 years old now. I'm not in this for a career. I'm in this to represent my people in Dorchester and Colleton counties. I'm in this to make this process as good as it can be. I am absolutely interested in any substantive, good ideas to make the process better, but I will absolutely defend the lawyer legislators on the JMSC all day long. I know for a fact that the three that we have on there right now are as talented as anybody I know in the legal profession. And so let's talk about how the process can be better. And I'm all for it, Mr. Chairman, ready to go to work.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Other members, that if you note, Mr. Robbins kind of gave the laundry list of the things and reform that he'd been thinking about. I'd urge you all to do the same and share it with staff. Mr. Robbins, I remember when we did the ethics committee reform several years ago, we also put in some criteria for the appointees. For example, couldn't be campaign donors and things of that nature. And so there might be some other. Also, you rightly pointed out legislative protection, and I take responsibility for that. It was part of the presentation, but that really is more of a Chief Justice discussion. I will say, as me being a former solicitor, I don't mind us having legislative protection, but suddenly we're not here on Monday and we're not here on Friday and we're not here during the summer or whenever. I know it seems like we're here all the time, but I think it's something that could be addressed, not by this committee, but be addressed if we didn't abuse it. I think it is important for the reasons you say, but we've got to find a fair way to make sure the courts still run too. So thank you. Ms. Cobb-Hunter said she was going to put the gilding on the lily right here. So Ms. Cobb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not sure about gilding the lily or any of that. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I guess I'm sitting here listening to all of this, and I feel some degree of sympathy for our two solicitors. Well, really one, because Mr. Brackett has been lauded and applauded for his comments. Not the same can be said for Mr. Pasco. And perhaps because he's the solicitor in the First Circuit, I just feel compelled to say that I am sure the both of them feel like they are caught between a rock and a hard place. And I say that because one of the first conversations or meetings we had, there were a lot of comments about, well, you're not providing facts. You know, if there are abuses, if they're this, that, or whatever, then tell us, show us. And then when they come before us and offer examples to buttress their point, then we hear that that's not appropriate and that is slanderous and it's this, that, and the other. And my only point here is for those of you who say you don't want to get it personal, or it to get personal, I think that ship has sailed. It is already personal, just watching faces. As a social worker, I do a lot of that. And I think that the lines have been drawn in the sand, and there are people up here who have a sense of the need to protect the status quo, if you will. There are others who don't really understand the status quo, and there are some who are just glad to be up here. And I'm simply trying to understand the charges that the speaker shared when he put us all on this committee. He gave us three things that we needed to take a look at. One of those three things, the whole magistrates reform, has really just been given a cursory kind of conversation. But the reality of it for me is that perception is reality. And the reality is, while the speaker formed this committee, I am convinced that this committee was formed because of the public outcry about recent incidents. The biggest room for improvement in the House is a room for improvement. The speaker said in the letter he shared with all of us that he wanted us to take a look at the system. He acknowledged that it was not perfect. And what I understood our charge to be was to figure out how we could make it a bit more so, not perfect, but at least identify and address what people have said are examples. When Mr. Robbins was given the makeup of the ideal JMSC and he talked about the bar, I listened closely, and there was one area that was not included, and that's public defenders and the defense bar. So I'm one who is for, if we're going to change this, and that's a big if in my book, then we need to be as comprehensive as possible. I personally would have absolutely no heartbreak or heartburn, I should say, over no legislators being on the committee. Not just lawyer legislators, no legislators. Let's have a committee made up of people who don't have a vested interest in appearing before the judiciary. And I'll just be frank, y'all, I don't see how we can sit up here and say with a straight face that we don't think there's influence in this system. I am in the courtroom every once in a while. I deal with victims of violence. And so I come at this from a victim's perspective. And I can tell you from that perspective, I'm very, shall I say, concerned about how some cases are handled when the defendant has a lawyer legislator. Even more so when a defendant has a lawyer legislator who is a part of the JMSC. Now, I know my colleagues up here don't appreciate me saying that, but that's too bad, because that's what I believe. And I am hopeful, Mr. Chair, that we really can do some good here and stop being so territorial and so defensive and really take a deep dive into this issue and what can be done to change the public's perception. I don't know what that is. I listened intently as I've heard comments about from the podium about the executive branch having an appointment. And I hear comments from up here about not giving the governor that appointment. And it begs the question, so we trust the executive on some things, but not on others? And what happens to the argument that I've heard over the years that the governor is the one entity, aside from those other constitutional officers, but the governor is always held up as an example of somebody who everybody votes for or votes against, as the case may be. And so I'm having trouble melding those two positions. One hand, it's okay to let him do some things. On the other hand, keep your hands off JMS, keep your hands off the judiciary. And so I look forward to conversations. I would hope that we could have a frank discussion without people's feelings continuing to be hurt. If you, on one hand, say, don't come to me with innuendos, and then when you come with facts, then you are accused of saying, well, they aren't facts, I did some research, this, that, or the other. And I'm just not clear on how much progress we're going to make if we all retreat to our corners, maintain our current positions, and there's no give or take on either side. This issue is serious to me, and quite frankly, it's serious to a lot of people. I chuckled when Mr. Ott mentioned that notion of it's not polling. And I had to laugh because I heard that comment, and I just find that very interesting, that we are now, and I don't know why, because we've been doing it forever and a day, we've always dealt with issues that polled well. And I would leave you with the question, surely, at some point when we think about the judiciary and the power that the judiciary has over a whole lot of areas of our life, we ought to want to get this right. I want to get it right. I've been upfront about my interests, and that is diversity on the bench. And there's nothing anybody up here can say to me that would convince me that this system we have has enabled a true diverse bench in South Carolina. And I'm not just talking race or gender. There are other things. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here to listen. I really appreciate the solicitors. You followed up on our DARE because when you first came, it was like, oh, well, they're just talking. Then you come back, and then everybody's irritated because you name names. And I'm not sure what you were supposed to do in light of being told, well, you don't have any facts, you don't have any documentation. And I've always believed that, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but the facts are the facts. But then I'm learning up here today that apparently some things that have been presented as facts are not indeed facts. And so the rhetorical question, Mr. Chair, that I would leave with the solicitors is, if you think it's worth it, you've heard these comments up here, I'd be very interested in what you presented that was not factual and how you would respond to the comments that what y'all have done in effect is come before this committee and made some accusations that were not based in fact. I appreciate you having the courage, because God knows it's courage, in my view, to come up in here in this crowd and do what you did. And probably there may be, I don't know about retaliation, but probably at some point for some people somewhere, that may indeed be the case. But I operate on the philosophy that I do what is right, and it allows me to sleep at night. So thank you for being here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb Hunter. I was going to call you Pandora because you keep trying to open that box back up. But you've been so inspirational that Mr. Thigpen wants to speak now. I do want to note a couple things. The Board of Governors, and you probably know this, but you were talking about the solicitors versus public defenders. The Board of Governors, the bar really covers all of us regardless of area of practice. I think I saw Mr. Robbins. I'm trying to save him another input on that.
You saving Mr. Robbins, but the bar is so huge. This is like me in urban versus rural. There's the bar and then there's the bar.
Kelly says we're all God's children.
I see you.
The other thing I want to put on the record, I think I did it the first time we met, because you talked about polling. I think you and Mr. Odd both talked about polling. I don't know if there was any polling done, but the Speaker, myself, Mr. Newton, a number of other parties met with the Speaker last January and started working on this. I don't know if that's a bad commentary on how slow the legislature works, but I can assure you, at least from the end that we were on, it was a discussion a year ago. It wasn't based on what happened lately. I'm sorry, ma'am, your speaker doesn't work.
You're just refuting my opening comments that the only reason we're here is because of Representative Joe White and Representative Heather Bauer, right?
I can neither confirm nor deny, but Mr. Thigpen is recognized. Thank you.
No, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the acknowledgement, and thank you for all the comments, because I do believe it requires for us to have a robust discussion and conversation, and I do think we need as many perspectives and opinions as possible. This is a complex issue, and I think part of the challenge we face is that it's maybe been oversimplified. One, and I also think that we have to be careful. To your point, the legislature is slow and deliberate and intentionally so. And I think we can't overreact nor underreact. I think we have to soberly look at what are ways in which we can improve and make better. There is no perfect system, right? I think as we look at this system, we can't simply just look at it in a vacuum. I think we have to look at the context of not only this current time, but not be myopic, but look at the long history of the system. And that's why I was appreciative of Representative Wetmore's remarks when we were last here and her reading of the history of how we've done judicial selection. And so I do think and agree with, I think, the comment that has been made over and over again that we need to put everything out on the table. So let me say thank you to the solicitors to being specific and saying and describing incidents, because I believe that's how we get to the core of what the issue is. But I do also think at the same time, we do have to resist the urge of allowing it to become personal. I think there should be passion, and I think we should be passionate about fixing the system. But I also think, as I always say, that with passion, there also must be compassion. I think in this, we do need opinions, but we also, more importantly, need facts. And this process of refining or fixing or reforming or whatever language we choose, it's bigger than the persons that have given us example or incident of where we need to look closer. The legislation that we pass potentially will outlive these persons. And I think we have to look globally and larger, because I'm of the opinion, and I want to preface it as that no matter what the composition of the JMSC, there's going to be influence. I think the question is, where do we want the influence to be held? I think we have a responsibility to limit those tensions or conflicts or influence, whatever you want to call it. I think we have the responsibility to reduce them. But I think we're not being realistic, right? If we say that no matter who we place on there, whether there are no lawyers, no legislators, whether it's defenders or prosecutors or appointments from the executive committee, there's going to be some influence because it is a position, it is a committee of influence. And so as we look at the problem, I am very serious about finding solutions and examples and instances and processes that are best practices and make it better. But I'm also mindful and careful that if we swing the pendulum too far, we very well may create problems worse and influence worse and conflict worse than the one we have. So that's why I guess my approach is to be more pragmatic about this, to be more incremental about this, to look at the long landscape of history. For very well, we may be making history in a not so good way if we do not do so. So I conclude with saying this again, thank you, because I believe if we're going to have this conversation, we have to have what I believe is fair and real and transparent conversations. And I think this is a part of that process, but I also think, as stated by the many persons that are up here, I personally believe we can be better, and that's why I choose the word refinement. Right? But I believe if we look at it even from a percentage basis for numbers people, even the instances or the anomalies or the exceptions that we lift up, the question for me is the system as a whole, right? Is it bad? Our judges as a whole, are they bad? Our selection process as a whole, is it bad? Now, are there instances? Yeah, I believe if anybody followed anybody on their job, they find instances of stuff that needed to be improved. And if they're gross, I believe, and I think extreme examples of it, then we should work to fix whatever we believe is the way that the system can be improved. To just throw some solutions out there, I do think term limits and rotations on JMSC, I am not opposed to some executive input. I think the more balance we have in the branches, in my opinion, the better. I think if a judge did not have to come before the same legislator multiple times, I think that would help it. But I'll say this, and I don't know if anybody else has said it, I think it's unrealistic to say take legislators off. We are a legislative state, as stated by Representative Robbins. I think saying taking lawyer legislators completely off, I think we can reduce the number so that there is some balance. I think to say that is the equivalent of saying we should not have lawyers in the legislature. And even though I know that there may again be some tension, conflict, and even influence, I think we can limit it. I think we can mitigate it And I think that that is the task. I think, again, if we go too extreme with any action that we take, it may create some, unintended collateral damage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thigpen. I want to thank Solicitor Brackett and Solicitor Pasco for your time today. We're going to release you from your subpoena now, so feel free to remain in the courtroom.
I hope that we answered your questions or helped you answer your questions today.
I was just glad that I was informed you weren't answering questions at the appropriate time. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, folks, next we got Mr. Hugh Ryan. He's the Executive Director of South Carolina Commission on Indigent Defense, a position he's held since 2017. He's a magna cum laude graduate of Wofford College, received his JD from the University of South Carolina. He's a veteran of the United States Army and retired at the rank Lieutenant Colonel. We welcome any comments you may have. Colonel Ryan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
First of all, I just want to say, again, Hugh Ryan, Indigent Defense Director, and I really tried to think hard about this process, and it's a privilege to be able to speak to y'all. And so I hope, y'all getting a lot of input, but I hope, in 25 years as being an attorney, I said, I've served as a public defender, I've served as an assistant solicitor, I'm now a state agency director, I've been in a private law firm, I've been a JAG officer, I'm also a victim of violent crime. I look at it from that standpoint also. But I really tried to stick to Speaker Smith's 3 topic areas in his letter. And the first one I want to say is, going back to my JAG experience, I was in a unit at Fort Jackson of lawyers from North Carolina and South Carolina. And I had 4 to 5 North Carolina Superior Court judges that were in my unit, popularly elected. And everyone said it was the worst thing could you ever imagine. Your campaign donors are standing up there in front of you, talking about influence. So I think, for me, that's an easy one. I mean, look at Wisconsin recently. A Wisconsin Supreme Court race turned into a national election, essentially. We see that on these cases, for example, with the redistricting cases. People have gone across, made these redistricting cases national elections. So popular election to me is just a non-starter. And that's from people that have been in the business. One close to my heart, and I think, it's one of Speaker Smith's major topic areas, is this Madison Municipal Court area. Fortunately or unfortunately, I've been involved with we've made a big push. I'll just be honest with you, there's been a lot of violation of people's Sixth Amendment rights in the summary courts, Magistrate Municipal Court. People are like, oh, it's only 30 days, whatever. If you are facing any type of incarceration, this is the U.S. Supreme Court, you have a right to counsel. And that has not been upheld very well in magistrate or municipal court. And there's been litigation filed over that. 2 cities in South Carolina were sued for that. I took part in the federal litigation. I took part in the, we're trying to resolve the case. We've also had a county sued for the same thing. So I know there's a lot of talk, and I think we do give short thrift to all the business that occurs in this magistrate municipal court. We hear about it when there's a bad bond set or something like that, and there's, publicity, all that kind of stuff. But, and I know there's been some thought about, well, maybe we have a law degree requirement. Well, in theory, that may be a good idea, but we're seeing right now in the public defender community, I think Lisa Calanata would say the same thing, and these solicitors, how hard it is to find lawyers. And I said, what is going on here? I remember when I first came out of law school in the 90s, you were just hoping for a job. So, graciously, the legislature, y'all been really good to us and given us, really increased our funding to hire additional public defenders, solicitors. But we're having a hard time finding people. And I went back, I started looking at the numbers going, what's going on here? And so you look at the various law schools, the bar pass rate has significantly gone down. It's averaging about 70% at all law schools, because we've gone to the UBE system, which is a uniform test. We have a turnover rate of about 40%. And then I went to both law schools. I said, where are these law school graduates going? What fields are they going into? So I took Charleston's, numbers. I took South Carolina's numbers. And at both schools, you have about 40-something lawyers a year that are going into public service type fields. And I'm sure you could ask the Attorney General's office. I was at a job fair recently at Charleston School of Law, and the AG's office was there, DSS was there. So in theory, you say it's great. I'm not sure if you had a law requirement for magistrates, municipal court judges, you could find enough lawyers to fill the positions. And I guess it depends on what you pay maybe, but I still think even then you would have a hard time. So I think of it more like this. And again, we're also, some of you may, I know some of you don't really like lawyers, I guess, but hey, South Carolina's 50th in the nation in lawyers per capita. So thank goodness you don't live in another state. Because we have the least lawyers per capita in the country. So I know the private bar really likes that, though, that supply and demand thing. But so I look at it as, like I said, I have a military background. I was an artillery officer before I switched to a JAG officer. And I said, I kind of look at it like, the officers, we went to school. I went to Wofford, and I graduated. The next day, I went to Fort Jackson. And, we had a college degree and all that kind of stuff. But, the backbone of the Army, and I know Representative Wooten's been in the military, is those NCO Corps. I've heard some of y'all heard us saying the sergeants run the Army. Well, they don't have college degrees necessarily. And some of our magistrates know, I know we have degree requirements now, but just because they don't have a law degree doesn't necessarily mean they can't be a great magistrate. Again, in a perfect world, maybe we do. But why is our NCO Corps so good? Our NCO Corps is so good because of the training they receive. I mean, I live out there in the Fort Shaw Air Force Base. That's what makes our military different. I mean, last night I was trying to go to sleep and those F-16s are taking off from Shaw and whatever else. We're training. And so, if we're not going to have a law degree requirement or something, we really have got to make sure we're training these magistrates and summary court judges aggressively. I mean, I went to artillery basic course. That was 5 months of training. And I'm not saying to do that, but so we've got to make sure that the training's there. I mean, you say, it's only a 30-day sentence. Well, you receive a conviction for criminal domestic violence. I don't care if it's in general sessions court, if it's in magistrate's court, that's going to follow you the rest of your life. If you deserve it, you deserve it. But you have a right to a defense. The summary court system, we think so much about magistrate's court, but to me, one of the bigger problems is the municipal courts. We have over 200 municipal courts in this state. Some of them, towns as small as 30-something people. Because we got into this whole thing, we had some things about that representation in municipal courts. I did a lot of study and looking at the various municipal courts. And so first of all, you have a hard enough time finding people with necessarily law degrees to be magistrates. Then you add in 200-something municipal courts. To me, there needs to be a lot of consolidation in the summary court system. I mean, no offense. Look, I'm not saying a lot of cities, they need municipal courts. But you might need to look at some type of threshold to where like population number to where you have a municipal court. I mean, I don't want to single out certain municipalities, but I know there's one. I was just curious about it one time because I was passing by it. And it has about 100 yards of jurisdiction on I-95. And they had 5 police cars for that city sitting on the exit ramp. I mean, I'm thankful for law enforcement. I have family, children, but that puts a bad taste in everybody's mouth. But it does lead into this court issue though, because these municipal courts also, they have the same criminal jurisdiction as a magistrate's court. Criminal domestic violences, DUIs, those type of things. So we got to make sure we're training all of these people. And I think, right now, and I know the Association of Counties has taught somewhat to the Municipal Association that by statute, a lot of these cases could be handled in magistrate's court. Even city ordinances, if they agree with the county, if there's an agreement reached, can prosecute those cases in magistrate's court. Again, not saying we don't have some cities, bigger places, they may be a good reason to have a separate municipal court. But if we can consolidate this, it's an economy of scale type thing. So what I would say about it is, law degree, perfect world, that's probably a perfect world, but let's treat it like that NCO Corps. Let's train them, and make this the best, possible system we can have, and look at some consolidation. We don't need, in my opinion, humble opinion, we don't need a town of 36 people with a municipal court. I'm sorry. I know it's like talking about school districts consolidation. I'm getting dangerous right now, I know. But, what I'm saying? But I know. God forbid, some municipal judge is going to be calling me this afternoon, but I'm sorry. Also, thanks to Callie back there, I also had the privilege of serving on the Judicial Qualifications Committee. That's one of those bar committees that screens judges. I'm on the appellate committee, subcommittee. So recently, like Justice Kittredge, the 4 individuals that are running for the Court of Appeals, they came through our committee. And I'll be honest with you, I was a little skeptical when I first got. I was like, oh, sure, Callie, I'll help you out. I'll do this, whatever. It was a breath of fresh air. We took it seriously. I mean, you know, so I think there's no more important thing in this country than due process. That's what separates us from what's going on. That's why the people in Hong Kong were so upset when China came in, because they were going to lose due process, you know? And I called 20-something lawyers. Most of them I didn't even know, had no idea. And I talked to them about these judges. What do you think about this judge? And it was refreshing to hear their opinions. And then we sat down, we interviewed these lawyers, these judges, and that was also refreshing. We had really good, frank discussion. And then at the end, we came back together as a whole group over all the judges' races and like the circuit judges and everybody else. And again, I was blown away. I mean, we had some lawyers in there that, like, 40-year practicing lawyers, they were about to retire. They had no agenda, no bone to pick. And I mean, we had some hard discussions, I mean, about some of the races y'all mentioned here today. So I think the public is, like, sometimes not, you know, they don't understand what really goes on. And I mean, you know, I can't say that some people don't ever have agendas on that committee. I don't know. But for me, Hugh Ryan, I went there and took it seriously, called people, and the committee I was on had discussions about how do we get the best judges for these jobs. Now, I can't help what JMSC does and whatever else, but, you know, that's where we were. And I'll try to, you know, go ahead and finish this up. Just a few more highlights. You know, lawyer legislator influence, I mean, of course, come on. I mean, you know, but also a lot of other people have a lot of influence in the system. That's just the nature of the beast. I remember being a young lawyer, going over there. I'm in Sumter, going into court, and I go in there, and I'm so nervous. I remember I was going against some family court lawyer, been practicing 25 years. I thought he's going to kill me. You know what I'm saying? He plays golf with a judge, for God's sakes. Everybody knows that. You know, I'm in another place, Representative Ott and Representative Cobb Hunter. I'm in the First Circuit. I was a judge's law clerk, and we walk in there with this one lawyer down the hallway in the Orangeburg courthouse, and he's high-fiving the jury panel. I mean, this is not a lawyer legislator. So we go around this, when I finish up, I'll tell you all the places I live in this state. You know, there's lawyers that are just powerful. And a lot of them aren't lawyer legislators. They're powerful because they make a lot of money. They can make campaign contributions. They can do a lot of other things. So just that somehow is limited to these lawyer legislators is just not true. And this is one I probably shouldn't delve into, but I'm going to do a little bit. First of all, I want to say the relationship in the 25 years I've been a lawyer between the prosecution side and the defense side, especially the public defenders and solicitors, is an improved relationship. Now, I don't agree with everything I heard up here recently by any means, and I'll respect that we need to kind of move on from a lot of that stuff. But Lisa Catanata and I work very well together, prosecution coordination, trying to better the system and the judges. But, you know, I've been involved in this docket battle since it began. From Langford, I think I've been on every committee since Langford was done. And we batted it around, and before COVID, we tried to pass this legislation. And so Skactel was involved, the public defenders were involved, the solicitors were involved, and I think Representative Pope, Chairman Pope, you're involved. We got a bill. And a lot of public defenders really didn't like it. A lot of defense felt it was just still too much control of the docket for the solicitors. But we held our nose and said, hey, you don't get everything you want in legislation. It passed the House. It did not pass the Senate. And one of the most upsetting things to the defense side of things and the public defenders was with some of our so-called lawyer legislator friends, defense bar members, they wanted the solicitors to stay in control of the docket because they felt that the judges wouldn't give them as fair of a shake. And we were just like, what? You know, I remember one of them, whose name gets thrown around a lot, I couldn't believe he was not supporting judges taking control of the docket. But he didn't. He wanted the solicitor to have control of the docket. So that's just, you know, I think those facts are important because, you know, he was, and this is true. He was tired of the judges not, dealing with them on some of these issues. So I know a lot of judges, they say they feel pressure from a lot of people. I mean, they feel pressure in a courtroom when, solicitors' electorate's bigger than the senators. They come in there and they got 10 police officers. So pressure can be exerted in a lot of ways in the courtroom. And then two last points, and I was going to talk about the docket thing. I think we need to beat that dead horse. Public defenders do not believe that judges control the docket. In some certain situations, they may have more control than others, okay? There are some judges that do a lot more. And a lot of times, listen, it's a lot better than it used to be, okay? A lot of the public defenders, lawyers work together with the solicitor's offices a lot better at trying to advance these things. But, that's just not it. And so two last things. One thing that I think upsets the defense bar more than anything else is this narrative that somehow defense lawyers just trying to get people off. And, this crime wave is coming along because these lawyer legislators are getting people off. There's some instances, obviously, that can be, a lot of things can be raised. But I just flew back from Montana. My son plays for Furman. We lost to the Montana Grizzlies. So on my way back from Montana, after my sad loss to the Paladins, I put out the SLED criminal annual report. I read these annual reports every year. This is just a summary page, executive. I'd encourage you to pull out the book and you can read about your county, your cities, whatever else. So the narrative, one that bothers me is that, lawyer legislators, lawyers in general, defense lawyers are somehow just getting people off and crime's out of control. Well, that's not what the data says to me. In 1993, this is, again, off right here in this crime report. I'm not making these facts up. I'd encourage you to look at this. There was 107.57 violent crimes per 10,000 people. Then in 2022, it was 51.9 per 10,000. So it was in half from the early 90s. The peak was 55.56 in 2020, the year of the pandemic. So listen, everybody wants to live in a safe place. I go to bed every night and pray for the safety of my children and whatever else. But the idea that people are just, defense lawyers and lawyers legislators just, and again, I credit law enforcement for a lot of this. I mean, Chief Keel and other people, so I'm just saying, but the narrative that it's just all of a sudden defense lawyers are just letting people run free, the data doesn't support that. And also the narrative that, judges are just going rogue on sentencing, that's not inaccurate either. Because when I was a solicitor, when I was a public defender, and I talked to a lot of these lawyers back here today and before I came here and spoke today, most sentences are either a recommendation or negotiated sentence. I mean, very few pleas are a straight up plea. So most of the time when the defendant comes up to the judge, the sentence is already, the judge doesn't have to follow the recommendation. So it's really, the judge in 90% of the case is just going along with what the prosecution and defense agreed to. I don't ever remember a judge not following a recommendation. So again, the sentence is really being determined almost before it reaches the judge. And the last thing I'll say is I've had the privilege of living across this state. I grew up in Kingstree, in Williamsburg County. I lived in Lexington County. I lived in Kershaw County. I went to school in Spartanburg County. I lived in Sumter County. I'm back in Sumter County. And it's just different. It's different. I'm riding on 601 through Calhoun County. It's different from the traffic I was going through coming back from the Charlotte airport going through York the other day. I went to Clifton Newman's portrait ceremony a couple years ago. I was back in Kingstree. I was sitting in that courthouse in Kingstree thinking, man, this is a different world. I moved from Kingstree to Irmo. You thought I was going from Mars to Venus. And so, that's why I think that our forefathers of this state saw this is a very different state. And that's why I think, I'm not just saying this because I'm sitting here talking to a bunch of legislators. I think that's why it's very important that the legislature and what our founding fathers said, of our state, saw as the representatives of the people having such a critical role in this. Again, I love my people in Kingstree. I go back, but it's like 40 years back in time compared to, when I go down to Litchfield or something. So I just want to thank y'all. I want to work on any of these subjects. Like I said, I have a lot of expertise in the magistrate and municipal court arena. But I think overall, we have a pretty doggone good system that can be tweaked, for sure. Nothing. If you're not trying to improve, something's wrong. So with that, any questions, I'd be glad. And I said, just thank y'all for this privilege and to speak to y'all.
Thank you, Hugh. I did want to point out, you got to be careful about that Bar Judicial Qualifications Committee. Kelly got me on it back when I was a solicitor, and look what happened to me. So be careful. You might be sitting up here before it's over.
Well, I mean, they made it sound like it was just nothing. I mean, I'm like sitting hours and hours making phone calls. Like, thanks a lot, Callie. You know what I'm saying? It's working out.
I also found out, I'm going to see if anybody has any questions. I also found out that Greenville lawyers go home at 1 o'clock on a Friday. When I did my 30 calls, I waited to Friday afternoon to try to call them. That was a mistake.
Don't get me started on Friday afternoon court. Yeah.
Thank you. I think particularly of interest to the committee was you touching on, and I think Ms. Cobb-Hunter put the magistrate's court, and because we're equally tasked with that, and I certainly appreciate your input on that. Ms. Wetmore has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for being here today. And I first off want to say thank you for the facts you brought us, the annual crime report. I think it's so important that, you know, I made the point a few weeks ago when we were all here that it's really easy to cherry pick a narrative, right? It's really easy to find anecdotes that cherry pick a narrative, just like back when I was a solicitor. Everybody talked about prosecutorial misconduct because we had 3 or 4 cases in the news, right? So in the same way, I think it's really easy to cherry pick this narrative that we're, you know, all these legislators are, you know, causing all this increase in crime. And it's frustrating to me, you know, I practice in probate court. We don't touch those judges. And you know, it's frustrating because I feel like now I'm the bad guy. And I shared this with Solicitor Pasco, and I'm not saying anything, but so thank you first off for that. The main thing I see here, and I want to talk about magistrates for a second, if that's all right. I'm going to ask you some questions I'm not necessarily expecting an answer to. I just hope maybe we can come back with some suggestions or share with staff. And I also know that there's a couple speakers after you who may be able to also address these issues. But to me, a big part of the problem comes down to the backlog in circuit court. That's what, you know, when it's 3 years between arrest and disposition, that's why we have the opportunity to recommit crimes. That's why bonds are so crucial. You know, other states aren't talking about bonds because it's not 3 years between arrest and disposition. So what I'm hoping to figure out is, I'm not comfortable recommending an expansion of what magistrate courts could handle without, as you say, better requirements or better training. But I hope that maybe we could address some ideas for how we can help with backlogs. You know, I know one issue might be, you know, can we help with search warrants? Just anything like that that we can start to think on as a group. I'm putting this out there in the ether, not because I'm necessarily expecting you to have a magic answer, but because to me, your expertise is invaluable, and everyone that's spoken about magistrates and about how we can better use our system. You know, I mean, I know we've got transfer court. I know we do a lot of that now, but how can we better use it? Second thing I'll say in terms of bond issues, you know, to me, and my husband does practice criminal defense, so you know, full disclosure, but one of the frustrating things about the docket and the docketing order is that the solicitors still do have a lot of control over when the schedule, especially a bond reconsideration, especially a hearing on that sort of thing, and to pretend as though that they don't is just not true. But you know, if we could continue to work on these issues of docketing, continue to work on these issues of backlog, if we have suggestions about how the magistrates could be useful in a way that doesn't, I'm very sensitive to the issue you raised about their Sixth Amendment right to counsel. And so just continuing to come up with ideas there, those are the two things I sort of want to put out in the universe. So in terms of questions for you, starting with your service on the Qualifications Committee, do you think the lawyers that you talked to would have talked as honestly without the anonymity?
You know, that's a good question. I thought about that. When I asked them, I said, do they really trust me, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I tell them it's confidential, but I sit there, you know, but I kind of do. I don't know why, but I mean, the same question went through my head. You know, are they telling me the truth? Are they scared I'm going to pick up the phone and call Justice Kitchen and say, hey, guess what? You know, such and such said about you. I don't know, it just seems sincere.
Okay. Yeah,
You know,
no.
and I kind of, one thing that was kind of good though, is I kind of already had some background on these judges. So kind of like I would have kind of known that they were not giving me the straight.
Okay, yeah.
Like if I knew this judge is a little bit, I was like, I'm not so sure about him. And they say, oh, he's a great upstanding citizen. I mean, I'd probably be like, okay, they're not telling me the truth.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I share Representative
Yeah.
Robbins' concern that it feels sometimes like a lawyer can just air a grievance, right? There's going to be at least one person unhappy with most cases, right?
Yeah.
And so it feels a little bit like you can just air a grievance anonymously. And so I want to make sure that we're not losing their honesty in their responses if we were to sort of try to prepare some sort of summary or something like that of all that. Second question is about you talked about your experience in different magistrate and municipal courses and this idea of consolidation. Do we think that would involve deferring sort of to magistrate court at some threshold? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying, I just think like the state level charges are the same. Yeah, I mean, I just think it's just an overhead issue.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, look, again, it's like that school consolidation. We don't want to get rid of a superintendent, you know, goodness gracious. If you consolidate a school district, you got to get rid of a superintendent.
Right.
Well, if you
right,
move
right,
a magistrate's court into a municipal court and a magistrate's court, you might have to get rid of a municipal judge. Hey, I'm all about, you know, if you got to grandfather people, take care of people, I understand how that works. But I think we got this unwieldy system that could be more streamlined, just for training purposes, for efficiency. You know, does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
I
No,
mean-
it does to me completely. I'm just trying to make sure I'm following so that when I submit a laundry list to staff of things I think we could improve on, that's included. I'll defer to others, but if you do have comments on this idea of the backlog, I'd be happy to hear anything,
Well-
any ideas or thoughts you have on that.
If I went on all my thoughts about the backlog, Chairman Pope would probably run me out of here.
Yeah.
But, because that's another thing, I've been all over this issue. And again, you know, I've said it in front of the 5 Supreme Court justices. You know, I was on this meeting and it says resources. Okay, we do need more resources. And last year, y'all were wonderful to us. I mean, $11.2 million, the biggest increase. So I think that this body has realized the need to increase the resources. Now, we get killed on the public defender side. The counties kill us. I mean, that's where the discrepancy is. It's just not good. But I think the court, mainly Justice James, has been around, met with all the solicitors, met with all of us. He met with the judges. And I really think we need to give this new docket management order a chance. Okay? And we'll see where that shakes out. Again, there really is a lot more, people act like this, you know, we're all cats and dogs and fighting and all. Believe me, there's some turf wars, there's an adversarial relationship, but at the state level at least, and the policymakers, we're trying to like work together. You know, and I say this, and I mean, some of my public defenders might get mad when I say this. You know, people just need to work harder too. COVID made people lazy. Let's just be honest. You know, on our side, our people got to get to the jail, tell what the offers are, work the cases. There's too much sometimes waiting to get to the day of court. And that's not, listen, that's only a small part, but a small part can really clog things up. So we still got to work together, coordinate more before court starts. And I put a lot of that on the judges. I've been a big advocate, and some people disagree with me on this, for status conferences. That, you know, we got to make this, and I saw that be a very effective thing. And again, a lot of people disagree with me on this. We don't have time for status conferences, a waste of time. Well, when we used to do those on the civil side, it was not a waste of time. The judge, it made you pick up your file, you know, sit across, you're there with the judge, and this lawyer's here, and this lawyer's here. Do you have discovery? Do you have this? Are you ready to go? Whatever else. I mean, if people aren't going to do it on their own initiative, the judges need to push the issue harder. And that's why a lot of public defenders and defense lawyers that I talk to want more judge control to push the issue. Does that make sense? I mean,
Yeah, no, thank you so much.
I mean, you know, but again, and you know, again, got to work. I mean, I'm not sure what you'd see if you went out at 1 o'clock this Friday across the courts of the state. But we, you know, that's not fair to the taxpayers. We got a 9 to 5, 5 days a week, grinding. Yeah.
I think we got to do some reform too, to make sure that the judges are willing to push the issue. You know, I grew up a career with Rodney Peoples and Don Rushing, and, you know, I thought my dad was in charge of humiliating me until I got through with those guys. And it seems like now, and I think maybe you said it, but I was talking to some folks, the greatest concern a judge has is the demeanor, the behavior, you know, as far as these reviews. Well, sometimes holding feet to the fire is what needs to be done on either side of the courtroom. And
Well,
so,
some of the judges, they say, you know, they're scared to be, you know, push things because, you know, they get whatever. So we got to find that happy balance.
absolutely. Mr. Bamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm really interested the discussion and points you raised with regards to the Sixth Amendment right at the municipal and magistrate level. And I think in looking at, and that's a very big point of this process for me. And I think a lot of people don't necessarily, they hear the constitutional piece, right, the right to counsel, but they don't really understand exactly what that is. It's just the way the world is with regards to rights. All right, and you've got going all the way back, Gideon v. Wainwright. You know, I pulled some of the cases. Hamlin case, Alabama v. Shelton, Rothgary v. Gillespie County. That was the Supreme Court in 2008. Time and time again, the Supreme Court in our country has affirmed, you know, people have the right to counsel. And I guess my question for you, which is a basic one, does it really matter whether it's a felony and 20 years in prison or if it's 30 days in the county jail? Is there a distinguishing between the two as to whether or not someone should have a right to counsel?
There's not, I mean, you just named the lineage of cases. Actually, this is our court rule is still not even, Rule 602 is not even worded constitutionally. It hadn't even taken into account South Carolina Appellate Court Rule 602. It still says substantial likelihood of incarceration. The U.S. Supreme Court has made clear any chance of incarceration triggers a Sixth Amendment right to counsel.
And that was one thing that I was going to mention in looking at it, and I'm glad you brought it up, is that there are certain things that need to be tweaked. You know, the criminal process at that level, and y'all have, and I thank you for everything that you and, you know, other public defenders do, because you don't really get the credit you deserve with how much gets put on you. And even with increased funding, much like any state agency, I don't care if it's Department of Corrections, DSS, DJJ, more funding is needed to help facilitate the ability for you all to do your job, and you do the best you can do with the resources you have. This idea of consolidation among the lower level courts is very interesting to me. If we have 46 counties in the state, and you have multiple magistrate judges in some of these counties, and then you get down to the micro level where you may have a county geographically that's not that big, but you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little municipal courts, and the same constitutional rights will apply there also. I mean, if we're going to follow the U.S. Constitution, right? What do you think about this idea of there being a restriction to the number of municipal level courts? You know, a lot of that is money driven, whether people want to admit it or not. That's how a lot of tiny towns generate their revenue. But that's not really in line with people's constitutional rights. Can you talk a little more about that idea, please?
I do. I've thought a lot about this. I'm not sure if it needs to be a population threshold or what. I think, you know, what the Association of Counties, and we had these discussions years ago with the municipalities and Association of Counties, was the municipalities can make some type of contribution maybe to the magistrate's court system in that county, so they have some skin in the game, so to speak. But I think you really think, the only thing I can think of right now is there be some type of population threshold. And I think y'all did that with audits recently. Representative Cobb, you met, there's like, you know, if a city's below a certain size, the audits are expensive. We audit our public defender offices, whatever else. And, you know, same thing along the lines of this municipal court. I mean, is it 1,000 people? Is it 5,000 people? Maybe I'm going the wrong, but that's the only I can think of at this time with some type of population threshold. And if you're below that, it's one central type court, a magistrate's court, or whatever you want to call it.
My main, in trying to analyze that after you mentioned it, because I'd never thought about that, from the standpoint of the municipal or magistrate level protecting the Sixth Amendment constitutional rights of people who are charged, right? Would it be less of a strain on the public defender system? Because it doesn't matter if we like what someone's charged with or what we think about them or the charge. At the end of the day, in America, the system is built on the fact that that person has that right. It's what separates our country from other countries. That would be more beneficial or positively impact the public defender system if the state were to look at tweaking the magistrate municipal level as far as the consolidation goes, or?
Definitely. So let's just, even in a magistrate's court, think about it, like a lot of times the public defender office, now they don't have to provide representation in a municipality because they choose to have those courts unless the municipality and the public defender office agree to some type of arrangement. Because what problem we had is that municipalities, but public defender, you got to be in our courts. No funding, no nothing. And so y'all address that issue, and a lot of times they can hire private lawyers on a contract or something like that. But you have, so if you have only 2 public defenders that are able to do summary court work, for example, trying to go across 6 different municipalities, I mean, the courts aren't, what if 5 are having court on the same day? So there's no coordination there. You even see that with like counties that have like multiple magistrate offices to where 2 public defenders can't be in 6 different magistrate courts at the same time. So we got to look at some synchronization, for example. If you have multiple magistrate courts in a Richland County, for example, is anybody looking at that and saying, okay, there's only 2 public defenders, they can't be in 6 different courtrooms? So the whole structure from an organizational standpoint needs to be looked at and develop a more streamlined system.
So
does that make sense? I mean, I don't know if that's your question.
It does. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
So if we were to go and say, okay, it's going to be difficult getting, and that's something that has been talked about, getting lawyers to become the magistrates, right, is hard. And there are a lot of amazing magistrates across the state who don't have a law degree, right? So we don't want to shade them. But if we were to look at implementing some sort of extended, more in-depth training, for example, with the issue of because it's on the judge to make sure that the citizen has the right to counsel, et cetera, and knowing when that's triggered. Some form of deeper, in-depth training paired with possibly shifting the number of courts, and then that would also cut back some on the necessity for y'all to have a drastic increase in funding to hire more people to actually be able to get the system to comply with the U.S. Constitution.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, listen, to be honest with you, I mean, you know, the only way this train wreck has been avoided, I mean, there was the 2 city lawsuits, and there was the county lawsuit, which I hadn't even checked the final result of the county when they were arguing about millions of dollars in attorney's fees. In that case, you know, in the city lawsuit, that city paid about $250,000 in attorney's fees to the ACLU who brought the lawsuit. So really, the way people have been getting around this whole Sixth Amendment thing is, and then, you know, Chief Justice Beatty had sent out memorandums to the summary court judges and all. They've basically just been fining people but not hanging jail time over their head. And I was like, well, how does that work? You know, people go figure that out. They're not going to pay the fine because there's no jail time. Well, I kind of think I've stumbled onto something recently. We were looking at this whole debt set-off program. I'd always heard about it. I was like, man, we don't want to be, that's kind of like in the Bible, the tax collector, you know, the debt set-off. I mean, you don't want to be that person. And so, but I think that's the way some of that's been handled, because like I talked to the people that run that program, and a lot of the cities are in that, and I think that's why they may collect these, instead of hanging jail time over somebody, which triggers that Sixth Amendment, you can use the debt set-off program. I'm not sure that's exactly right, but kind of stumbled on it. I'm kind of researching that a little bit more still, but Representative Wetmore says exactly what's happened. Thank you. That was my theory, because I was wondering, like, you know, why is there not more lawsuits popping up, whatever else, but it's broken. Just Representative Bamberg, that's.
I would just say, in conclusion here, that to Representative Cobb Hunter's point about, as the committee looks at this stuff, we may as well look at it in total. And so I may grab you and talk to you a little more about some of that. And thank you so much for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Robbins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ryan, thank you so much for coming. Your depth of experience is impressive and exactly the kind of person that we need to hear from as we go through this process. And thank you also for directing our attention to the Magistrate Municipal area. I had not thought about your notion of consolidating, but with my district, District 97, that is certainly, and I think Representative Cobb Hunter and Representative Jefferson and I all share parts of rural Dorchester County, and that's certainly an idea that we ought to explore. So thank you for suggesting that. Just a couple of things. I wholeheartedly agree with you with the non-lawyer magistrate role. My granddaddy, my mother's father, was a logger in Reevesville, had no formal education, and he was a magistrate for many, many years. And he always tried to do what was fair and what was right. And probably one of my favorite magistrates of all time was Richard Wood down in Green Pond in Colleton County. Everybody loved Judge Wood. He ran a record service and a convenience store, and he was a wonderful magistrate. And so I'm with you on the training. We certainly need to do that, but there is value in having non-lawyers as magistrates. I wholeheartedly believe that, seen that in my years of practice. I wanted to ask you a couple of things that don't involve the lower, well, one that does and one that doesn't. We'll stick with the magistrate court for a minute. As Representative Wetmore very accurately points out, the backlog in the general session system is certainly something that we all need to work on. I appreciate you bringing up the subject of work ethic, and I agree with you that I don't know what happened post-COVID, but a bunch of folks don't want to work right now. You're looking for lawyers. There are people all over industry that are looking for workers everywhere and every facet of work. But one thing that I've been thinking about, and I've heard it mentioned by other legislators, is whether we ought to increase the jurisdiction of magistrates court in the criminal context. I remember very vividly when I interviewed with Solicitor Bailey, he asked me one basic question, and that question was, or he said, my philosophy is that we need to identify who needs to go to prison and who doesn't. And we need to send the ones that need to go to prison, and then we need to deal with the others. And so the others is kind of what I'm getting at here. And so there are a lot of crimes that carry up to 1 year in prison that are currently being dealt with in general sessions. And it just makes sense to me that maybe we ought to take a look at giving magistrates the authority to handle those cases. That would take some of the burden off of prosecutors who need to be focusing on violent criminals. That's what we've heard. That's what we heard the entire legislative session was violent criminals, violent criminals. In fact, the governor was in Somerville 2 days ago at a groundbreaking for a school and mentioned violent criminals. So if we're going to do that, we need to have the focus of the prosecutors and the defense attorneys on those people. What do you think about expanding that jurisdiction?
I mean, I think it's a possibility, but again, it gets back to kind of what I said before about the resources. I mean, you got 10 magistrates. I mean, you have to set it up right. You got 6 magistrate courts going on in a given county at a given time.
Right.
Especially for the defense side, the public defender side of things. There's no, I mean, a lot of these cities, the officer just prosecutes the case. They don't have you don't have a constitutional right to a prosecutor, but so there's no necessary physical impact sometimes. Most cities do obviously have the money and they provide one. But if you do that, I mean, every individual has is facing any time has a right to counsel. So I think that's really going to increase.
Well, they're already getting appointed now on 30-day offenses.
So if everybody's concentrating in general sessions court, let's say you got 5 public defenders, but then you're having to go to like 4 different courts, you say, well, I got to take 2 out of general sessions. If you got 2 new ones to handle magistrate's court, that's fine. If you're you had 6 in general sessions and now 2 are going to magistrate's court, you've weakened your general sessions. So in theory, but there's a lot of systemic things that have to be worked out on that. I mean, the physical, in a perfect world, you're probably right.
Okay.
But is the county going to fund that? I mean, that's where for public defenders, we really have I don't mean to say that some counties do a great job, but on the whole, we have issues there.
Gotcha. Yeah. And then I'd like to just go back to my previous comments and kind of piggyback on what Representative Cobb Hunter said. My thought would be that if we did allow bar appointments, that one of those would go to the public defenders, and I appreciate what y'all do.
Thank you.
Ms. Cobb Hunter is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your comments. Thanks for getting us on task and talking about magistrates. Really appreciate that. My questions have been posed, so I'll just ask you if you would. There are 2 areas that I'm very interested in from your testimony. One is the consolidation of the summary courts and the magistrates level, and the other is the training that is required. Would it be asking too much if you would share with this committee, not now, but later in writing, some specifics on how you see consolidation working? I guess I'm just one for punishment here, having gone through consolidation in Orangeburg County with our schools. That's certainly more than a notion, but it would be great if you could provide some direction for this committee. Specifically, one concern would be population, again, from rural versus urban. But I would be real interested in your thoughts and those of the folk who share your view about consolidation. How would it work? What areas would be consolidated? And then the other piece, the training for the magistrates and summary court judges. What would that look like? Who would do it? And hopefully a partnership with the Municipal Association and the Association of Counties so that all of that could be integrated and be provided on an ongoing basis, not just one and done, if that's not asking too much. Thank you, sir.
Happy to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And in that same light, I'd say anybody that's participated, I've said this, you just heard it from Ms. Cobb Hunter, I've said it to the solicitors, anybody in the audience, if you have information, or ideas because ultimately we're going to sit down and take these ideas and try to turn them into meaningful legislation. So I notice again, when many of you speak, you're speaking about, because we don't, as a group, hadn't really got to get together and say, well, what about this? What about magistrates level? What about that? So keep sending the stuff to staff. I know the staff shudders when I say that, especially with the holidays. But that's the only way we're going to get this kind of together in several buckets and work it through. Mr. Ott's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ryan, thank you. I really appreciate your measured testimony that you brought forward to us today. I've heard unbelievably fantastic things about you, so I really appreciate you being here. So please understand and take what I'm saying. Please understand that it's just somewhat of a frustration of mine coming out, but it's also somewhat in trying to keep this committee, I think, focused on the task that is at hand, right? I made some opening comments earlier that I think a lot of times, with this particular issue and issues in general, right, with the General Assembly and sometimes with these special committees that we find ourselves on, we start going off on all kind of different paths, and it's easy to get distracted, and then we're not really accomplishing what we're tasked to accomplish. And I feel like, that I'm going to continue, again, to make comments not only to you, but to everyone else that's coming up here. I think our focus, again, is on judicial selection and retention. So, Mr. Chairman, if we're gonna talk about everything under the sun as it relates to the judicial process, well, then that's fine. I'm down for that 100%. But what I'm trying to get to is how we're choosing our judges, and are we doing it in the best possible way? So yes, I certainly think consolidation of the magistrate courts is a big deal, but I'm trying to figure out, are we choosing our magistrates in the best way, right, currently? And that's what I'm gonna, my questions, Hugh, are focused on right now. Because if not, we get off on all of these other things, and then I'm hearing my colleagues talk about, well, this issue is a problem, and that issue is a problem, and I agree. But again, we got to start at the crux of it. And the crux is, how are we choosing the folks that are sitting on that bench? And that's what I need from you. And I appreciate the statistics that you brought forward, I really do, about how South Carolina is doing things. But I can tell you one thing, when you go talk to an individual family member that has been at the center of one of these cases, you can take those statistics and throw them out the window. They could care less about that. If they've been affected by a system that they don't feel was balanced by Lady Justice, then I promise you they could care less about what the rest of the statistics of South Carolina look like. And I think that's where my frustration is coming from, because I feel like it's growing. And I guess, that I feel like if we don't do something about it now, this problem is going to continue to persist. So I'll start with the magistrates with you, Hugh, and that's why I appreciated you bringing that up. But do you feel like, and it's a general statement, right? But do you feel like our magistrates across the state of South Carolina are lacking in qualifications? And I say that because I know it's hard to answer. All right, I'm giving you that out because I can tell you one thing. In Calhoun County, we've got Judge Jeff Bloom as our chief magistrate, and I believe that he should be on circuit court somewhere. Right. And he's fantastic by all accounts. And I'm sure that you could go other places, and there might be someone obviously that's lacking. But I'm saying, let's put it out there right now. The way our magistrates are selected is basically by our senators, right? Correct. There's no formal requirements that I'm aware of other than, I think, graduating high school, college, gotta graduate college. So, yeah, I'm like Representative Ramos, you don't have to have a law degree, but at the end of the day, I believe that historically speaking, not pointing to anyone individually, but I believe that, yes, magistrate positions have been awarded to individuals by elected senators that they wanted to put into a position. That is not a condemnation of all magistrates across the state. So any magistrates that's out there, I'm not condemning you as not being good at what you do. But I'm just saying, yes, I believe that has occurred. And I believe the potential for that to continue occurring exists under our current system. So I'll start with, do you believe that there needs to be additional qualifications for magistrates in South Carolina? And then I'll take that further to, if we are under the assumption that a screening process needs to exist for us to get the best judges possible, municipal, family, appellate, would that not also then extend to saying that we need a screening process for our magistrates and our municipal judges?
Well, I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. I mean, I think especially if you're talking about what Representative Robbins is talking about, where if you were to increase jurisdiction. I mean, I think it's like, it's like when our circuit public defender jobs. I know most of the people that apply for those jobs, we still do a SLED background check, just to make sure we're not missing something. You know what I'm saying? And so, the gold standard would be a law degree, not because we're something extra special, whatever else, but it's just more knowledge in that area of evidence and all those other things. But
Hard to find law graduates. Hard to find it, is what you're saying.
That's hard, but
Right.
I said, but that's hard to find. I hope I didn't stray too far on this topic because I was just trying to do the Speaker Smith's thing. But, so I think a screening aspect never hurts. I think, but if you make it for the people that are just in there because, hey, they want to be, I just want to say I'm mad at such and such, you know what I'm saying? If you make it a rigorous training requirement, maybe they'll say, hey, this is more work I want to do. I mean, I think it's got to be a commitment. I mean, it can't just be, NCOs, they train hard. And I'm not sure, what that is and how much time would allow and how much resources for training. But I think so the screening, yes.
So we need, I'm gonna take that as a yes, we need additional qualifications and potential screening for our magistrate level and municipal judges across the state.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before you go further, I just want to clarify one thing from the speaker's letter, and I think he drafted this intentionally. The Constitution provides the governor appoints magistrates with the advice and consent of the Senate. I think since we're a House committee was probably part of the reason he put it in there, but we're not going to focus on how they choose them, one, because of the constitutional issue. But so screen, I just point that out because you had mentioned, getting away from one part and into another. I just wanted to point that out, that we're not going to change in this committee how they pick them now. And I understand you're into screening now.
Right,
That's all.
correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, right. Screening and qualifications. So, yeah, and I appreciate that, Hugh. I tend to agree with you. And then just taking that a step further. From your perspective, right, the whole point, I believe, of this committee and what I'm trying to ascertain is how do we improve the JMSC process? And obviously we're going to have that process. We're going to have that screening committee. But from your perspective and from what you've seen, how do we make that system better than what it is currently?
Well, first of all, let me be clear. I think I'm not sure. I think I don't think it's as broken as people like to make it say.
And
okay?
Again,
but
I'm with you.
But the one thing I thought about is, maybe you do the idea of, you don't narrow it down to 3, for example. You let everybody, that's one thing I've thought about. But I think it's a bad mistake taking lawyer legislators off of it. But that way, if they're qualified, 6 are qualified and 6 go up, then you could, I know that's because I know the conspiracy that there's 3 people get approved, one's only a real candidate.
And again, I'm not putting those words, listen.
But
Listen, I get it.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to play, I got you. I'm truly trying to feel if you don't think that it can be improved, if it's the best it can be, that's fine. I'm going to take you for your word at that. I believe that it can be improved. That's what I'm searching for. And I'm not saying this is again, it's not a level on a scale of 1 to 10 of how broken is it. Where can we make improvements is what I'm searching for.
Well, I think we have incredible judges. Again, yesterday I went through the list of circuit court judges. I said, man, these are great judges. But the reason I also think it's important that people have faith in the system. So just because I don't think it's broken, I think we have to make people have faith in the system. And if something like all the qualified candidates go up makes the public and other people have more faith in the system, I'm all for it. So it doesn't really matter if I think it's good now or not. because I know there's not a lot of times. I think now I think it's exaggerated, but so if that would make people have more faith in the system,
I'm not worried
all
about
for
and again, it's
yeah.
and I appreciate it, you know, and we're gonna have to have these hard conversations. You know, it's not just you, I promise you
Yeah.
that, Hugh. But at the end of the day, like again, I'm not trying to get you to say that our system is broken.
All right.
I'm not trying to get anyone to simply say that, you know, but I do think that it's very important that we put people on the record, and if you think that it's as good as it can be, I'll take you at your word for it. But if there are improvements that can be made, that's what we're searching for. I mean, I have my opinion, right? I put a bill out there that I think would improve the process tremendously. And I'm trying to get feedback on that, trying to figure out, is there consensus for some of those ideas? And if there are, that's great. That's what I think that we can start building around. But I appreciate it,
Well,
more than 3.
Well, maybe I'm missing something, but I mean, what's it hurt if they're all qualified? What's it hurt to send them up?
Yep, thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ryan, first of all, thank you for your service, not only to our country, but to what you continue to do every day. We truly appreciate that. Got a chance to speak to the Wreaths Across America ceremony on the State House grounds just the other day, and just to throw it out there that our veterans continue to serve. Thank you for that. And I'll tell you, going back to not being an attorney on this, I did have 2 weeks courtroom procedures at the Criminal Justice Academy, so that pretty much qualifies me as an attorney, apparently, in the courtroom. And because the first DUI case that I ever had to try was on the back of a tailgate at Crawford's store in Abbeville County. So the magistrate system has been, I think, needing some addressing for a long time. So I appreciate you bringing that up. So my questions go to this, and if you don't have the answer, that's fine. I just kind of, as we continue to get deeper into this thing, how long have you served on the Judicial Qualification Committee?
This is my first year.
Okay, so can a lawyer or legislator serve on that committee?
I'm not even sure, but I don't think so. I don't know.
According to the rules, there's no rule against it from what I understand. Yeah. And if you're a member of the bar, it disqualifies you, right?
Right.
Okay, well, if you don't know, that's fine.
No, I don't know.
I'll find out.
I know the panel I was on, there was no lawyer legislators.
Okay, but hypothetically or in real time, if you're a member of, the qualifications to serve in that position are what? You're a member of the bar?
Basically, I think. I mean, Kyle may tell us something different, I don't know. But,
so, okay, we'll find out. So if you're a lawyer or legislator and you're a member of the bar, at this point, I would think that you could serve on that committee. I will find out if that's different or not. So have you ever had to file an appeal in your?
when I was a public defender, I filed the notice of appeal, and at that point, appellate defense took the case over.
Right, so, and you being in the first term of this on this committee, obviously, it kind of limits you a little bit. And how long can you serve on this committee? There's not a term limit on that, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so if, there again, it wouldn't really affect you because you haven't obviously served in this capacity long, but as a member of that committee, do you think that someone that serves on that committee could possibly get preferential treatment on an appeal, or just the opposite of that, not get the treatment that they deserve because of the optics of where they serve?
I mean, I guess
I'm getting to this, and I don't want to interrupt you, but I guess kind of where I'm going is, so should we allow lawyer legislators to serve on these committees to help qualify, or does that create also another optic? And so how deep do we go is my question, is where do we, if we're stopping at lawyer legislators serving on the JMSC, is it lawyer legislators serving on these committees? Is it to help qualify the folks? I'm just trying to find out what's the tipping point, where's the cusp of this thing, and so I understand that, I understand that as a member of the legislature, we're easy targets. We got a kick me sign on our back. That's cool. That's what we signed up for. Yeah. But to be treated misfairly just because of your professional career, I don't know that that's, there again, that's where I go. So how deep do we go, in your opinion?
That's a good point. I mean, the thing is that, I mean, basically that committee's doing the same thing that JMSC is doing. We're finding them qualified or unqualified. I really hadn't thought about it. It's great, but it's a great point. I mean, I think that the lawyer legislators, you know, look, you can point examples of people, you know, problems, you can find problems in anything. But I think, you know, the lawyer legislators are some of our most valuable resources when it comes to that. I mean, there's a lot of that cross-section between government and law and whatever else. I mean, so
in your opinion, just if I can use your words, some of our lawyer legislators are some of the most valuable people to have on some of these committees.
correct.
And so there again, I'm back to the 50-50 point of should we have lawyer legislators serving because of the optics, or should we have lawyer legislators serving because they actually know the system and know the qualifications of those people in the courtroom? So I'm still perplexed at that. I'm still reaching for that answer from somebody, and I'm sure I'll continue to do that. But that kind of puts me where I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, one thing I thought about is, what if you don't have so what stops a non-lawyer legislator that's on JMSC from calling up a judge saying, hey, you know, one of my constituents is such and such? I mean, you could take this thing, you could run this thing on out.
Correct.
And you know, they're still voting for the judge. They may not be a lawyer legislator, but they're on JMSC, and, you know, hey, just my constituent's son, and, you know,
well, yeah.
Where do we carry this?
And back to, and going straight back to the magistrate thing, you know, from a law degree side, having to have a law degree for a magistrate, I think, you know, one of the best judges in the state, and I'm not being biased, in Lexington County, Judge Myers was a SLED agent for 30 years. That qualifies, I think that well qualifies him for being sitting on the bench. So I think we need to remember that as we go forward in our magistrate selections as well.
And the last thing I'll say is, and Representative Ott, you're right, things can always be improved. If you're not trying to improve, something's wrong. But I want the public here today to understand, I've been doing this 25 years, and I'll tell you, 20 years ago, it was a bitter, the public defenders, the solicitors at each other's throat. This, that, and the other. I mean, I want people to understand, and this is not just me saying this because I'm the Innocent Defense Director. I'm saying this as a citizen and as a taxpayer of the state of South Carolina. We got some problems. We got some things we can fix, but we have come a long way. And the resources, like I said, Duffy Stone and I worked together last year. We put a joint budget proposal in, the defense and the prosecution. That wouldn't have happened 20 years ago. I mean, listen, it's an adversarial system. We don't apologize when a fight needs to have a fight. And the judges, we're all really trying to work together to make this a better system. And that's what's frustrating is some of these examples that get out there. That's you know, we're working hard. And I'd say that under oath. So thank y'all so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the time.
Ms. Thayer, I believe, has a question.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to speak for a moment to the screening process in Anderson. Even when we do our board appointments, I don't know if a lot of y'all do this or not, but we actually screen all of our board appointments before we put them on boards. And when Senator Cash was elected, most of our magistrates had been in place from all of the senators prior to his election. And so I do the screening for the boards. I head up that committee. And so he asked me to sit on that, and we brought in someone from the outside, and we actually sat down and screened all the magistrates that were currently in place. We actually, not any of us were attorneys, clearly. I actually reached out to my son for a couple of legal questions just to kind of make sure everyone knew just the simple basics. And at the end of the day, we actually ended up getting rid of a magistrate. And so the process of just sort of doing that in-house works. So I think that's a great idea for us to use going forward. You know, not only that, there's probably a lot of magistrates across the state, I would assume, that are leftovers from senators that were before. The only other thing I just wanted to touch on, and again, non-attorney here, and we've talked a lot today about in summary court making sure that those individuals have representation. But as an outsider looking in, one of the concerns that I have is I feel like So we're talking about these folks having an attorney because they're going to have their day in court. And I feel like so many people no longer have their day in court. Everything is negotiated out, and a lot of times there aren't attorneys even in that situation, and we do all these plea deals. And all of this, I don't, I understand that there's a backlog, and that addresses the backlog, but just as our citizens, I have a real concern about that, and I just kind of wanted that to be said publicly in this meeting. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just getting some more marching orders. I got a lot of since those solicitors showed up, I get marching orders all the time now, so.
I appreciate the privilege of being able to do this today.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So we've got a lunch break scheduled at top of the hour, but I know Chief Keel's got a prior commitment this afternoon, and so I can tell how much you guys are enjoying this presentation. If you'd rather stay and give later, but if you'd like to go before our lunch, kind of like a law professor, you get to be the guy right before lunch or on Friday afternoon. Chief Keel, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to be here before you today. I sit here and I sat here at the last hearing, and I listened to all the questions, and I'm listening to questions today, and I have all the confidence, at least in my mind, that I'm not going to answer any of y'all's questions. But there's some things that I do want to make a point about, and if nothing else, I'll raise awareness to from the concerns that law enforcement have about what we're seeing. So again, thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank the speaker for having this meeting on obviously what is a very important issue. Public confidence, transparency, and accountability are cornerstones of the criminal justice system. It's something that me and my colleagues face every day, and we know how important it is, and we've seen that most recently, again, about transparency. We know the scrutiny that our profession is under, and so we know how important it is. The criminal justice system can only work when every piece appropriately functions, and that's law enforcement, jails, prisons, prosecutors, public defenders, mental health professionals, and judges. To be certain, a simple change in how we select judges in South Carolina will not create the change that is drastically needed in our criminal justice system. While I agree change is required to ensure that we seek the best and brightest jurists and further enhance public confidence in our courts, I remain focused on working with the General Assembly and stakeholders to make additional changes to keep South Carolinians safe. The committee continues to work with the General Assembly that has done in recent history. 3 examples last year was bond reform legislation that passed, transformative raise for state law enforcement officers, and significant funding to hire more prosecutors, public defenders, and judges. To that point, the ever-growing backlog of pending cases statewide remains one of the most glaring issues resulting from the court shuttering during the pandemic. In my view, the citizens of South Carolina are less safe when those who have violated the law are not held accountable in a timely manner. Given these circumstances, prosecutors and judges are almost forced to engage in what I view sometimes as undeserved plea negotiations and lenient sentences for career criminals that often end up in a far too tragic outcome. We've all seen the dire consequences in other states where law enforcement is prevented from enforcing low-level property and nonviolent crime where prosecutors give free passes to career offenders. We are fortunate to live in a state where the expectation from the public is to hold offenders accountable. Law enforcement officers in this state are not expected to stop arresting offenders to lower court backlog or decrease jail or prison populations. While strides have been made in how bonds are to be set by magistrates and monitoring performed by approved companies, there still should be considerations made by this committee to ensure the safety of the public. Jail staffing and overcrowding continue to be a concern statewide and often considered when summary court judges set bonds. This cannot and should not be a consideration for the court when it comes to setting bond. It is not in the statutory considerations enumerated in South Carolina Code 225510, and it should remain outside the court's purview. Difficulties in law enforcement recruitment and retention play a significant role in the issues that we've seen in South Carolina jails and prisons as well here in South Carolina, but as well nationally. Great recruiting strides have been made by the Department of Corrections and at some jails across our state, utilizing significant pay increases from state and local appropriators. There's still work to be done to ensure that housing offenders is not a consideration being used by the courts. In recent history, violent career offenders have been released across this state only to terrorize the communities further over and over again. Below are examples from this year of career offenders who shot law enforcement officers in the state. Ernest Reese Dale Burbage III. He was a convicted career criminal who had served multiple stints in prison. I remember looking at his rap sheet, it was about 18 pages long. His last several arrests included a 30-day time served plea for assault and battery third from an assault and battery second in 2020. He had a 90-day time served plea for domestic violence third from a domestic violence second degree in 2021. And he had a 60-day time served plea for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon on August the 29th, 2023, with multiple additional charges being dismissed. Less than 1 month later, September 28th, 2023, Burbage shot 2 people, including a Charleston County deputy, and he killed SLED K-9 Rico. He was shot and killed by law enforcement. James Rakeem Pierce is a convicted violent career criminal who had served prison time in South Carolina. Throughout his criminal history, he was arrested more than 10 times for felony offenses, often violent felony offenses, with most resulting in dismissals or low-level pleas. He had multiple possessions of firearm arrest and was a known gang member. On May the 7th, 2023, during a traffic stop, Pierce shot a Charleston County deputy, and Pierce was shot and killed by deputies. And then Derek Edward Gathers is a convicted violent career criminal who had felony convictions in New York and Georgia for rape, multiple convictions for firearm possession, drugs, and had served prison time. On April the 16th, 2023, during a traffic stop, Gathers shot a South Carolina highway patrolman. All were federally prohibited from owning or possessing a firearm or ammunition and had multiple arrests for possessing firearms, with several firearms charges being dismissed throughout their criminal careers. Earlier this year, a review of firearm charges compared to firearm convictions from May 1st, 2021 through April 30th, 2023 was completed. During that time, there were approximately 2,800 arrests compared to only 300 convictions for those unlawful weapons charges. At a time when gun violence is ravaging the state, I find that statistic staggering. Simply put, gun crimes are not taken seriously, even for career criminals. In South Carolina, there is no actual felon in possession of a firearm statute. To be prohibited in this state, you must have previously been convicted of a violent crime listed in South Carolina Code Section 16160, which only encompasses a small number of severe felonies. Crimes like shooting into occupied dwelling or motor vehicle and pointing and presenting a firearm are not listed. This, along with a lack of firearm convictions, continues to be a significant driver of violent crime. You know, all too often I hear, if we only knew, I'm here to tell you that we do know. Law enforcement officers across this state can tell you who the prolific offenders are in their jurisdiction. And they're arrested over and over and over again, often with the same result. According to a recently published piece entitled Hardening the System, 3 Common Sense Measures to Help Keep Crime at Bay by Raphael Mangal from the Manhattan Institute. I don't know if any of you were at the Solicitors Conference, but he spoke there. He was a keynote speaker the opening night, I think Sunday night. He's a very interesting individual and like I say, provided some really good information. He said, when we look at data available on who goes to prison in the U.S., particularly in the state system, which accounts for 87% of those in prison, what we see is that the vast majority of those who enter and leave prison have extensive criminal histories. For example, a Bureau of Justice Statistics report of a cohort of offenders entering state prisons between 2009 and 2014 found that the median prisoner had 9 prior arrests and 4 prior convictions. More than half of those prisoners had criminal histories of at least 10 years. BJS reports of recidivism among those cohorts of prisoners leaving prison in 2005, 2008, and 2012 showed that the median prisoner released in those years had 8 or 9 prior arrests and 3 to 5 prior convictions. The mean values for those measures were even higher, with prior arrest averages being from 10 to 12 and prior conviction averages being from 5 to 6. The recidivism reports recently released by BJS establish a troubling reality. The overwhelming majority of those released from state prisons will be rearrested, and a typical releasee will be rearrested 5 times over 10 years. In South Carolina, there is no truth in sentencing. Calculating sentences for the court, even for career lawyers, has often become a very difficult task. This leaves victims constantly asking law enforcement and prosecutors, how much time did the offender get? What will he actually serve? And there's no easy answer. Truth in sentencing and a more federalized guidelines model would create an atmosphere of equality among judges and offenders while considering the offender's criminal history and other individual characteristics. In South Carolina, there has been a decade-long focus on reducing prison population at the Department of Correction. In 2009, there were nearly 25,000 inmates compared to less than 16,000 at the end of 2022. During 2021 alone, there was a 12.9% reduction in prison population. Not surprisingly, in 2020 and 2021 were the 2 most violent years in South Carolina in the last 3 decades. The rate of murders increased by 22.1%, while aggravated assaults were up 10.1%. In 2020. There were over 100 more murders in 2020 than in 2019. That number was eclipsed in 2021 when 573 citizens and people in South Carolina were murdered. Weapons law violations in 2021 were up 4.2%, and data shows another staggering increase of 11.2% in 2022. Weapons law violations up 106.2% from 2013 to 2022. I say all the time when I go out and speak that our young people are dying. We're killing a whole generation of young people because of weapons right now. Data also shows a 0.5% increase in aggravated assaults, including attempted murder, which has seen a 5-year trend increase 13.3% from 2018 to 2022. According to the South Carolina Department of Probation, Parole, and Pardon Services website, through rehabilitation and sentencing reform efforts, Triple P has revoked 2,226 fewer offenders than 2010 numbers, creating a cost avoidance of millions to the taxpayers. But I ask, is this cost avoidance or is this shifting of the costs and burden to the community while also making the public less safe? When offenders violate probation, they should be held accountable. As a career law enforcement officer and non-practicing lawyer, again, I am not best suited to testify to this committee about the most appropriate way to select judges, even considering the constraints of the South Carolina Constitution. There is a perception among many that the judicial branch in this state is not a co-equal branch of government and is beholden to those who empower them. Perception does not wish this into reality, but it remains that you must have public trust to have a functioning criminal justice system, a functioning judiciary. You must have every piece functioning as designed. Given the data before you, my testimony is that we do not currently have that in the state. We cannot arrest our way out of this. We can't incarcerate our way out of it. However, we can begin to hold offenders accountable. When bonds are set, when bonds are violated, when cases are adjudicated, and when probation is violated. And that, Mr. Chairman, is my comments. And I'll
Thank
be
you,
happy to
Chief.
answer any questions if I might
Members,
have.
I'll point out that Chief had provided a letter too that is in your materials. Does anybody have questions for Chief?
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Keel, thank you so much for coming and presenting with the statistics. And I guess I don't think you were here when I gave my comments earlier, but when I joined the solicitor's office in the First Circuit back in 1997, Solicitor Walter Bailey, who I think along with Solicitor Myers probably has more people on death row in South Carolina than any other solicitor that we've had, told me that his philosophy was to identify who needs to go to prison and who does not, and send the ones to prison that need to go. So as I listen to you talk about the problem, I have one question in that, are you and your staff having any kind of monthly or quarterly meetings with the sheriffs and with the circuit solicitors and the attorney general to identify who, let's just say, the top 10 baddest dudes in South Carolina are? Are y'all identifying as a law enforcement community who these people are?
Representative, we have been doing that in some jurisdictions. Some we have not, but in some jurisdictions we have. We work with Project Safe Neighborhoods that has a program here in Columbia and also in Aiken County. The other thing that we do is when we do crime suppression, we meet with our law enforcement partners in that area and we try to focus on those individuals that are the most prolific, what we call trigger pullers, those that we know are committing violent crimes. And so we do focus on those individuals. We get together, we talk with law enforcement in that jurisdiction, and when we go out and do crime suppression, we focus on those individuals.
I'm pleased to hear that, and so my concern is that, and there's been a lot of discussion this morning about docketing and who controls the docket, and to several of the points that have already been made up here this morning, we gotta quit worrying about who's controlling the docket, and we gotta all, to echo what Mr. Ryan said, we all gotta go to work, but we gotta identify who these guys are. Law enforcement's gotta make good cases.
Absolutely.
The solicitors gotta identify them and put them on the trial docket, and we gotta try them.
Yes, sir.
And if they get arrested and they bond out and they reoffend, they gotta go to jail. Going back to our bond reform discussion earlier this year, they got to go to jail and stay there, but their case has to be prioritized and they need to be tried. These guys that are reoffending are not getting tried, and so I'd love to see an overall focus on who the worst offenders in the state are in each county, and going out and putting them up number one for trial and get them. And that, I think, will send a message. And so my other question to you would be, are you contending that there is some issue with the judiciary in terms of, I mean, we're here to talk about how we elect judges. Is that a problem with respect to what you're talking about?
Representative, the only thing I would say about this is, again, we know in our profession, and especially since George Floyd incident in 2020, the scrutiny that our profession has been under. And I can tell you that we make every effort we can to make sure that the perception among the public of what we're doing is we're doing things in a fair and honest and with integrity. And I would tell you, as I go out and speak to groups, Rotary clubs, and whatnot across the state, there is concern that with judiciary, that there is concern that that perception of transparency and all is not there. And And again, I think it's important. We should all want that. I know everybody does want that. Because, you know, for us today, I get calls from chiefs and sheriffs all the time, and they say, Chief, you know, I got this incident that's happened with a deputy. I've got this incident that happened with a police officer. I don't know if it's a conflict for me to look into it myself. What do you think? And we'll talk about it. And I oftentimes will say, I don't think it's a conflict for you to do it, but, you know, the perception in your community is probably, may not be what you and I think. I think you could do it, and you do it just fine, and you're gonna hold that person accountable if they've done something wrong. But usually when I say that, I get told, Chief, would you come in and work that thing independently, work that incident independently? And I tell him yes. And I do it again because the perception among our communities are that we should be fair and, you know, unbiased and transparent. And we don't always get that.
One final thing then, I appreciate that very much, and I want to tell you how much I've enjoyed working with your agency over the years, both as a prosecutor and as a defense attorney. You've got fine people working for you. Going back to our original hearing, it was the last hearing. I complimented the Attorney General, and I'll compliment you as well on how well y'all handled the trial in Colleton County.
Yes, sir.
You did a great job investigating that case. You did a great job testifying, your people did, in that trial. And I think it was there for the entire world to see how well South Carolina tries a case. So, to your point, and to points that have been made previously, we're live streaming every one of these committee meetings. Everything at the State House is live streamed all over creation, but we're not live streaming court. So if a perception is out there, and you say that it is, then maybe we need to start live streaming the trials across the state and let everybody see what goes on. But I can tell you that, and I think I can speak for every defense attorney in this state, when you go in that courtroom and you got SLED and one of those 16 prosecutors sitting on the other side of the courtroom from you, your client's in trouble. Your client's getting ready to have his day in court. So I'm all for doing anything we can do to help you and help quell whatever perception you think is out there. And I thank you for coming.
Representative, I just say that, you know, we have seen with body-worn cameras what it's done for our profession. And when everything you're doing each day is on body-worn camera and it's there for the public to see and know, I think that it does. We've seen a significant drop in the number of complaints on law enforcement officers across this state because of that. And so that, again, that's just another transparency issue. Thank you.
I want to point out again, as I said, Chief had provided a letter too, and it's a subtlety, and it's, Mr. Ott is going to take us down a rabbit hole that we're not charged with dealing with, but as a legislator, the fact that probation, parole, and pardon is not revoking these offenders and counting that as a positive move is not a positive move for your communities. So we won't go down that rabbit hole, but you should look at that and point that out. Second thing, Mr. Robbins, I need to correct something. You said something about Donnie Myers and death row. My friend Jack Swirling, I heard him say one time he had more people on death row than Donnie Myers did. So let's see, Mr. Bamberg's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, good to see you. Thank you for coming.
Yes, sir. Good to see you, sir.
Want to commend you for your leadership of the agency and the effort that all of your officers put in. We've talked.
Yes, sir.
Y'all need more funding, more resources, more hires, because y'all got a lot put on your shoulder. All right, and I've looked over what you submitted. I listened to your comments today, and a lot of that speaks to, I think, other issues or other topics that kind of go outside of the scope of what we're tasked with looking at as far as the the judiciary aspect. But I do want to get your thoughts on how someone like myself, I've been struggling with processing the task here for looking at the judiciary, looking at the process for selecting judges, looking at the magistrate systems, with either law enforcement or prosecutor vantage points on getting into, you know, crime rates or disagreement with certain bonds and stuff. And I'm very pro law enforcement. You know my background, my family's background, what they do and have done. No one can really ever complains about the referee when they win the game, right? They may acknowledge, hey, there was a bad call here, but they always, no one complains when they win, and that's the crux of the legal system. It doesn't matter whether it's a criminal defendant, law enforcement, a prosecutor, a victim, or on the civil side, the plaintiff or defendant, right? In the judicial system, there's going to be a effective winner of the case and a loser of the case, right? And then, of course, you have that third category, which is both sides are kind of unhappy but live with the result because that's how the process works. These few cases that get talked about, you know, like, well, this person got this or this person got bond. For every one of those, and I think you would have to agree, the three cases that you mentioned,
Right.
For every one of those, there are 1,000 where the prosecutor and law enforcement is happy with the outcome, right? They ask the judge, Your Honor, we want a life sentence, or Your Honor, we want the max of 30 years. Defense makes their argument, and the judge says, okay, 30 years, right? That happens.
It does
right?
happen, yes.
And I think part of this, and this is where my question for you is going. We hear so much of the few instances where the prosecutor or law enforcement side or victim side didn't win. They didn't, and win being defined, they didn't get what they wanted out of the judge. But those same judges, there are hundreds of other cases where the victim, the prosecutor, law enforcement is getting what they wanted. How do we parse out that reality with addressing this perception that there is a problem with the bench or the selection of judges? Because the winners aren't in here. Right. No one has come up there to say, hey, I want to tell y'all how amazing it is because we asked for the death penalty, and not only did the jury convict, the judge gave it to them, right? We're never going to hear that testimony from there. What are your thoughts on or suggestion about how we can walk that line?
Representative Vandenberg, I think that there's two things that strikes me when you talk about that and talk about law enforcement or prosecutors being happy. I think one thing is it goes back to Representative Robbins and what he talked about. We in law enforcement, we have to identify those prolific offenders. Those that, you know, I know you've heard in the past that, you know, you got 20% of the people commit, you know, 80% of the crime. And, you know, if we could deal with those and put those away, we'd be in a better situation. So I think one thing, we have to identify those individuals, who they are, and we have to focus on them, and then we got to focus on seeing that they're prosecuted and that they, you know, they go to prison if they deserve to go to prison. That's the first thing that I think is important. The second thing is that I think that that there is again a perception out there, and there's a perception out there among victims that they don't get justice sometimes. And you know, when I hear or see a victim on TV talking about something that happened to them, or the fact that somebody got out on bond that shouldn't have gotten out on bond. When I see that, you know, our fugitive folks are arresting people that's already on ankle monitors and, you know, and then they're back out on bond again, it is very frustrating. And it's frustrating to the victim of that crime that that individual committed. Again, you know, that's why I talk about this as a system. I'm not saying it is, I'm saying that we all have to work together. It is a system. And if we don't work together, we're not going to fix the crime problems that we got in our state. And it's not just the criminal justice. I've talked about it in the past. It's the mental health system. It's a social work system. It's everybody. We talked about, we talk about school safety. Again, it's not just law enforcement and administrators in school, but again, it gets back to the mental health system we have in our state. It gets back to social workers that we need helping with these kids that are troubled to try and keep them out of trouble, keep them from being defendants, and also that they get their education. So, you know, we all have to work together to make that happen. I don't know if I've answered your question. I mean, but again, I've been doing this a long time. I'll tell you that if you would have told me, you know, 20 years ago that we would see the number of young people dying from both guns and drugs, I would have told you that I wouldn't have believed it. And again, right now we're killing a whole generation of young people, and you know it, because of guns, gangs, and drugs. And again, I know that's not what this committee's focused on, but it's for law enforcement. That's what we're focused on right now.
No, and
trying to make a difference.
And I completely understand, and I agree with some of what you pointed out. But again, my thing and it's very difficult to be sitting up here to try to sort through and stay centered on the core of what our task is, right? I understand, like, say from a victim standpoint, right? Something horrible happens and the outcome of the criminal case is not what was desired, right? And I do understand that. And I understand particularly if the victim's family looks at what happened in that particular case and feels as though, well, the judge did this and shouldn't have done that, or whatever the case may be, right? But there's a difference between individuals, I mean, calling it what it is, there's a big difference between individual victims and individual cases with their own set of specific facts and evidentiary things as far as what's admissible, what's not, which can lead to certain plea deals. That group where in those individual cases things didn't turn out a certain way, and then the system itself being broken, right? Those are two completely different things.
We see that. I mean, we see that with cases that we feel like we know who committed the crime, but the evidence is not there to support the conviction we'd like to see. Mm-hmm. And obviously, sometimes we don't end up getting what we'd like to see for that individual because we know they're guilty. We know in our hearts they're guilty. But again, we know that our system of justice, it is what it is, and it's working the way it's supposed to work.
Correct.
There's not enough evidence to support a conviction or to go to trial, then you have to try and plead a case.
And they plead out, right? And then that plea results in a group of folks who either maybe they don't understand the law, maybe they're really emotional because the evidence doesn't matter. Like, this is my loved one.
That's correct.
And I don't knock that. I'd be feeling the same way, right? But in looking at tweaks to the selection of judges, et cetera, I have a hard time going with there's this utter and complete public perception problem because on individual cases, folks are not happy with certain results. And then the other part of it, not necessarily for you to touch on, but we can talk about another time, is when I've never seen a defense lawyer go, and I don't do criminal work, like I might help somebody with one or two things from time to time, but I've never seen a defense lawyer go and say, hey, system, my client is charged with X, but I'm changing it to Y, right? There's usually a process there, and no one pleads without it being an executive branch of government discussion. That's something that has not really been touched on in this committee. It's not the judicial branch of government doing the pleas.
Right.
It's not the criminal defense lawyers doing the pleas. The executive branch of government dictates whether that happens, because the option is go to trial, we dismiss the case, or we agree to the plea. That's an executive branch decision. So again, it's tough weeding through all of that because those are executive branch decisions. But then what is presented to us is, oh, there's a problem with the bench, right? So what are your thoughts on that part? I mean, lawyers, others who are involved in the system understand why pleas happen. And I guess you've touched on it, all the other things with the system that should be improved. But, I mean, can you agree that, I mean, those are executive branch decisions that are made? The judge ain't forcing it. Lawyer legislators ain't forcing it. I think better than the lawyer legislator, Jack Swirling, he doesn't even know he's on my short list of folks to call if I ever get him up, because he's a good, well-respected attorney. That's the thing, you know, being up here, messing the money up. But, no, can you agree, though, not to put you on the spot, but those plea things, that's an executive branch of government voluntary decision that's not indicative of problems on the bench or in the legislative branch of government.
Well, it goes back to what I said in my remarks. I think that part of what's going on right now is based upon the fact that we have such a backlog, and that backlog continues to get larger. And as I said in my comments, there are sometimes some what I believe undeserved plea deals that are made, and they're made to try to move cases, because that's, you know, we got to do something about how do we get out of this backlog. And then you got victims on every side. It's one of the things that I tell my people all the time. I don't care how simple a case may look or unimportant that it might be to you, that victim, if it's a petty larceny, it's important to that victim. And that's what I believe that we've got to focus on. Again, I think the perception with regards to the selection of judges, I do think there's a perception problem. I'm not going to lie to you. I think there's a perception problem there. And I think there's, you know, there are ways, Hugh was just talking a while ago, was talking about the number of candidates that are screened and approved. I don't understand why, again, if you're screened and approved, that all the candidates don't go forward. I mean, I think that's one way to help with this perception problem. I do think adding more appointees from the executive branch, and I'm not talking about public, I'm talking about lawyers, but having increased representatives from the executive branch of government, I think that helps with perception on the screening committee. I think that would help. You know, we're a nationally accredited agency, both for our laboratory and our agency as a whole. And again, one of the things that we do is we open ourselves up to independent third-party people to come in and see what we do and look over our shoulder. And it's not a comfortable process. It's not an easy process. But I think that when your profession has been like it has been in our profession in law enforcement over the last few years, that the more you can do to open up and to be transparent and to show that you don't have anything to hide and that you operate under best practices and policies, I think that the public appreciates that. And I think the perception among the public for our agency, I speak for our agency, I think is very good. And I think that we talked about you know, courtroom. It was funny. We just had a discussion about this just in the last few days. You know, I thought the trial in Colleton County, I was so proud of Judge Newman and that whole process and the way it made South Carolina look nationally. Because I think a lot of people think that we're all just a bunch of country hicks, you know, here in South Carolina. And I was so proud of the process there and the way that trial was handled. And I have just finished serving as president of a national organization for the last 5.5 years, all the state bureaus of investigation. And I can't tell you how many calls I got from my counterparts telling me, Chief, you know, what y'all did in South Carolina, that just made y'all look so good. And, you know, when you got a camera on you, you know, you do a lot of things and say a lot of things when you don't have a camera on it that you won't do when the camera's focused on you. And so, I mean, I think that was you know, Representative Robbins said a minute ago. I mean, you know, I'm all for more participation in court as far as the media being involved. We would love to do more virtual testimony for our forensic scientists, because if I have to send all of my lab techs, my login folks to court, and they end up being away from court for a day to testify for 5 minutes. And I just had a conversation with the solicitors about this. It's something that we want to do, you know, and I don't think we violate the confrontation clause by doing it, as long as they have, you know, defense has the opportunity to cross-examine and question that witness. But these are just, like I say, some of my thoughts and seeing the process work over the years.
And I appreciate you here. I see we got Will Folks sitting back there front and center. I think we could streamline this whole process and just throw his butt on JMSC, and that'll pretty much cover cover everything. That's a joke. Hey, Will. Chief, thank you so much for your time and all the information you shared, and please keep up the good work.
Thanks, sir.
All right, we've gotten so far in the ditch, we're making jokes at Will Folks' expense now. So we got 3 more people that want to have questions. We had allocated our 30-minute lunch break, which we have just talked through. It has been pointed out to me that the people behind this desk have done the lion's share of talking. We're going to take a 10-minute break. If you want to call about your lunch or whatever, and Chief, you'll stay with us. We're going to come back and let these last folks ask questions. So I got 12:30, be back at 12:40. You're still under oath. Mr. Guffey's recognized for a question.
Cracker out of my mouth real quick. I apologize. So, first of all, I want to thank you for coming here, but also thank you for your comments addressing mental health, which is one of my passions. But I do agree with you. You know, you said perception is key. And in 2021, late 2021, I actually ran my campaign on judicial reform because of that perception. And it linked back to, as Solicitor Brackett said, that we had a case with Larry Vaughn in my home district in Rock Hill. And it's one of the things that really upset me. And one of the reasons I made it a cornerstone of my campaign. So I come in here with this committee and trying to focus on what our task is at hand, because it's very difficult, it's very disturbing hearing some of the things that are coming for us. But you know, the first meeting, as we came in, it seemed like everything was saying, you know, we have the best system out there, we just need a few tweaks. The second meeting, it sounded like we have the worst system out there, and everything from small reform to, you know, blow the whole system up and redo it. And so I was really looking forward to this meeting, but, you know, as Mr. Ott pointed out earlier, the hard thing to do is stay on track, especially with someone like me that has pretty extreme ADHD. But some of the issues that you brought up, such as the docket, the negotiations to plea, the stats from 20 to 21, in order to truly stay on track, do you believe the larger issue is the JMSC, or is it the plea deals and the docket that are happening prior to trial?
To make good cases. We do. Because we end up bringing to the prosecutor the case that we have, whether it's us or a law enforcement agency. And if the case that we bring for that victim is not a good case, then they have to do something with it. And they have to figure out what the best situation is to do. And it's not easy. But I do think it's I get frustrated. I don't mind telling you, I get frustrated when I see what I think, again, this is my perception, when I see what I think are sentences that are less than what I believe ought to be justified, especially when you look at somebody that's got an 18-page rap sheet or it's got a 20-page rap sheet, and we run into those all the time now. Again, those folks who we know are prolific offenders, and yet they're not getting a sentence that I think is appropriate for somebody who has, they've not just had one chance, two chances, three chances, they've had chance over and over and over again. And some people just are bad, and some people just need time to be put away, and hopefully maybe they correct themselves.
I agree. I mean, that was one of the things that frustrates me as well. And one of the reasons I was calling for judicial reform. But as we've gotten into this, my questions, I think everything gets pointed towards JMSC, and I do agree with what you were saying about allowing more than just 3 candidates out. But, the primary problem seems to be people getting eliminated, not necessarily the amount of people that are coming out of there. But also, another question that I have, as you mentioned, these 3 officer shootings that we had, in any one of these cases, was it a member of the JMSC that got these people out on bond? Or does that go back to our bigger question of, is our problem negotiating and backed up and letting these people out, as opposed to some sly attorney making a deal with a judge, which seems to be the perception as a whole, to get these people back out on the streets?
No, I wouldn't say that, no, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Caskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chief, good to see you. Thank you for being here today, and
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for all you do. Just a couple of comments. I noted your concern about backlogs, and I think that's important. It's a bit beyond the scope of what we've got here today. Sure. But I hope that some folks dedicate the resources necessary to explore that issue in full, because I think it's worthy of that examination. We deal too much in anecdotal evidence, and the backlog is something that, while each of those cases is a story about a human life, it is nonetheless at least something that can be examined objectively through analysis. And so I hope that, again, whether it's the government or a media organization or a private citizen, I hope they dedicate the resources to examine that backlog. And also, I would be remiss if I didn't mention this. During the break, I had a chance to speak with Solicitor Pasco, and he clarified something that I said earlier about the docket management order. And I maintain and am correct that the docket management order that's now in effect does give solicitors substantial control over that docket. We agree on that point. And we agree that different circuits were handling docketing differently across the state before that. And so that's a credit to Chief Justice Beatty and Justice James that they have done that. And my understanding from talking with Solicitor Pasco is that there are other folks in other states who are looking at this with some envy. And so, again, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that, lest he get out of here and say more bad things about me.
Let me say one thing.
Yes, sir.
I want to respond to you about the backlog too. I think that what you in General Assembly did last year, and I know Hughes talked about it and Solicitor talked about it, provide more you know, more prosecutors, more public defenders, more judges, I mean, I hope and pray that that will help with that. I mean, I think that was the whole purpose of that. I know I attended a couple of meetings with the speaker when he talked to the solicitors about that and about providing additional dollars for prosecutors and public defenders. And so we hope that helps. I mean, it's like anything else we do. We talk about when we need additional forensic scientists in the lab, we're not going to catch up with our backlog without additional forensic scientists. So hopefully the resources that General Assembly provided this past year will help with the backlog issue.
The other thing I noted in your testimony was concern about our summary court judges, our magistrates and the bonds that are there. I share your concerns there. Something I've talked about before, and I anticipate we'll have more testimony about, is the need for magistrate reform. We seem to get caught up in the issue of JMSC reform, which for folks who are new to this discussion only deals with our family court, circuit court, and appellate court judges.
Right.
But our magistrates are the face of the judiciary for most people who enter the criminal justice system and civil justice system to some extent as well. So I hope that we do make some progress on that, because when people do violate those bonds, my thesis is that some of that is a function of the fact that we don't require legal training for our magistrates. They go to a course for some short period of time, but we don't require any formal legal training. And maybe that's a bridge too far to say you have to be a lawyer, but we ought to demand folks have extensive experience with our legal system before going forward on that. The two questions, though, that I really wanted to get to was first, because you talked about recidivism and you cited the Mangal report.
Yes.
There was a story yesterday that I read with some interest about the recidivism rate in South Carolina. And SEDC reports that our recidivism is at a nation low 19.1%. And I was curious what your reaction to that is. Do you take issue with the department's recidivism calculation?
I don't take issue with their calculations at all. I think what I would say, again, as I have pointed out a number of times, in 2009, when we had 25,000 or so folks in prison, and today we're less than 16,000, I think that if you look at the National Institute of Justice definition of recidivism, they look at someone who has been rearrested, convicted, with or without a new sentence, that's been sent back to prison in 3 years. And I think, again, if we look at our system, and I was with the solicitors this past weekend at a solicitors meeting, you know, if someone gets out of prison today and is rearrested 18 months from now for armed robbery, the chance of that individual being convicted either through a plea or trial in the next 18 months are not good. And so they're not going to be listed as in that definition if you're looking at 3 years from release from prison to reentry. So I don't have any question about their numbers, but again, I think it goes back to the fact, at least from law enforcement's feeling about this, is that we have far too many people that recommit crimes and they're not held accountable in a reasonable amount of time, which is what I said in my comments. And I think I think it emboldens people to keep committing crimes. You know, when there's no justice, when they're not held accountable. They think if I've been out a year now, by the time they've been out a year on bond or whatever and have not had anything, they've not come before a judge, then there's no reason or no consequence for them to not go out and recommit another crime. And that's what we see from our perspective, is just that revolving door where the same people commit crime after crime after crime. And, it goes back again, Representative Robbins, we got to do a better job of trying to identify who these prolific offenders are and try to make sure that they do, get to the bench somehow.
So I think I heard in that three dynamics, then please correct me if I misunderstood. But one is that there's a problem with the bond setting, that there's a problem with the prosecution backlog, and then there's a problem with definitionally what recidivism means, that it's functionally unimportant, that somebody is, 3 years is not the right time frame from what you're seeing. Is that right?
That's what National Institute of Justice, that's their definition, is 3 years.
Right.
From release to rearrest to conviction. And so if they come in after 3 years, they're not considered a recidivist.
Got it. The last thing is, back to the JMSC question, and I take your point about a perception problem. We may disagree about the scale or scope of that perception issue, but if we just assume that issue is there, and we'll set that to the side, my question is it a reality that you see in terms of, as a reality, are the judges that you see on the bench a problem?
I'm gonna just say this. My old Chief Stewart, always used to tell me over and over again, one of his favorite sayings was perception is reality. And whether it's reality or not, again, there is a perception out there that there's a problem there. And there's a perception out there that it is with the selection process. Again, I've been in this business a long time. I know a lot of judges retired. I don't know as many of the new ones as I did when I was out working cases in court, on a regular basis. But that perception is there.
Let me perhaps ask it differently. Let's agree that there is a perception problem as an issue for the state to deal with respect to its judicial selection model, and that because that perception of the problem exists, there's a reality that exists with the need to change the system, right, as a political issue. My question is, as a judicial issue, as someone in the courtroom experiencing the rulings of judges in the cases that y'all make, do you see a problem with the quality of judges that have been selected with this problematic, perceived problematic model? Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I don't know, like I say, I don't know exactly how to answer that. I mean, I'm like, again, I'm a lawyer, non-working lawyer. Do I have concerns or problems with the way some judges rule in courts, depending upon who's representing them? And I'm like Hugh said earlier, it's not always legislators, obviously. I mean, do I have a concern about that? Yes, I have a concern about that.
And just the flip side of any plea deal is I can understand how heart-wrenching it must be for a victim to see someone not receive the sentence that they would want that person to get, as well as law enforcement, who's dedicated their time and life and expended great personal risk to make these cases, and to see a deal that doesn't measure up to what the expectation would be. But do you think it's accurate to say that on the flip side, there are defendants who are pleading to deals that they don't like?
Oh, sure. I'm sure there are.
Thank you.
Ms. Wetmore is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Pope, and thank you, Chief Keel, for being here. I thought a lot. I'll get back on my backlog soapbox here, and I think, in reading your letter and hearing you talk today, obviously you and I share that concern. I think we should be putting people in prison, not on bond, when they're the violent offenders that you're talking about. So the way to do that, to me, is to identify the root causes of the backlog. And I'm excited you're here today because I think you're in a unique position to help with one of the things we need to do. And I'm wondering if you'll commit to working with all of our judicial circuit solicitors to track a standard set of data. In my opinion, it would include pretrial release rates, rearrest rates, failure to appear, and we can talk more about this, but just for discussion's sake, time to disposition, conviction rates, and whatever other statistics. I think if we had that data and we knew here are the problems, here's where it's getting backlogged. You know, I take your point about the recidivism rate. Unfortunately, I think our recidivism rate is higher than 19% because we don't get a case to trial in 3 years like other states. And so I do think that if we were to track that data in a uniform way, then we up here could do a much better job of addressing some of the pieces that are broken. And just so Mr. Chairman knows that I'm connecting the dots here, judicial selection, we could also use that data to identify where there's an issue in our judicial process, right? If there's a particular candidate who has a really high recidivism rate or, you know, high issue with whatever it is, bonds, sentences, whatever. Is that something that you'd be willing to discuss with your solicitors about tracking?
I am more than willing to discuss that. I think there's 2 or 3 out here today that will tell you we talk about that. I know that they've just got some new money for records management systems and obviously we have the central criminal history database at SLED, and I'm more than happy. We talk already about how we can get our systems to talk and communicate more so that we can provide more information. So I'm more than happy to do anything I can. I mean, I think obviously metrics in what we do is important, and if we can be helpful in that regard, certainly.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I think because of the way everything, you know, everyone's always like this, you may be the one person in a position to actually require that sort of tracking, and so
Well, I can't require it, but I'll be
to
more than happy
encourage
to
it
try
or to maybe collate,
try to
maybe
help in any way we could.
be a central keeping house, something.
Yeah.
I think you may be in a very unique position to do that, and I would be incredibly grateful if perhaps
I'm more than happy
we
to
can work
have
towards that.
Discussions about it. And again, I can tell you that the solicitor and I, we talk about already about how we can make our systems talk more together and provide information, because we understand it adds to efficiency when we do that.
Thank you so much.
Chief, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. And we look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you.
Thank
you all.
Our next guest is John S. Nichols, a former chief disciplinary attorney for the South Carolina Supreme Court. He's held the position for 5 years. He received a BS in mathematics from Francis Marion College and a JD at USC. John, thank you for showing up with us.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Chairman. And Chief Keel, I appreciate your remarks. I had the pleasure of working with the folks over at SLED a few years ago in developing the education program for the magistrate constables that this body had asked them to do 25 years ago, but we finally got around to it. And it was, I describe it as a pleasure, and it was a pleasure. They were on task, and we actually were able to get that going in large part because of the leadership at SLED. I do want to thank you for the opportunity to come here today. I was not able to be at the last hearing because I was over at my mother's house in Florence helping her with some stuff. But I did have the honor of serving the Supreme Court in the position as disciplinary counsel for 5 years, a little over 5 years. And I want you to know I'm here today on my own. I am not here as a representative of the court. Chief Justice Beatty can speak for the judicial branch on his own. Also, I'm chair of the Commission on Indigent Defense, but I'm not here in that regard. Mr. Ryan has that stable pretty well taken care of, but I echo his remarks. In my role as disciplinary counsel, I had the opportunity to work on projects with counterparts from around the country, other disciplinary counsel around the country, most recently an appellate project, which they kept me on. But I also was able to discuss what they saw as far as judicial discipline. Now, the judicial branch tracks as best we can data on complaints about judges. And every year we would put that data on the website. It runs from July 1st to June 30th each year, and the most recent one, I think you'll see there's about 550 cases pending over there. We saw an increase in complaints about lawyers and judges following episodes in Hampton County in the fall of 2021, and that did not wane by the time I left in January of this year. And I think if you look at the data that the court has reported, you'll see that continues. About a third of those complaints involve magistrates. And then you look at a number of other complaints that involve municipal judges, complaints about family court judges, complaints about probate judges, and complaints about circuit court judges. The overwhelming number of complaints come from litigants. So you'll see that on the data, and I'll let the data speak for itself. But in speaking with counterparts from other parts of the country where judges are, as you well know, South Carolina and Virginia have the only two states that use the process. Virginia's is slightly different, but use this process. A lot of the complaints about judges in Alabama, Kentucky, Colorado, West Virginia, a lot of it had to do with campaign practices. And so that was a concern that I had when there was a discussion of public election of judges. Now, we do publicly elect probate judges. My office did see a number of complaints involving probate judges, some of whom may be lawyers and some of whom aren't. For instance, in West Virginia, I think 4 members of the 5-member Supreme Court were impeached and the other resigned following. Now, that wasn't campaign practices, but that was spending practices. I think they had to send law enforcement to the folks' home in order to go get things that were purchased. It was just wild spending. In Colorado, they actually had to bring up disciplinary counsel from other states, New Mexico and Arizona, to investigate the Supreme Court of Colorado. Now, Colorado adopted the model that's been discussed here of the executive recommending candidates. Then there's advice and consent, and there's a selection of one person, and then they stand for a public retention election. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. But anyway, the cases that I would see coming out of Kentucky and Alabama, Iowa, Georgia, other states did seem to involve, a number of them involve problems with campaign practices. So I would ask you to consider that as you go through there. Now, in 2020 or 2019, Chief Justice approved me sitting down with Jenny Jones, who was our public relations person, with a fellow named Joe Craney of the Post and Courier, and he was writing an article for ProPublica. And I sat down and did about an hour and 15-minute interview with him. He told me in advance that he had already written his article, which didn't seem like good reporting to me, but in any event, I talked with him a good bit about my thoughts on what I was seeing at that time, only in 2 years into the position. And the only quote that he made was that I had said that most of the complaints come from disgruntled litigants. That's a fact. I mean, you can talk to the current disciplinary counsel, William Blitch, or you can talk with anyone over there, talk to my predecessor, Lee Cagiola. It is a fact that most of the complaints, as has been pointed out, when somebody wins a complaint, wins a case, they usually don't complain. And so we would see that, in family court, it's that both litigants often feel that they each lose. So, but it's not the only thing that I discussed with Mr. Craney, but it was the only thing he found worthwhile to add to the article he had already written. And I think he was after a Pulitzer. I hope he gets it. But my observation is that the process we have, while not perfect, it does yield good quality judges. And that was from my perch for 5 years, 2 months, and 16 days as disciplinary counsel. I had the pleasure of working with quite a few of those folks, either with the Commission on Judicial Conduct or for the judicial branch education programs. Maybe there are some tweaks that you could do. Maybe there are ways that you could bring the executive to the table. Perhaps the executive gets an appointment to the JMSC. I mean, I actually serve on the Commission for Indigent Defense. Governor Haley appointed me, and Governor McMaster's kept me on there. So, and I very much appreciate that. The one reason that I asked, and I appreciate the invitation to testify today, is that I was only able to watch a little bit of the last hearing, and then I went back and watched the rest. And I do want to talk a little bit about the conversation that Mr. Pasco mentioned. And Mr. Pasco and I are friends. We were friends before today. We're going to be friends after today. But I want to clear up a few things. It may be that I misspoke when I spoke with Mr. Pasco. I don't know, but I do want to make sure a few things. I had missed a call from him, so he and I have our cell phones. When I see David Pasco has called me, I call him back. Usually, he tried to call me yesterday when I was driving back from Atlanta, and I don't talk on the phone when I'm in the car. We spoke for a little over 20 minutes. He had said that he wouldn't quote me, which I took to understand that he wouldn't use my name, but then he ended up using my name and quoting me a number of times. But it was about a conversation with Judge Harrington. Now, I did not know Judge Harrington before November of 2017. I had met her, I think, at a CLE, or maybe I'd met her at a function, a bar function, but I did not know her. I had no opinion of Judge Harrington one way or the other. I took over as Deputy Disciplinary Counsel on November 1st, 2017. Several days later, or maybe it was a week or 10 days later, someone at the staff, and I know the staff at the JMSC. As you all, many of you know, I went through the process in 2016. And not only that, I have done CLEs for lawyer legislators, and which I take a great pleasure in doing over the years, and I coordinate that with staff, not only staff at the JMSC, but staff of the House, staff of the Senate. And so someone, when Solicitor Pasco called me, I was trying to remember back 6 years. And it was my recall that someone, a staff person at the JMSC, did mention that Judge Harrington's hearing, and remember, she was coming back. She'd already gone through a hearing and she was coming back. That's my recall, that she was here. So there was no command that I come. There was no request that I come. I voluntarily came. If I said to Mr. Pasco that they asked me to come over, I was mistaken. No one asked me to come over. So I did come over to the hearing, and I sat in the back. It was a hearing over in the Gressett building. I sat in the back. The members came up. The chairman did ask me to come sit in the front. I moved to the front. And then Judge Harrington and her counsel, Dawes Cook, came, and a number of witnesses were there. Honestly, maybe I was naive. I didn't really perceive that my presence would have any impact because, again, I've been to a number of JMSC hearings. So as the hearing proceeded, Judge Harrington did look over at me a couple of times. They went into executive session. Several witnesses did testify. They testified about demeanor. I knew Laree Hensley who testified. She's a friend of mine. I knew Jim Smiley by reputation. Some others testified. I understand that I had missed other witnesses who had testified favorably for her. As the day went long, I think they went into executive session. When they came back out, she withdrew from the race. I have no idea what they discussed. Later, about 2 months later, I was in Charleston to speak to the ends of court down there. I often speak to groups. They seem to want to hear what I have to say. And so Judge Harrington came up to me and said, I was going to drive back home to Columbia, and she said, would you like to go to coffee? And so I did. I agreed to do that. I mean, why not? She then proceeded to tell me that when she saw me, and I don't remember her exact words, but it was something to the effect of that she knew it was over, or she knew the game was up, or she knew, something like that. And I did say to her, I am sorry if my presence there manipulated you or caused you to make a decision that you didn't want to make. I mean, that was not my intent to be there. And I was, quite frankly, and I told Solicitor Pasco this, I was not happy with the chairman for having done that, having brought me there, because I did feel like he used me to perhaps encourage her, because here's the soon-to-be I was a deputy, but I was going to take over when Ms. Cagiola retired. And I've talked to the chairman about that, and I've expressed my disappointment in that. So, but in any event, I do feel like I wanted to express to her my frustration, my regret if I had been used in any manner. I never said that every time I see her, I apologize. If I said that, I was wrong when I was speaking with Solicitor Pasco. That night in Charleston in January of 2018 is the only conversation Judge Harrington and I have had about what happened at the JMSC hearing. Now, we've had other conversations since, because she got a job teaching at the Charleston School of Law. She taught, gosh, I can't remember what it was. She had me go down and talk about ethics in marijuana law and what the obligations were for lawyers who were trying to help people set up businesses with marijuana, since it's still a federal crime. It's Schedule II narcotic, as I understand. But some states have legalized it. So I did go down and talk with them about that. I talked with them about general ethics. And I've developed what I thought to be a friendship with Judge Harrington. I didn't know her before, but I've gotten to know her since. In 2022, one thing that the Supreme Court does is they appoint lawyers or judges to serve as attorneys to assist disciplinary counsel, because you think there's a backlog in the solicitor's office. There was a terrible backlog at the Office of Disciplinary Counsel when I took over. It's one of my goals. COVID interrupted that, and Hampton County interrupted that, but for the most part, we were making a lot of progress. And so in 2022, we had an opening. The court was trying to rotate people on and off the ATA list. That's the attorney to assist list. We had an opening on the judicial, and I went through a few candidates, and then Judge Harrington's in Charleston. She's young, she's, energetic. Maybe she would be willing to do it. And I called her and talked with her about it. And she said, she asked me a lot of questions about it. And she agreed that if the court would appoint her, she would serve. And I said, it's not heavy lifting. You're probably not going to get an assignment. In my 5 years, I don't know that I think I've made one assignment to a member of the Judicial ATA group. But in my remaining time at ODC, which was less than a year, we made no assignments, Judicial ATA assignments. But I was happy to have her. She brought a unique perspective, having served not only as an assistant solicitor, which I think is a valuable perspective, but she also served as a circuit judge and in both general sessions and common pleas, and that was very valuable to our office, because oftentimes we would get complaints that are fairly obvious what the complaint is, but sometimes we would need help from that perspective in order to get there. And so, let's see. I hand wrote out my comments because I did want to cover certain things, but I was happy to have her. The Supreme Court apparently agreed and appointed her. That's where the appointment comes from. The court issues an order every year, and they add people to the list. But I want to emphasize, if I said something to Mr. Pasco that he misunderstood, I accept service on that. In January of 2018, that's the only time Judge Harrington and I discussed that, and I did express regret. I apologized to her if my presence had manipulated her. I felt like I was not happy that I was asked to come sit at the front, and in hindsight, what the effect of that was. I guess I didn't know that I had that much juice, honestly. When I think I've covered most of that. Let me say this about what the purpose of this hearing, Representative Ott. The purpose of the hearing is to try to figure out how we select judges. And compare the way we select judges to the way other places might do it, or maybe better ways that we can do it. Magistrates, municipal judges seem to be where most of the complaints came from during my tenure. And I think historically, you will, if you look back at the data, and they keep you will find the data on that website going pretty far back. That seems to be it. Mr. Cranny was critical because South Carolina had not publicly reprimanded or publicly disciplined a circuit judge since 1997. I tried to explain to him my theory on that, which was that those are hard positions to get, and they're hard positions to keep. That's a simple way of saying it. But having gone through the process, I know how hard it is. I know how hard it is. But I also want to say, I found the process fair. They treated members of the JMSC at the time treated me with respect. I have no complaints. Now, my classmate and friend, Justice James, ends up in that seat, and I think he is doing a tremendous, I don't think anybody would complain that Justice James is the product of a corrupt system. He's doing, you know, again, he's my friend and my classmate, but I would say that about the other 4 members of the court. Anyway, and I'm sorry, I did write my notes out, but I kind of got ahead of myself. I would echo Mr. Ryan in this regard. I'm not as critical of the JMSC as some of my friends are, having gone through it. And you know, it may well be that there are some things that you could look at. There's nothing wrong with self-examination. Nothing wrong with that. One of the first things I did when I became disciplinary counsel and met with each of the lawyers there was, let's do an inventory. Let's see what is going on, and let's implement some things in order to move these cases. I was most interested in moving any case that was over 2 years old, and I'm sorry to say there were quite a few. But that doesn't mean that we can turn off the spigot, because we continued to get complaints, and so we have to find a balance of dealing with the old things while the new stuff is coming in, and you have to deal with it. And so I found that I had a lot of support from Chief Justice Beatty and the other members of the court, as well as the commissions, on a lot of the things that we did during my tenure there. Didn't get everything done that I wanted to get done, but we got a lot done. And I am very confident that Mr. Blitch, who I know and have a lot of respect for, will continue those efforts. But I've heard about, you know, any system might have an avenue for mischief. Even the Colorado system, where you have an executive recommending 3 or 4 candidates, I'm not sure what the number is, and then they get advice and consent and then stand for retention. You get a new executive in, maybe of a different party or maybe of a different thought process, and they want that seat. They have a buddy, or she wants to put a friend or somebody in that seat, but that seat's not open. You know, it's a retention election. I mean, it's not hard to imagine that a group, a PAC or somebody would come in and just do an all-out assault on this person in order to upset the retention election to open that seat up for the executive. Now, I'm not saying that's happening in Colorado. I don't believe it is. But when you start talking in what-ifs and you start looking at channels for mischief, I can probably come up with an easy channel for mischief in any manner in which you select judges. So, again, our system isn't perfect. I think our system has produced a number of really, really good judges. We saw, for example, we've seen. I wanted to mention, I think, Mr. Caskey, you mentioned that it was Circuit Court, Family Court, Court of Appeals, Supreme Court, but also we recently saw it's the Masters in Equity, who are really an arm of the Circuit Court for non-jury matters, but we saw what happened in the Strickland case. where the JMSC did their job, but they kind of got caught in the middle. And I got to say, they had a fine and handsome, intelligent lawyer helping them with that. But in any event, that's a joke. But judges make mistakes. We're all human. A judge in a courtroom, I likened it at my hearing, a judge in a courtroom is like the umpire on a field, you know, and there's a bang-bang play at first base, and what I mean is a jury, you know, maybe a jury instruction or an evidentiary ruling or something goes on in the heat of a trial. The lawyers need a ruling. The litigants need a ruling. The people need a ruling, and that judge has to make the best ruling she can make at that point, given what she's looking at. So she's like the field umpire calling out or safe in the moment, and then you move on. And that's from the information she has at that time, both with her knowledge of the law, rules of evidence, and the facts and the arguments being made. And then later on, you can do the Booth review, the Court of Appeals of the Supreme Court. They can take the long reflection, and you know, they may see something, and there may be some case out of the U.S. Supreme Court, or maybe some other thing, or maybe the judge made a mistake. You know, umpires miss calls all the time. And so the appellate courts can fix that. But that doesn't mean that judge is corrupt. That doesn't mean that judge is bad. That doesn't mean, in fact, you know, it means that judge is doing her job at that time. The job that we expect them to do, because we've got to keep things moving. Everybody expects that. So I would just say before you engage in a wholesale dismantling of the manner in which we select judges, I think you need to consider a number of things. One, there is benefit in constant evaluation and constant reflection on the way we're doing things. And don't be grounded in concrete and that we have to stick with it. There is some benefit to that. And I agree with my friend, Mr. Pasco, and the others who've testified, certainly Chief Keel, that, you know, if there is a perception of a problem on the judicial side under the canons, that can be an actual problem. It's not necessarily true on the lawyer side, but it is most definitely true on the judicial side. Secondly, just the system that we have produced some stellar judges, you know, who carry one of the heaviest caseloads in the country. If you look at the statistics that Chief Justice Toll and then Chief Justice Beatty has put out there, a circuit judge in South Carolina carries a huge caseload. Now, it might be a little misleading because a lot of that stuff gets handled, you know, non-jury, they may have 100 matters on there. But I think when you boil it down to low gravy, our judges handle more cases per judge than just about anybody in the country. And it is a tremendous burden on them. And I think the efforts that y'all have made to fund the judicial branch and provide more judges and provide more prosecutors and provide more, and have, Mr. Roberts, if we can find somebody to come actually apply and come and show up at disciplinary council, I had the same problem you identified, which was I would try to get lawyers in. I would go through, you would not believe the process I would have to go through just to make a conditional offer, and then somebody comes and undercuts me. You know, there's a retention offer at their law firm or whatever, and so I lose that effort. And I find it, and in talking with my friends in the solicitor's offices or in the public defender's offices, they're having the same trouble. Hopefully, you will have, I mean, if this last group of screenings there's any indication, I think you're going to have a fair number of candidates to fill these positions. Now, like Mr. Ryan, I served on the Judicial Qualifications Committee for the first time this year, and I served on the appellate side with Mr. Ryan. And we had quite a few really, really good candidates for the various positions. And so I was, that heartened, that gave me a good feeling. Certainly hopefully Chief Justice Kittredge, I don't want to jump the gun, but I have a great deal of respect for Justice Kittredge. I've known him a long time. I have a great deal of respect for quite a few of the other candidates that came through. So I think the current process, people are stepping up. It was a great, great thing that you did when you brought the pay for judges in line more with what we see in the Southeast and more in line with what the feds, how they compensate their judges. I think the other thing I would advise you is listen to the ideas, all the ideas. Don't dismiss anything as a bad idea without fully examining all sides of it. You know, but I would say don't throw out a system that, you know, has produced, I think, a stellar number of members. Because of a few anecdotal stories. You can come up with anecdotal stories in anything. So I would just ask you to engage in as much reflection as you can, talk to as many of the stakeholders as you can. Number one, the public, they need to have confidence. I think the public has more confidence than is reported, but that's just my view, having talked to folks in the public. I've tried cases. I don't have as many people on death row as Jack Swirling, but I did end up with the one death penalty case that I had. Mr. Myers was quite successful in that case. And probably should have been, but in any event, I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I really appreciate you taking the time to do this. I know we're sort of in the off season here, but it means a lot to me and it means a lot to the people in this room and the people of South Carolina that you're taking the time to do this.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Mr. Bailey has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nicholson, I kind of look at this panel and I see all these attorneys, so I wanted to make sure you didn't get out of here before I thanked you for your previous service. I realize sometimes policing the police or policing your own is a very difficult job, but it's a very important job. So I want to thank you for that. I've had several occasions, whether you remember or not, you probably don't, you've had so many cases, but I've actually spoke to you on the phone and had cases where I just could not believe the professionalism and the time you took to make sure that I understood and the people I was trying to help, you know, they understood what was going on. So I want to make sure you know that I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. I felt a little like Colonel Jessup. You know, my existence, though grotesque, was necessary, but I really appreciate it.
I just can't imagine. You said you didn't have any juice, and believe me, I've been in attorneys' offices before when they heard your phone call come in, and you have a lot of juice or had a lot of juice. One of the questions that I had, and I actually asked, or didn't get to ask the question to the solicitors, but I brought up the point before that there were some accusations made during these hearings and some things that we all consider we would consider misconduct in the real world. If some of the stuff that you heard or accusations that you heard actually came to you as the form of a complaint, lawyer, legislators in the courtroom, would that be something that could be filed with the Office of Disciplinary Counsel when you were there, that could be investigated and sought through?
Yes, sir. And let me one thing. The rules for lawyer disciplinary enforcement are found in Rule 413 of the Appellate Court Rules, and I bet I could canvass. You know, I don't know how many members of the bar there is. If you call the bar, they'll give you 3 or 4 different numbers, but let's use 12,800. I bet I could canvass 12,800 and find that 12,600 have never even heard of those rules. Those rules say that if information comes to the attention of disciplinary counsel that, if true, would be misconduct, we would send a notice of investigation, and the notice of investigation would say, we've received this information. We believe it implicates this rule, this rule, this rule, this rule, you know. What's your response? And they would have to give a response. That's a very low threshold. And that's, I think, one reason why you see the caseloads over there. Some of the lawyers over there have caseloads exceeding 200. Now, that's a little deceptive because most of those things are fairly simple, fairly straightforward. I'll put it that way. And so they would either get, after you would get the response from the lawyer, you would review it, you would talk with whatever witnesses you had, you would gather whatever evidence you have, and then now you have to make a decision. It's similar to what Chief Keel talked about. Can I prove a case of misconduct under the rules by clear and convincing evidence? Now, that's not their burden of beyond a reasonable doubt, but it is between preponderance of the evidence and beyond a reasonable doubt, and it's the standard that says it creates a firm conviction in the mind of the observer that I can prove a rule violation by the evidence that I've gathered. If I can't do that, I can either go to the lawyer and negotiate a plea, which is not, you know, and we call it an agreement for discipline by consent, or if the conduct doesn't necessarily lead to a sanction, but there is something that ought to be done, we can recommend to the commission that they issue a letter of caution. Or I can sign a letter of caution in some cases. And the disciplinary council signs all letters of caution. Before I would do that, though, I would have to do a thorough review of the case, and I would sit down with my lawyer and my investigator. We had 2 full-time investigators. I was very fortunate to snag one from the U.S. Attorney's Office who had been with the U.S. Marshal Service for about 17 years and had done financial crimes, which is why I wanted him. And I had another who had been an undercover narcotics officer, and she had testified over 300 times, and she had done a lot of hard work. And so we would then, if we found misconduct, but that's a long, winding answer, but the answer to your question is yes, and I developed a form that folks could use so that they could sort of crystallize their ideas, and that form it's located on the Judicial Branch website. One of my goals was for the disciplinary council to have its own website, as in other states, and I met with IT and did that, and then COVID came and knocked us off our blocks, and then the IT person left, but that effort was ongoing as I left.
So I guess my question I'm trying to get to now is so I realize how easy it is to make a complaint. An unhappy person can make a complaint on an attorney and just turn his world upside down for a couple of days while he's trying to address and answer your questions. And I understand that's not a welcoming thing when you see it coming if you're an attorney. But my question, I guess, is do you, or when you were in that position, do you remember whether it was a lot or medium or very rarely, did you ever get those kind of complaints on legislative lawyers in the courtroom?
I didn't really know that. The short answer to that is Rule 12 is sort of standing in front of me. Now, Rule 12 is a confidentiality rule, and what it says is that as disciplinary counsel, I could not reveal the existence or not of a pending complaint. So I'm going to speak in generalities.
Would it be realistic?
Right. So if someone complained hypothetically about a lawyer legislator abusing their position and to try to influence a judge or to try to influence a particular case, we would investigate that. We would investigate it under 2 or 3 different provisions of the Rules of Professional Conduct. We'd also investigate it under Rule 402H, which is where the civility code lies. All lawyers have to take an oath, and it's found in Rule 402H. And it's a civility oath is what is sort of the thumbnail of it, but it contains a lot of very, very important promises that we make in order to get the license to practice law or to keep the license to practice law.
Thank you for that. And the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of options. If someone sees
Yes, sir.
something that's not right in the courtroom, there's options. So
That's right.
These options should be addressed before we get to the point where we're trying to reinvent the wheel.
Yes, sir, and I hear a lot of folks say, well, I'm going to report you to the bar, and I love the folks at the bar. They do my licensing, they provide wonderful CLE, they do publications, but they have nothing to do with discipline in South Carolina. Unlike in Georgia or other states like Tennessee has a hybrid where the bar and the judicial branch. The Supreme Court, under the Constitution of this state, is in control of the disciplinary process, and they hire the disciplinary counsel, they hire the commission counsel, and that's where what you do is you go to the Supreme Court's website, you pull down that thing, you see disciplinary counsel, you click on it, and you can go right to a form that will help you sort of crystallize your thoughts as you present them, and it reminds you to attach any documents for review. And oftentimes, we would get a complaint, we would have to reach back to the complainant and say, let me ask you some questions. What are you complaining about? Because we couldn't quite figure it out. Or, who are you complaining about? Sometimes, but we would often do that. So the folks that we had 3 administrative assistants, 2 investigators, a paralegal, and we would often reach back to complainants to help them sort of fill in some gaps before we send the notice to the lawyer.
Thank you again for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Duffy.
Things are a pain, apologize. So, me not being an attorney, once again, as far as like, and I'm glad that just got some of those questions answered about what is the way to go about handling this, but I want to clear something up too, because at the beginning you said that you were not asked to be there, and then later on you said that you apologized to her for
Yes, sir.
Coming whenever asked. So which is it? Were you asked to be there or not?
Let me clarify. I didn't say that I apologize for being there when not asked. I said that I apologize for being brought from the rear to the front so that I would be conspicuous.
Gotcha.
And sort of on reflection, that me sitting there as soon-to-be disciplinary counsel manipulated her where she hadn't decided whether she would proceed with her nomination, but when she looked over, she told me.
Understood that. I just misunderstood what you were saying, so I wanted to make sure
And
I
I
had
thank you for your
clarification on that. The other thing, you said that there was a backlog of disciplinary action. The big thing that I really starred here was you made the comment of things not being grounded in concrete. And we talk about the public perception. Yes. With any of these cases that have brought media, that the solicitors have brought before us, are you aware of any of these being reported to the disciplinary council?
I can't answer that. The answer that I have to give you is, if they have been, I would be prevented by Rule 12 from revealing the existence of the complaint without permissive disclosure from the Commission on Lawyer Conduct.
Okay. But someone, it would be known if someone's disciplined, I would assume.
Not necessarily. And that goes to Rule 7B of the Rules for Lawyer Disciplinary Enforcement, which outlines what course of action the Commission and the court can take. A confidential admonition is a sanction under Rule 7B, but it is not public. And so that might happen in a case. A letter of caution is not a sanction. It is not public. But anything after that, either a public reprimand, a suspension, or disbarment, is all public. And if there's an agreement for discipline by consent that involves some sort of public discipline, both the discipline and the agreement become public.
But if I'm an attorney and I go and make a backroom deal with a judge, I get reported, and I show up before the disciplinary council, you can't tell me that the only thing that's going to be done is this, just because I admit that this happened, I'm just, secretly disciplined. I can't imagine that we would allow people to continue to practice law in that case.
I don't know what you mean by a backroom deal, because
Well,
in my,
as the perception that's being put out there,
well, but if that's the perception, it's not based in reality, it's not based in fact. I am unaware of any case in which we investigated a complaint where we were able to verify any backdoor, I don't know what you mean by a backdoor deal, but if what you're talking about is that a lawyer engages in ex parte communication with the judge, which is a violation of Canon 3 of the Judicial Code, and it's also a problem for the lawyer under the rules of professional conduct, if they engage in that kind of behavior, certainly we would open it up. I can't imagine that the commission would handle that in a private manner, Well,
that kind of gets to my point.
Okay.
It's, even if it's that, you know, just having that conversation at that point, even if they admitted that it, you know, they thought it might influence the case, then of course the person involved in the case needs to have a fair trial. So at least another trial would be issued. At minimum, I would imagine, if there's wrongdoing found.
If it came to light that someone engaged in ex parte communication under a case called Burgess versus Stern, you know, that would probably strike at the structure of it would no doubt strike at the structure of the administration of justice. And those people, if that came to light, there would most likely be discipline of the judge, there'd be discipline of the lawyer, and there would be a new trial. And, you know, that would, you try to avoid that for a lot of reasons. One, it's not, you know, it's improper, but the other is the cost to the system. Not just the economic cost, but the reputational cost to the system.
Right. All right. And then the other question I had, you said Rule 402H, the civility oath. If someone has a problem, whether it's a solicitor, whether it's opposing counsel, and they are reporting what they feel is an issue, but if it continues to happen, this is the old saying of where there's smoke, there's fire. How do we go about handling that now? I mean, I'm one of the people that would have said, oh, I'll just report you to the bar, because I don't have a clue how that works, but it's just ensuring that the public understands what this process is and how we go about it.
And let me say this, if you did contact the South Carolina Bar, they would steer you to the correct place. They're good folks over there, and they're used to folks being confused about that, and they have wonderful folks over there who would get you into the right place. And the right place would be the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. And that is an arm of the Supreme Court. And so what they would need to do is go on the judicial branch, and it's I think scjudicial.org. You go on there, and at the top, you see all the courts, you see the Supreme Court, you click on that, and there's a pull-down menu, and you'll see disciplinary counsel. Click on that, and it'll take you right to where you can make a complaint. So if you believe that someone has violated the oath, and since we adopted the oath, there have been a number of cases. The most noteworthy is the Trawick case out of Charleston, where the fellow was trolling people. He identified himself as a lawyer, and he was trolling people on Facebook. We got complaints. It's described in the opinion, so I'm not violating Rule 12. We got complaints from all over the world about that. And so he ended up being temporarily on interim suspension, and then ended up getting a 6-month suspension. And that had, by the way, nothing to do with the practice of law or representing a client, but he represented the profession. And the same is true of a judge. If a judge engages in conduct that has nothing to do with presiding over a case or you know, engaging in motions work, anything related to litigation, but the judge does something that violates the judges have to take, they actually have to take 2 oaths. They have to take, the judges who are lawyers have to take the oath in 402H. They also have to take another oath under Rule 502.1. If they violate that, it doesn't necessarily impact the case or anything, but it will surely get the attention of the Commission on Judicial Conduct and the Supreme Court.
Okay, and then my final question, you know, and I guess the hardest thing that I've had to deal with here in trying to look at this is that, you know, whenever I think of a judge, I was shocked coming in to have to know that judges are asking me for their vote. I sell rocks and dirt for a living. You know, I felt, who am I to be qualified to choose a judge? But to me, you know, a judge is always above reproach. They are that line that regardless of whether they're going to hurt your feelings or make anyone mad, they're always going to be fair and just. And it's frustrating to me to think that even in some of, you know, the situations that we've given, for someone to say that I was influenced by the presence of a legislator. And in my opinion, at that point, I feel like you shouldn't be a judge if that is the approach. However, I didn't quite understand like the power that you carry, as you said. You know, sitting down on the front row, I can imagine walking in and, you know, if there's law enforcement or something sitting there, I'm thinking, oh goodness, I'm about to really be in trouble. I need to watch myself. But it's just frustrating, and that's not really a question. I apologize. I just wanted to share that. But thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Ott's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be very brief. Mr. Nichols, first and foremost, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Just want you to know that I found it to be very sincere, and maybe even somewhat difficult at times, but I certainly appreciate it. Just want to clarify a few things. When someone would make, when someone would bring forward something to your office, right? When someone would make an accusation, I guess, or file a complaint, did I hear you say that those cannot be anonymous, correct?
Not correct. It can be, and we did get anonymous complaints.
Right, but that would be very hard for you to follow up on?
It would be hard to follow up on, and the fact of anonymity would be something that you would think about. It wouldn't necessarily drive the outcome, but it was something you would consider as you proceed with the investigation, because if something's anonymous, you can't go back to the source.
Exactly.
And
So-
verify.
Can you recall ever there being a situation where an anonymous complaint was filed that was investigated and ultimately led to some type of, what's the term that you used?
Sanction.
Sanction.
I can, but it was, again, the trade.
I'm not asking for a specific, but did it ever happen?
Well, it did happen in the Tradewick case, but we also had people who did sign it. So that's not really a good example, Mr. Ott. I mean, there were folks who did not want to sign their complaint.
Right. Do you think the fact, I mean, look, you know, I try to base everything in reality, right? I understand that when you're in a particular profession, it's not necessarily a aforementioned code, but I'm sure it's frowned upon in a profession to bring forward an accusation against your fellow colleagues. Do you believe that you know, that deters some situations of complaints being filed?
It most certainly may impact it. I mean, I recall complaints against, for instance, under the ethics code about House members, there were certain requirements that had to be with in the complaint. There is some reluctance, there's no doubt. Under Rule 8.3 of the Rules of Professional Conduct, we have an obligation to report misconduct where we identify it, but only if it raises a substantial question as to that lawyer's honesty, trustworthiness, or fitness as a lawyer in other respects. And so you start looking at that, and the word substantial described in the comments, it's not quantity, it's quality. I mean, you look and see, okay, is this impacting somebody's finances, or is this impacting a case? You know, is this impacting how this person's been interacting with people? And so you have to make a decision under Rule 8.3, am I obligated to report that? Now, there are some things is pretty obvious. If you're aware of criminal activity or stealing or lying, those kinds of things, and you don't report it, you have now violated the rule. And so we're all taught that in law school when we take professional responsibility, and it's reinforced through CLEs that you have to, every lawyer has to do a number of continuing legal education that includes 1 hour of ethics every year, and every other year includes 1 hour of substance abuse and mental health. And so lawyers are constantly reminded of their obligations, but we're also human. And, you know, I remember my professor, John Timms, used to say, where the rules of professional conduct are concerned, you got to rat on your brother and be available to testify.
And I'm sure that's hard to do. Can you ever recall any attorney that has been sanctioned for not following their obligation to report?
I can. There's one case that comes to mind. It's in the matter of Steinmeier, where Ms. Steinmeier was aware of a partner who was misappropriating from the trust account, and rather than confront the partner or do something about it, she didn't do anything. She didn't report. Now that I got to sort of buttress that by she was doing a whole lot of other things that got her disbarred. But that was one of the specifications of misconduct, was that she had violated Rule 8.3. And there has since been, I think, 2 other cases where lawyers were aware of misconduct that caused harm to another person, and they didn't report it. And that was part of an agreement for discipline by consent or a finding by the commission that was adopted by the Supreme Court.
Thank you for that. I want to go back now to what you were referencing back to, you know, you attending the JSC meeting.
Yes.
JMC meeting, excuse me. Help me understand, help someone that might be watching this proceeding, right? I think a lot of folks that follow public meetings have a basic understanding of what executive session means, right?
Right.
County council meetings, county councils go into executive sessions. There's very strict rules by which they can operate under once they enter into executive session.
That's right.
Help me understand why there would be a need for JMC to go into an executive session.
Well,
and are they bound by those same types of rules once they enter, or are we talking about something different than what I understand executive session to be?
I can tell you that on the Commission for Indigent Defense, or when I am also outside counsel of the House Ethics Committee, when we go into executive session, it's to discuss matters that they need either legal advice, or the matters might have some sense of embarrassment or some sense of privacy to them, but there are no decisions made. You just simply are gathering information during the executive session. Now, I haven't served on the JMSC. I have no idea what their standards are. I have faith that they follow the same rules, the Roberts rules, that if you go into executive session, you do freely discuss things or seek legal advice, or maybe you want to talk with somebody about something that's embarrassing you don't want to bring to the public, but there is no decision made in executive session. That would violate not only Robert's Rules of Orders, it probably violates statutes.
So you don't think then that there would ever be a situation in which a decision had already been made about a particular candidate that is appearing before the JMSC, and that candidate is brought into executive session, as you referenced with the judge, and then coming out of that executive session, that judge then withdraws her candidacy? I'm trying to understand what could have transpired in that executive session if a decision had not already been made to have that particular judge say, well, I think I'm going to go ahead and withdraw once we come out of executive session.
I was not in the room, so I don't know.
I understand.
I believe in the integrity of the members of the JMSC, but I think it could probably be this. If I were an imaginary JMSC member, I think it would be to say, candidate, this is the information that we have received. This information is critical to the decision that we're going to make. You need to think about whether you want to proceed with your candidacy and have this information brought into the public and discussed in the public and been made a part of the decision that we're going to make if we ultimately decide that you're either not qualified or you're qualified and not nominated, which are the two decisions that the JMSC members have to make. I don't know if that answers your question, but I could imagine a scenario where there may be something that they don't want to discuss in public because it could be embarrassing or it could be private to the person, or that maybe without the person would be in the room, so you're not really seeking legal advice. You wouldn't want to do that with the third party in the room. But
as a candidate, that could almost be conceived as a threat, could it not?
It could be perceived as pressure. I don't know about a threat. If I'm telling someone, giving them a warning, maybe it's more of a warning than a threat. But if it's perceived as a threat, then I have to take the candidate's word for it that she felt pressured or she felt there was a threat. Again, I didn't know Judge Harrington before that day. I had met her. I didn't know anything about her. I don't know why she made the decision. She's going to have to speak to that. The other thing is, I have every bit of trust in what Judge Harrington would tell you.
And I appreciate that. I certainly have not heard from her. But would you not agree that if someone wanted, if there were future members that wanted to exercise that extreme gray area that you're talking about, the current system certainly exists for, I don't know what the right wording is, but the weeding out of particular candidates so as not to have to actually take a vote.
Well, sure, and it's a comment that I made earlier that almost any system that you end up going with under your constitutional duty, almost any system has doors open for mischief. And you're never going to, it's only as good as the people who are involved there. And you're never going to close every door for mischief. And certainly under the scenario you paint, if they wanted to avoid making the difficult public decision, which is, I think what you're saying, that they could strongly urge withdrawal based on this is what we can prove. I don't know if that's what happened.
Yeah, I'm just trying to put myself in that, and it's hard to put yourself in those particular shoes at that immediate moment. But I mean, what we're essentially saying is that we've got candidates out there that know there may be information that could possibly come to light about them that they wouldn't want the general public to know about, but yet they're still moving forward with entering themselves into the process of becoming a judge.
Right.
And that's hard for me to accept, that we've got a bunch of these candidates out there that just think, well, maybe this will just slide under the radar. We have talked ad nauseum about how intense this process is. We have talked ad nauseum about, well, if there's something out there, it's going to come up. And so you would have to believe that would have to go into consideration of these candidates before they ever applied. And so that's what I'm having a hard time squaring is they said, I'm going to go through this process with the understanding that they know in the history of what they've done, but then when faced with it, they then withdraw.
Well, I don't know the specifics of this case. I don't know, but I'll tell you that Chief Keel's folks are very thorough. I remember whenever I went through, I got a call from a SLED agent who said, why didn't you report that you got sued in Lexington County in 2014? And I went, I don't know anything about it. And it turned out that a friend of mine had asked me to stand in as a personal representative because the defendant had died and the family didn't want to open the estate. So there's a mechanism by which you can ask a colleague to stand in so that you can file and serve the lawsuit and get the insurance company's attention. And then once she mentioned that, I was able, oh yeah, but I had forgotten it. I had to amend my sworn statement and my PDQ in order to reflect that I had been sued in Lexington County, even though it wasn't a lawsuit against me. So I realize that anyone who comes forward knows that things that are in their past are going to come to light. And if they're willing to come forward and face that, that's what you're getting at. So what would have changed in order to all of a sudden have a change of heart? As I recall, and remember, it was a re-election. It wasn't an initial election. She was standing for re-election, and this was the second hearing in her case on re-election. And I don't know the facts. I believe that there were some things that occurred between the first hearing and the second hearing that the JMSC wanted to explore. But you'll have to ask her or someone who is on the, because I don't know, and I'm not going to engage in speculation, Mr. Ott.
No, I'm with you on it. It's just, it seems problematic, if that makes sense to you, Mr. Nichols. And that's what I just want, I guess, the committee to consider is it too almost secretive of a process that maybe a little bit more sunlight may not, help with the process as a whole?
Sunlight's a great cleanser. There's no doubt about that. But it was my understanding that in her case, and perhaps in Judge Russo's case, that they were actually trying to accommodate them. But again, I'm engaging in speculation, so I need to probably stop right there.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I'm, again, trying to base everything in reality. I just know that, I've spoken with a lot of candidates, Mr. Nichols, and I know that this is for a lot of them, a lifelong goal. And, if you're faced with options, right? And the option is, you can push this if you want to push it. It's probably not going to end well for you now, and it's probably not going to end well for you later on down the road if you ever want to come back and reapply and try to become a judge later. Or, you can make this process easy for everyone and go ahead and resign, and that might be looked upon favorably if you ever decide to come back before us again.
I'll have to leave that because that's more from your perch than mine, so I'll have to leave that comment. I can't really respond to that, Mr. Ott, but I appreciate it.
Okay, just for timekeeping, I'm gonna let you guys know we got 4 more folks that want to ask questions. We've got at least 3 more presenters, and my intention is to hear from everybody today because the sheriff in Chester, I have to drive through Chester to get home, so we're not gonna make him come back again. So I just wanted to tell you, so keep that in mind as you're asking a question. Mr. Caskey's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief, but I think it's important to clarify some things so we can then accurately assess the veracity of some of the things that have been presented to the committee. So, Mr. Nichols, I appreciate you being here. First, I appreciate the correction about the Masters in Equity. And it reminded me, actually, in one of the presentations that was offered to the committee last time out, the Strickland case, Strickland v. JMSC, was cited as evidence of how rotten the JMSC system is. You recall that case, sir?
I do.
Do you recall footnote 2 in which the court ruled the JMSC merely acquiesced in the request of the chairman of the Richland County Legislative Delegation to announce a vacancy in this position? As noted, JMSC has conducted itself in a professional manner and is simply caught in the middle of a disagreement among members of the Richland County Legislative Delegation?
I do. I was very thankful to see that footnote.
And in the text of the order, the court also said, we affirm the temporary injunction against the JMSC. We do so not because of any impropriety on the JMSC's part, but rather because there is technically no vacancy for the position of Richland County Master, unless and until the governor declines to reappoint the petitioner.
Yes, sir. I do recall that. As you recall, I represented the JMSC in that matter.
I do, and I reserve comment on your description of the attorney in that case. I will let others, like your wife, decide how accurate that is. The other sort of issues I wanted to just go through quickly. You talked briefly about the canons of judicial conduct and included social media as a vector by which one could potentially violate that. Would racially insensitive or racist cartoons displayed by a sitting judge violate those sorts of canons?
That would be a matter for the Commission on Judicial Conduct to ultimately decide. I believe that they would find that there would not only be a violation of, well, at least it would implicate some of the canons. It would probably also implicate the extra oath that the judge has to take, as long as if the judge made those comments while still identifying herself or himself as a judge.
So do you believe it's accurate to say that a reasonable person in a position to assess whether or not that violated the canons or any rule of professional conduct could conclude that that was a violation, that any particular image was a violation?
Yes, sir, I do.
Lastly, next to last, you did say that the most complaints the Office of Disciplinary Counsel receives relates to magistrate judges. Is that right?
I think the latest statistics, I checked them right before, it looked like about 1/3 of the complaints involve magistrates, and probably about 10% or right under 10% involve municipal judges.
All right. So somewhere north of 40% of the complaints are the magistrates in the state?
Yes, sir. Right. Magistrate or municipal judges.
And lastly, the issue with Judge Harrington that precipitated, that hearing was on December 5th, 2017. Does that sound about right?
That does. I recall I started at ODC November 1st, so I was trying to, again, it was 6 years ago, so I was trying to put it in the timeline of my mind, and I got my Medicare card in January, so you'll have to forgive me if I didn't get that date right.
So about December 5th sounds right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that, because there have been some testimony involved regarding Representative Peter McCoy's participation in her candidacy. Did you know that Representative McCoy had resigned from the JMSC July 28th of 2017?
I was aware that Representative McCoy had removed himself from the JMSC. I think it was because maybe his wife was a candidate for a judicial position.
And he wasn't present that day during the testimony or during the hearing for Judge Harrington, was he?
I did not see Representative McCoy.
Did you recall seeing Representative Stavronakis there?
I do not recall seeing him there.
All right. One of the, and I wasn't there either, right?
I didn't.
You don't recall seeing me either?
I don't recall seeing you there, Mr. Cass.
This is the Post and Courier reported on that week after the hearing that Harrington officially removed herself from contention Tuesday rather than answer whether she'd talked to a legislator about her election since she had appeared before the JMSC in November. Do you recall that?
I vaguely recall those reports. That's why I wasn't going to engage in speculation, but I had heard that something had happened between the first hearing and the second hearing that caused the JMSC some concern.
So let's, for the purposes of a hypothetical understanding of the potential issues that would have arisen, if that were in fact the situation presented, if the candidate had spoken to a legislator about the candidacy, would that have been a violation of any rules that you're aware of?
Well, as I understand it, having been a candidate, it not only would be a violation of a canon, I think Canon 5, but it also would be a violation of, I believe, part of Title 8, Chapter 13, which is part of the Ethics in Government Act. For a candidate, I think there's some very strict rules. You're told in the packet when you pick it up that that you are not to do this, and citation to the statutes. And as I recall, from watching another case argued at the Supreme Court, almost any violation of Chapter 8, Title 8, Chapter 13 is a misdemeanor, so it'd be a crime.
So yes, if a candidate had engaged in conversation about his or her candidacy with a legislator during that time, it would not only be a violation of the rules, it would be a violation of law, right?
It could be. I remember when the Harrell case was argued at the Supreme Court, that point was made by the court.
Okay.
And the lawyer arguing it.
If a candidate had engaged in that sort of conduct, but then denied that under oath while testifying before the JMSC, would that be a violation of law?
Well, certainly, and again,
well, certainly
we're talking hypotheticals, it would be perjury.
Okay. So we're talking about if a candidate had engaged in the sort of prohibited conduct that we've talked about, the candidate would be in a position of either having to violate the law by admitting to it or violate the law by lying about it. And so that presumably could then be one basis by which an individual would determine that her candidacy was no longer viable and nor was jail time, right?
Hypothetically, I suppose you're correct. Again, I wasn't in the room, Mr. Caskey, and I recall the story in the Post and Courier. Certainly, if we were told as candidates, I'll just tell you from my experience, we were told as candidates, you don't talk to anybody until the report comes out. You certainly don't reach out to any member of the JMSC about your candidacy. And you certainly can say, I am running, and when the time's right, I'd like to come talk with you about my candidacy. I think there's some things that you can say as a candidate, but if you are in direct communication with a member of the General Assembly, especially if that person has a link to the JMSC, that would be a violation of, as I understood it, of the statute, which again has been described as any violation of that chapter is a misdemeanor.
And you weren't here earlier when I offered some comments, but I'll reiterate them here. I don't know, Judge Harrington. I can't offer an independent judgment on what did or didn't happen, because all I know is what's been reported in the press and what was offered in testimony. So I join you in reserving judgment about that. I simply am raising these concerns because they are one explanation for the candidacy in that situation, and it is not necessarily the case that it was the result of nefarious action by anybody, but in fact, the reality of how that candidate perhaps chose to conduct herself. And so I'll just ask you this last question. You may recall this from the article. Rather than being unfair, this may be an instance of the system actually holding people accountable, Freeman said, reference to Professor John Freeman, Professor Emeritus of Ethics at the University of South Carolina. Quote, maybe, just maybe, it's a sign there is a system for the public protection and it's working, he said. You recall reading that?
I do, and the reason is because not only had John Freeman been a member of the JMSC at one time, he was one of my professors. He's one of my hardest professors, but he became a friend later. He is now no longer with us, but I do recall, and that did catch my attention because it was Professor Freeman. But Mr. Caskey, if I could just add one thing. I did not know Judge Harrington before that day. I have come to know Judge Harrington, and I have respect for Judge Harrington. I want that to be clear to this committee. I think fondly of Judge Harrington right now, but I was not in the room that day. I have no idea why she made the decision that she made. Any part that I had in being moved from the back to the front, I regret. And I said that, and I have said that to the chairman.
Right. Well, let me just offer to you, for whatever consolence it may be, Mr. Nichols, I think, and I'm not a priest to absolve you of anything, but we're talking about somebody who was a sitting circuit court judge who had unilateral discretion in many cases to sentence people to prison for considerable lengths of time, up to including life and death in some cases. And so as we consider the relative capacity of an individual to assess the potential for pressure or potential for violation of the law, there is, I would submit to you, very few people as well positioned as a sitting judge to assess those things. And so to the extent one was intimidated by the presence of a lawyer interested in the preservation of the law, that would give me pause to move forward with their candidacy as a judge. So again, I'm not a priest, I can't absolve you anything, but I think a proper contextualization of it is necessary. And again, I don't know Judge Harrington, I don't got a dog in the fight other than to say that the role of this committee is to assess what we ought to do about our system, and to the extent testimony has been offered to the committee about various things and all the rottenness of the JMSC system, I find this yet another example of at least dubious quality, information of dubious quality. I'll say that. I appreciate you being here, so thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bamberg.
First, I want to thank you for coming. It's good to see you. I'm not as articulate. That's the word I'm not as articulate as this fella here. As I see it, the Judge Harrington situation, again, I didn't have a dog in that fight or anything. That is not indicative to me of there being a problem at JMSC, okay? And I preface my talk with you on that is how I view that situation. She was, at the time, her counsel was Dawes Cook,
That's
right?
correct.
And I've dealt with Dawes, I think the world of Dawes. Dawes, correct me if I'm wrong, Dawes was the president-elect of the South Carolina Bar.
I believe
at that time.
I believe that is correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
And not to tier lawyers or anything like that, but her attorney for that ordeal was the president-elect of the South Carolina Bar. Is there more than one bar in our state, or is it just the South Carolina Bar?
It's the South Carolina Bar.
All right, so the president of the bar, and Representative Caskey pointed out, and I want you to know, I don't think you should feel bad about being there, sitting up front or anything like that. When I go and I walk past police officers on the street, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? I'm not scared. I don't have weed in my pocket, right? I'm not carrying a weapon illegally. I don't have warrants, right? Their presence, because they're the police, shouldn't scare me, okay? No one likes getting a letter from ODC. That, to most lawyers, for non-lawyers on here, lawyers getting a letter from ODC makes your stomach knot up for a second.
They're
as you read
personal.
it.
They're personal and confidential, but go ahead.
Yes, it's a very personal, very oh shoot moment, okay? But lawyers shouldn't get nervous when someone from ODC is around. Are judges lawyers? Circular judges? Are they lawyers?
All circuit, yeah. You have to be a lawyer to be a.
You have to be a lawyer,
You have to be a member
right?
of the bar for a certain period of time in order to serve.
So, as a lawyer with the bar, the South Carolina Bar, licensed for a certain amount of time, obviously there's some degree in understanding of what ODC is, how Office of Disciplinary, whether you've been in front of them or not, most lawyers have an understanding that it exists, right? Is that pretty fair to say?
I would say that's very fair to say, and in fact, during my tenure, I tried to get to both law schools as often as possible so I could speak to as many law students as well as many local bars, as well as the ends of court around the state, because I wanted the presence of ODC to be sort of a public thing in the mind of lawyers and judges.
So the South Carolina Highway Patrol has what I would consider like their equivalent of our ODC, right? Which is OPR, the Office of Professional Responsibility. My brother was a regular state trooper. That's how he started. At one point, he then went and ended up in OPR. I used to joke on him and say, man, you're part of the snitch squad now, right? But now he's on OPR. When he would come down to, say, visit me in Bamberg at my office, which is right by the Highway Patrol headquarters down there, troopers shouldn't be nervous. If they're in the parking lot or they see him come and, oh, shoot, OPR Bamberg is here. No, you shouldn't be nervous and afraid of that, right? My whole thing here with this and you being there and stuff like that, we're talking about a licensed lawyer who had to be a member of the bar for a certain amount of time before they became a judge. They had been on the bench, and I'm not, this is not a personal thing. This is talking about facts and whether or not that situation is support that there's something wrong with JMSC such that we need to look at that situation and take X, Y, or Z action as a result thereof. But you have all these other things in place, and under the direction of counsel, it is not your fault, and I personally do not think you should feel bad in any way, shape, or form about being there. She was the sitting judge. She knew what she did or didn't do, and she made a decision under the advice of counsel, who wasn't just any counsel, was the president-elect of the South Carolina Bar, and it is what it is. And the comments are there. It's out here. Her lawyer made comments. She made comments, etc. But do we expect judges to follow the rules?
Yes, sir, but can I go back to a comment you made earlier about getting a personal and confidential letter from ODC is an oh shoot moment? Having ODC, I will accept service that having ODC in the room might be another oh shoot moment, even though you haven't done anything wrong. Now you may feel that pressure of somebody perceiving that. I'm giving you a little bit of pushback, Mr. Bamberg, because, and I appreciate you, I'll say 3 Hail Marys and 2 Our Fathers. I appreciate the absolution, but I do understand the reaction. Let me say it that.
I get what you're tracking. Right. You understand how she may feel pressure or someone may feel pressure. And I get that. We all have our own perceptions. And I can only speak for me. This is a sitting judge who, at the drop of a dime, is authorized under our law. Is not just talking about a practicing lawyer. I'm talking about somebody on the bench. And I'm sure if you look at sentences, people who's been sentenced to prison for an extremely long time. Representative Caskey pointed out, I order you to be sentenced to death by lethal injection or by electrocution. I order you sentenced to be incarcerated at the South Carolina Department of Corrections for the rest of your natural existence. These are words that she was empowered to be able to say, and it happened. I don't see a problem with it. I don't think you should feel bad about it, me personally, and again, I hate to see us here through this process. It seems as though the talk about the judges as though they're not judges, like they're little kids or something. These are grown men and women who have, I would say, in terms of power, right, law enforcement, the ability to deprive people of their life, liberty, or freedom, right? Well, the judge is the one that gets to render the sentence, you know, and they're not little kids. And I get the posturing of things and all of that, but I am not inclined to look at it as though they did not have the power that they have, and because they're in this process and you're sitting there, all of a sudden they convert to some child who's sitting there and mama caught them with their hand in the cookie jar. So don't feel bad about it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just before you start feeling too good, I got people on death row, and John's my friend. If John calls me, I'm wondering what he's calling me about. And that's after you were gone. Mr. Thigpen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank all who have given comment, and thank you also to Mr. Nichols for the testimony that you've given. I found it very informative. Kind of want to just, for my own thought process, revisit a couple of things and ask about 2 or 3 simple questions. We've been tasked to see how we can improve JMSC. We've been tasked to enhance public confidence, and we've been tasked to see how we can improve magistrate selection. I believe the middle one, enhance public confidence, is kind of the gateway to the other 2. And even though we talk about opinions, perceptions, facts, evidence, if you would, really when we talk about public confidence or their perception, we're really not dealing so much in that. to that end, one of the things that was mentioned in previous testimony and previous meetings was our reporting process. And I think with you being former chief of the disciplinary council, let me ask a point blank question. Do you believe we have a good reporting process, or do you believe there is much room for improvement? And if it is the latter, please spell out ways in which we can improve it.
Thank you, Mr. Thickerman. I do think we have an adequate, actually a good reporting process. Perhaps we could be better at informing people how to use that process. So that might be one way that lawyers are, I don't know if the rules of professional conduct require this, but certainly the rules of professionalism require a lawyer if the person says, hey, I'm going to report you to the bar. We certainly cannot discourage that by rule. We are not allowed to discourage it. We're not allowed to enter into agreements preventing that. And that's for the protection of the public, because that's the primary goal of discipline, is protection of the public, protection of the administration of justice. So I do believe that we have adequate means by which folks who witness or feel like they have encountered misconduct can report it. We could do a better job of letting them know what that is. Now, a lot of folks report because they don't understand and they're not trained. And so when they think that they see misconduct and they report it, and then all of a sudden they hear that it's going to be dismissed, and they ask the commission to review that, which they are allowed to do, and then the commission affirms that, they think that the fix is in, because there's not that much, there's no communication back to the complainant. Complainants are not a party to a discipline matter by rule. And so maybe we could do a better job in that regard, but most complaints that we got were people who just did not understand the rules of professional, they weren't even aware of the rules of professional conduct. They just had a sense that something was not right. And it may not be right in their perception, but it did not violate the rules of professional conduct, the rules for lawyer disciplinary enforcement, or about 10 other rules that'll get the attention of disciplinary counsel.
Well, thank you for that answer. One of the things that you stated that was alarming to me, again, I'm not a lawyer. I know we hear that a lot from those who are up here who aren't lawyers, was that the bar in South Carolina does not have any disciplinary responsibility or purview, which I think, I consider myself to be pretty well read and knowledgeable of things, but that was new information to me. And so one of the things that I wonder about public, and again, I'm talking about the public confidence, is the public being more aware of the avenues and the tools at their disposal if they believe something is going on that is not above board. Because I believe that would take great steps in increasing public confidence. And I'm just trying to look at this as objectively as I can. I know everyone keeps repeating they don't have any dogs in the fight. I don't have any dogs, cats, frogs, anything else. I really just want to look at this from a point of view that takes some of the emotion out, doesn't become a personal back and forth of waging, vengeance or vendettas, but seriously and soberly saying, how can we make it better? So, like, when we talk about this idea that it's widespread, because I think that's what's being implied, improprieties or misconduct, the question I ask is, where are the reports? Where are the documentation? And if it's not happening, I kind of want to pick up the line of questioning that both Caskey and Bamberg did. When we think about the three different branches of government, where we talk about legislative, judicial, or executive, I would easily say that our judicial is the most screened. I think they're the people that we expect to be the most prudent. I think they're the people that we expect to have the greatest profiles and courage. And if that be the case, if there is the potential for influence and conflict and tensions, that those persons are best suited to withstand that. And when we talk about the issue of loyal legislators, this is my perspective. When we talk about the issue of loyal legislators bearing influence on judges and judges having to come back before them, I think we have no better suited persons to withstand that or be equipped to withstand that than our judges. And I think that is a personal judgment call for them. Now, with that withstanding, when we talk about the Harrington case, and I don't know half the details that you all know, I do believe that you moving forward from the back could create a perception that they were being overly scrutinized, if nothing else. I'd ask you a simple question. If asked to come forward from the back or change your seating in any future instances, would you do it? Would you comply?
Well, I'm no longer disciplinary counsel. I retired from that position in January. I would counsel my successor not to do that. Just because of something you mentioned and Mr. Caskey mentioned and others have mentioned, and that is that perception has a lot of meaning, especially for people who don't deal day in and day out with the judicial system. And let me comment about one thing you said. If somebody contacts the South Carolina Bar to complain, they make sure they know exactly where. They give out the information. They're really good about that. They don't just say wrong number and hang up. They make sure that they know where to go. We got a number of people who initially believed that you complained to the bar, because that's the way it's done in other states. I mean, Georgia and Tennessee and some other states. So, and that's the sort of the public perception, is that the bar regulates its members in that way. But the fact is, the Constitution, Article 5, gives the Supreme Court that authority. And so the Supreme Court has that authority, but the bar is really good about making sure that those folks know where to go.
Right. My final question, as it relates to JMSC as well as magistrate selection, I think I heard you say with JMSC, and I may be confused. Well, so let me just ask the question. How do you think we improve it?
I gave that some thought because I figured somebody would ask here. I think you have to look at some of the criticisms and say, number one, is this a founded criticism? Is there
And by founded, what do you mean?
By that I mean, does it have some basis in fact? Is it a real criticism or a perceived criticism that really you still got to look at?
Yeah, I wanted you to unpack that. Thank you.
One of the criticisms is that there's some manipulation in how candidates come forward. You know, and so I think I heard that where you have 5 or 6 candidates and only 3 are qualified and nominated, that there is really only one favored horse in the race. And so what they try to do is, well, I'll say this. The candidates in the race that I was in ultimately were Judge Goodstein, Judge Kelly, and Judge James. And I think any of the 3 of them would have made, certainly, I have a great deal of respect for any of the 3 of them. So I don't know. It may well be, I think Mr. Pasco and I discussed that in our conversation. And, I may have mentioned to him that it seemed like there was perhaps an intent to favor Judge James over the other candidates. But the reality is, any of those 3 candidates had an even chance in order to get through once they were qualified and nominated. There was actually a different candidate who was qualified and nominated but had to withdraw because of a violation of the rules governing it, or at least was contacted about a potential violation and chose to withdraw. And then Judge Kelly was named. So that's a roundabout answer to your question. I think if you didn't put a cap, and I think there was one race where there might have been 8 to 10 candidates, maybe that's an okay thing. I mean, y'all are the ones that have to decide because you're the ones that it would come to. And you'll have to sort of ferret through each of the candidates and decide who you ultimately will support. There was criticism that the executive didn't have a seat at the table. And that's probably a good idea. It's probably a good idea. And maybe the executive has a seat at the table on the commission that I serve. Certainly, I serve by executive appointment. At the recommendation of the bar president at the time, Marvin Quattlebaum. So that might be something that you would consider, to hear all of the voices throughout the commission. And, any number of other ideas, I suppose. I'll say this. You mentioned how members of the judicial branch are screened, and that's true for Masters in Equity, Circuit Court, Family Court, Court of Appeals, Supreme Court. Others are executive appointment with advice of the delegation and that kind of thing. And but let's just stick with the JMSC. Let's stick with those. Those candidates have to fill out a sworn statement, which is a massive document. They have to fill out a PDQ, personal data questionnaire, another massive document. Then they have to undergo a SLED exam. And as I said, Chief Keel's folks are very thorough. Then they have to go through a bar committee where they have to be interviewed by members of the local, well, they have to go through a citizens committee where they're interviewed by local citizens who then score them. Then they have to go through a bar committee, the Judicial Qualifications Committee. Again, they have to answer questions, and some of the questions are pretty frank. Based on what is on their PDQ or their sworn statement, or other in other sources of information. Once you get through all of that process, and they've looked at your financial background, they being the JMSC and its staff, they've looked at your financial background, they've looked at any kind of other discipline or whatever might have happened when you were in school, and you get assigned a lawyer who will help you, but will also be frank with you about things that are on your PDQ that may draw some attention. Once you get through that process and then get to the public hearing, you answer questions from all of the committee. You're able to give an opening statement if you'd like, but then you answer questions not just from the members, but from their lawyers. And then you get through that, and you're nominated and qualified. Now, you have to wait until the report comes out before you can ask for commitments, but you have to try to make sure that that the folks are familiar with you as a candidate. It's grueling. It is grueling, Mr. Thigpen.
Right, and I understand you to basically say it's very, very thorough. With you all, well, in your former capacity as Chief Disciplinary Counsel, you had the authority to sanction both attorney and judges.
Well, actually, the Supreme Court did the sanction part. I was the prosecutor. Okay. I gathered the evidence and presented the case.
Well, through the prosecution, from what ultimately started with persons making complaints, there is an ability for both judges and attorneys both to be sanctioned. That's a question.
That's correct.
Do you believe that your body, your former body, served as a buffer between the judges and the legislators, quote-unquote lawyers, that would potentially vote on them? What I'm asking is, in that role, in that capacity, because I know part of the question is judges may not act. Part of the assumption I think that's being put out there or being implied is that judges do not act for fear of the influence of the lawyer legislators that may vote on them or legislators that may vote on them in the future. Do you think having a disciplinary council that is separate from and can act separate from the judges in prosecuting, do you think that is enough, or do you think the fact that they actually have to be the ones who sanction still put them back in the same boat of being maybe in not good favors with the lawyer legislators?
I think I understand what you're getting at. I'll say this. I did not consider whether somebody was a lawyer or legislator if there was a complaint.
Right.
If they were a lawyer or if they, judges didn't get any special treatment either, Mr. Tignan. They, in fact, anytime we got a complaint, when I first got there, all of the judicial complaints were handled by one assistant disciplinary counsel who was very good. He was originally from Kentucky. He's living in Texas now. He was very good. But my theory was that I didn't want one person screening and prosecuting those cases. So I started sort of handing them out once he made the decision to retire and leave. And so I started sort of spreading the wealth, so to speak, so that we didn't get into a rut with one person.
Makes sense.
And we got different views. We also staffed cases. I regularly staffed cases with either the deputy disciplinary counsel, who I ultimately assigned a number of the judicial cases to, or with other members of the staff. It didn't matter to me whether that person was a member of the, I'm not revealing anything. I'm not confirming or denying, but it would not have mattered to me if that person was the Chief Justice or a magistrate or a municipal judge in OLAR. They would have gotten the exact same scrutiny.
Treatment, right.
And treatment.
You mentioned magistrates, and I'm hurrying magistrates and municipal judges, and it was mentioned earlier about potentially screening them. And I know that you talked about in detailing the JMSC process, a citizens review board, as well as the bar. Do you believe it will be beneficial to have that type of screening at that level? Is it too much? Or even also, I add, would you be in favor of a ranking, for instance, with magistrates and the potential appointments? For instance, if they had former law enforcement experience, or maybe if they were a former legislator, so that will create different tiers from which magistrates could be chosen from.
I think any level of scrutiny is welcome. The difficulty is, there's not a lot of pay in those jobs, so generally you tend to draw people who don't really need a paycheck. I'm not saying that's true in all cases. Sometimes you draw people or magistrates who have the ambition of then becoming a circuit judge. I remember Justice Placona said he started out as a Columbia City judge before he became chief, and he was a circuit judge and then a member of the court and chief justice ultimately. Justice Kittredge has served on every level of the bench in South Carolina. I think he's the only person to have done that. And so I do think there's if you could create something that would make sure, let me also add one other thing. I don't believe the magistrates are engaging in wholesale misconduct either. I mean, just because there's a number of complaints, that doesn't necessarily mean that any of the 400 and some odd magistrate and municipal judges are actually. But we did see a lot of the discipline coming out of those courts. And a lot of the discipline that we saw involved magistrates who were not lawyers. Now, and who might have either violated a canon. They wouldn't have violated the rules of professional conduct because that wouldn't apply to them. But they would have violated a canon or a statute or an administrative order that the court had set up for the handling of fees and fines or something like that. And again, it wasn't dishonesty, it was just ignorance. It was just mishandling. Or, a number of the things that we saw in magistrates was fixing traffic tickets, not really doing anything,
I understand.
It's, hey, picking up the phone and calling the trooper and saying, hey, this is my brother-in-law's kid, can you, and you can't do that. But not really understanding the violation that occurs when you do that. So training, screening, there is nothing wrong with that, and I would invite more of that.
Thank you. I don't want to take any more of the time up. Thank you.
Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nichols, thank you so much for being here today and sharing with us. It's been very informative, and I've admired your work and your intelligence for many years. Just a couple of questions. Going back to our last hearing and then what you've shared already today, if a lawyer legislator appears in court and a prosecutor or any other attorney and or judge thinks that that lawyer legislator has committed an ethical violation, are they required to report that violation?
The answer is under Rule 8.3. If they observe conduct that they believe raises a substantial question as to the lawyer's honesty, trustworthiness, or fitness in other respects as a lawyer, they're required to report that to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. That doesn't mean that they can't report something that doesn't meet that bar. They certainly can report any misconduct, and that will be investigated. But you asked about required. It is required if it reaches that threshold.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And you've been asked a little bit about it. We talked about it earlier today. As it currently stands, and I think it's in the statutes that set up the JMSC, but as it currently stands, if a judicial candidate decides to withdraw or is asked to withdraw by the JMSC, it is my understanding that statutorily that file is shredded. It is done away with, and there is no record of why this candidate was either voluntarily or involuntarily withdrew from the race. Do you think that is a law that we need to revisit at this point, given the questions that are now being raised about prior judicial candidacies?
I think it would be good to revisit that, but with this caveat that that remains a very powerful carrot that, and I don't want to, I guess I shouldn't put it that way, incentive that, hey, if you agree to withdraw at this point, it's all gone. You know, I guess I'm thinking like a lawyer now and looking at how do you negotiate that result. And if one of the tools in your toolbox are, if you withdraw, it's all shredded and it'll never come to light, or it won't come to light, then, but of course it leaves you vulnerable to somebody coming in and saying that, no, that's not the reason, it's this other reason. And then you have, you know, as a lawyer, you have no proof, you have no evidence because it's been destroyed. So I think it would be something to look at, Mr. Robbins.
And I appreciate that position, and me personally, I would like to give that judicial candidate that option to withdraw and to go back to their personal lives. But there are some in this process that we're going through right now that would argue that by doing what you just said, using that as a carrot, that you are exerting undue influence over that candidate. So how do you respond to that?
I easily could see that perception with that, because the other side of that coin is if you don't withdraw, you know, now we've got this information and this information's all going to come to light. But, you know, people have to make decisions about how they're going to proceed, what they can tolerate in the public. If you are a candidate for a public position, which a judge, a member of the judicial branch is a public officer, if you're going to vie for that, then you have to take the scrutiny.
I agree. Yep. All right, one more. I had asked, or it had come up during Chief Keel's discussions with us a little earlier that, he's a big believer that there's a perception problem out there. So I'm a believer that the Murdoch trial was a great opportunity for us to show how well our justice system runs. So every county council meeting that I go to is live streamed. Every municipal, well, not every, but almost every municipal council meeting I go to is live streamed. School board meetings are live streamed. What do you think about live streaming circuit court?
Well, Supreme Court hearings are live streamed at the state level anyway, and they're audio live streamed at the Fed. Again, I agree with you that Judge Newman showed exactly what I said earlier, which is that the process has produced a number of stellar judges. He is certainly among them. I was at a basketball game, sitting with him at a basketball game the other week, and several people came up and wanted his autograph. When we were in Greenville for a basketball tournament, when he got up to go get some popcorn, the entire section stood up and gave him a standing ovation. But he is not the only stellar example of our judiciary. It's just that he got the spotlight.
Right.
And most of the judges serve in anonymity, and they don't get that kind of adulation or that kind of, because they're doing their job. And I think if you talk to Judge Newman about it, it's a little embarrassing for him, because he didn't do that for that. He did that because he was asked to do his job.
Right.
And he did his job the best way he knows to do, which was extremely fine example of what South Carolina judges are.
Yeah. I would, to use a football analogy, I would compare them to offensive linemen. You don't notice them until they do something wrong. So thank you for your time and for your wisdom. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being with us today.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Next, we've got Allie. I'm going to massacre it, Allie. Benevento? Yeah. She serves on the board of directors, South Carolina Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. She received her JD, University of South Carolina, focused practice on state and federal criminal defense. We welcome you today. Now, is Mr. Swirling going to present with you, or are you guys going to present separate?
That's up to you, Mr. Chairman. What's your preference?
I've been told y'all were going to kind of double team us like the solicitors do. Ms. Swirling, nah. Does that? I don't want to interfere with your presentation. It's whatever. I've just been informed that that's. Well, okay.
I do whatever Mr. Swirling tells me to do.
You'll live a long, prosperous life. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Thank you for having.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, for this opportunity to come and speak with you this afternoon, both on behalf of the South Carolina Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, which I'm going to refer to as SCACTL from here on out, but also as an individual who practices law in this state and within this system that has become the focal point of an interesting mix of scrutiny and inquiry and optimism and criticism over the last several months. Defending people accused of crimes is how we at SCACTL, and members of SCACTL, is how we make our living. But each and every member of SCACTL, and I can't speak for everyone, but the ones that I know and that I associate with, will tell you that we do what we do not just as a way for us to provide for our families and ourselves, but because we very much believe in the vital role of defenders in our criminal justice system. After all, in any criminal proceeding, you have this noticeable imbalance of power, right? On one side, you have one person who's up against the great state of South Carolina with immense resources and the power to deprive that one person of his or her freedom. And so the depth of the responsibility to hold the state accountable and ensure the fairness of this system, I think, cannot be understated. There are ways to make more money in more practice areas, but But we, as criminal defense attorneys, we choose instead to stand beside individuals in this great power imbalance of the criminal justice process. And we do that, again, because we very firmly and sincerely believe that our role is to serve as a check on the great power of the state to deprive people of life and liberty. And that both the prosecution and the defense in this great tug of war, right, play an integral role in maintaining the integrity of our system. Without law enforcement, without prosecutors, we would have no accountability for criminal behavior. Without the defense bar, there would exist no check on that power, leaving the citizens and those accused of crime of this state subjected to the unchecked and unbridled power of the state to take away their liberty. Our function as defenders is to reduce this imbalance of power, to challenge the state to hold them accountable and to hold them to their burden. And in doing that, we also fight to subdue the worst impulses of the tyranny of the mob, acting as a counterbalance to the whims of popular opinion. So it's the integrity of the criminal justice system that includes this analysis of how we select and retain our judges. And that's of utmost importance to our association, to SCACTL. Our judicial system in South Carolina is currently suffering from what I believe has been described widely as a perception problem. And I believe that reasonable minds may disagree about the genesis of that problem, and that's a debate into which I'm not going to wade in this context. But as was said on numerous occasions throughout these proceedings over the days that they've gone on, perception is reality in many ways. And the reality is that we have to acknowledge and address the shortcomings that we have, and we have to craft solutions and improvements in a way that works to make the system fairer and more just for everyone it impacts. The public, the judges, the lawyers, the litigants, victims of crime, and those who stand accused of crimes. And so that's why I know we're all here today. It should never be about advantage or preference or convenience, but always about integrity and always about justice, even when that's not popular. We have to balance the safety of our communities and the constitutional rights of victims and defendants. And when you have a handful of people who abuse a system, it negatively impacts public perception. And as we've seen, it's that negative public perception that then leads to an erosion of public trust in the system itself. And so when we lose public trust, the system can't function. And a system that can't function can't do justice. And so I don't want for us to confuse justice with winning. Let us not confuse justice with the prevailing winds of public opinion. Let us not confuse justice with political expediency. We have to allow our judges to be judges, to exercise their discretion as neutral jurists. They don't have any personal connections to the cases that come before them. They don't have any emotional attachment. You know, criminal defendants have that emotional attachment, right? They want leniency, they want mercy. Victims have that emotional attachment because they've been harmed. And in many cases, they want retribution. And so both the criminal defendants and the victims have these strong emotional stakes in cases. But that's why we leave the important decisions about bond and sentencing and the law in the hands of a non-biased, neutral judge who can be informed and measured and objective. And I've heard it said here today, and I'll echo it, we have some of the best judges in the country here in South Carolina. Decent, fine, good people who swear an oath. And we ought to let them do their jobs without having to look over their shoulders, worried about the next newspaper story that cherry picks facts, twists them to fit a narrative that fans the flames of public outrage and ignores nuance. This process and the current client may impede their ability to do the job that the legislature elected them to do. And that's unfortunate. A judge should never be made to feel as though he or she is choosing sides. The only choice is to follow the law and do justice. And we ought to let our judges do that. Let it be clear where Skactel stands. We stand on the side of justice, fairness, equality, and access to that justice for everybody, not just a select group. And as an association, we would unequivocally denounce any efforts to advance the interests of some and concentrate power, rather than preserving and promoting fairness and justice for everyone. So we would ask this committee to consider the what, the who, the why, and the what next. What are the problems? And do they go beyond just public perception? Who are the voices clamoring for certain changes? Why are these voices advocating for these particular changes? And what will be the collateral consequences of those changes if they're implemented? You know, I have to wonder, are people upset that there appears to be a finger on the scale? Or are they upset about whose finger that is and in what direction that scale is tipping? Because the former is a desire for accountability and fairness and integrity in the system. The latter is hypocrisy. We can't allow fear, trendy journalism, or public hysteria to guide us in our pursuit of justice. In our current climate, where public outrage is monetized by bloggers and journalists, will we bow to the pressure of the public, or will we do our level best to ensure that every safeguard is put in place to maintain the integrity of this system? I'm a firm believer that it's a good idea to take an honest look at our shortcomings and to acknowledge and discuss problems, but it's always best to come up with proposed solutions and always work towards being better and improving. System's not perfect. I'm not here to stand here and tell you it works, it's perfect, nothing to see here. Not at all. We have some work to do. But we also acknowledge the need to address the very real and valid concerns of the public, of the players within this system, and of this committee. And so in that vein, we believe that there are a number of changes that would go beyond mere optics and would bring meaningful, effective, and impactful change to the process. For example, perhaps amending the statute to either increase the number of JMSC committee members to an odd number so that you don't have a vote split. Maybe that's 11, maybe that's 9. I can't remember who brought that up earlier. Doesn't matter. Make it an uneven number. We could limit the number of lawyer legislators that serve to a minority. Maybe that's 5 out of 11, 4 out of 9, so that they cannot have a majority. We would be in support of term limits. After your 4 years, you're done. You let someone else have a turn on the committee. And we would also be in favor of removing the cap on allowing only 3 applicants to screen out. If applicants come before the JMSC and they're found to be qualified by a number of factors, then if they're qualified, allow them to be presented for a vote. Don't limit the number of people that can screen out. I think it was mentioned briefly, but I don't believe anybody made any serious push or put up a serious case for the popular election of judges, but I just want to be clear for the record that Skactel does and would oppose any such proposal, as we believe that would bring a new set of challenges and potential for abuses and corruption and undue influence. But I do appreciate the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the association, and I just want this committee to know that, you know, our motivation is simple. We want to work towards improving our current system. I think we can always be better. I think that's a noble goal, even a responsibility to be better and to do better, and to always do that with our eyes on the goal of fundamental fairness for everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? I was going to say you were so concise that the first time we hadn't had questions and other people could take notes, but Wooten is recognized.
I want Bamberg to say Wooten. I want that, please. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate more than anything you bring in some solutions, not just echoing problems. So that's great to have these suggestions. Just a couple of quick questions. There'll be yes or no-ish, because I love to hear from someone in the game. As a defense attorney, have you ever tried a case against someone that was currently in the legislature?
Try to get case against someone?
Have you ever had
legislature?
opposing counsel being a lawyer legislator, as that term gets continually thrown around?
I've had lawyer legislators as opposing counsel. I've never tried a case against a lawyer legislator.
Okay, you might cut my questions off. So, all right, so do you personally, or do you know anyone that has had a case against a lawyer legislator that feels that they may have not been given proper treatment because of the position of the person across the table?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if those cases were reported to, or was anyone been made aware of that, of those instances?
I do not.
Because isn't there a proper channel to, we've talked about today, to, if something something smells a little bit, you push it on over to, you report it? Is there not a proper chain to report those instances?
There is a proper mechanism to report those instances, but to your first question, I'm not aware if any of those reports were made in the examples that I was responding to.
Okay, all right, so so in your opinion, do you feel there is a problem with that?
Can you be more specific when you say with that? I'm not trying to be difficult. I just want to make sure I'm responsive to the question.
I'm not either. You kind of killed me when you said that when you answered the first question, but that I'm trying to give you some out to say, do you know somebody? No, the instances of maybe getting preferential treatment, do you feel personally, as a criminal defense attorney, that someone that may serve in this body gets preferential treatment over you in the courtroom? Because that's what we're all up here trying to find out. So you're in the game.
I think people do genuinely believe that. I would say that as far as access is concerned, I would be inclined to answer yes, meaning would the judge be more inclined to bump that person ahead or move them up the motions docket? Maybe, but again, going back to what I think was brought up earlier, the judge might play golf with someone and give them that same treatment who's not a lawyer legislator. The judge may have a child in college with a lawyer's child. They might go to the same school and they might get that treatment. Have I personally witnessed anything egregious that I can point to? Personally, no. But do people believe that that exists and that happens? Yes. That perception is real, and I think generally, yes, people believe that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood and Mr. Newton pointed out to me, in her position, normally the people on the other side would be prosecutors who would not be dual office holding.
In the criminal context,
In
yes,
the
sir.
criminal context, right. Thank you, ma'am, for your time.
Thank you.
Anybody? I'm sorry.
We're trying to give the people what they really want, which is Jack swirling.
Mr. Caskey.
I'm not as eager to get there. I think it's important, though, for folks to understand how a criminal plea docket might work itself out. Is it your experience that in most courts, private attorneys have their pleas heard first versus the public defenders?
We like the courts that do that better, yes.
Yes. So it's not a huge shock that courts do make decisions about scheduling based on the individuals there.
Absolutely. And of course, as well, you all, as lawyer legislators, are not able to necessarily appear in court as frequently or with as much flexibility as those of us who are not in the legislature. So I'm not meaning to imply that access or that moving somebody to the front of the line is in some way improper. Sometimes it's a function of necessity, that this is the point in time that we can get Mr. Caskey in to court. He's here, he's available. Let's move it up or let's make adjustments.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you clarifying that.
Sir.
Last call. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time.
Appreciate you.
Ms. Swirling's recognized. Mr. Swirling, practice focus on representing the accused in criminal cases. He has a BA in economics from Clemson and JD from the University of South Carolina. He has not run for a judge because he knows we'll look at his history in Clemson and who he hung out with. And so, with that being said, we thank you for your time here today, sir.
And I've tried cases with you. By the way, I do not have anybody on death row at the moment. So it all came about as a result of a Jim Anders teasing me constantly that he won the Pee Wee Gaskins case. And I told him a monkey could have won the Pee Wee Gaskins case. Ms. Benevenuto gave you a great preamble to what anything I could have said. She did it a lot better than I could. And I appreciate her remarks. That's why I wanted her to speak separately than I did, and I would. And she really laid it out as to what we think the issues were. She and I met yesterday, and so we are really in agreement about a lot of the things that we're talking about today. And by the way, I do want to apologize. I'm having some issues with some fluid behind my ears. So I'm hearing myself talk, and I may need you to repeat a question. I apologize. I just, we're trying to deal with what's causing that. I've been practicing, this is my 50th year of practice. I graduated in 1973, and I had the privilege of working with Senator Isidore Lurie for 10 years. Who was a wonderful individual, a great mentor to me, and a great guide to where I eventually wound up practicing law. And he, of course, was in the Senate at that time, and I got to know all of the great senators and representatives from that era. But things have changed since that period. That's what troubled me. That's one of the reasons why I was more than willing to come up here and address you all and answer any questions you may have. In the last 10 to 15 years, I've seen the attitude of the public toward the judiciary and the solicitors and the lawyers. I mean, I'm talking about everybody, change. And I think a lot of that has to do with the way that we are selecting judges, but it's also the news reports about cases. When I started practicing, there were 16 circuit judges. That was it. Now we have, I don't even, is it over 60 now? Something in that neighborhood. But you know, we have a lot more judges. We have social media, so things spread out real quickly. There's a lot of reporting about cases. Anything that happens in the courts can get covered very easily. So the public is getting a lot more information about what goes on in the courts than they did. And TV, media, all kinds of media. I'm not talking about just the print media. But the public is getting so much more information now than they did when I first started practicing law. You would never hear a remark 50 years ago, 40 years ago, about dissatisfaction with the way judges were selected. It just didn't happen. We had some really wonderful legislators at that time, and still do, by the way. No criticism about the legislature, except Mr. Pope. But I mean, we had a lot of great judges, we had great prosecutors, and great legislators, and so you just did not hear the remarks today or then that you hear now. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here, because things are changing as a result of all that. Trials are covered. The Murdaugh trial was covered down in Hampton County, Colleton County, day to day for 6 weeks. It was international news. Everybody saw it. The Susan Smith case that Mr. Pope tried back, I guess it was in the mid-90s. Bill Howard was the trial judge from Charleston at that time and did as wonderful a job as Judge Newman did in the Murdaugh case. And that was on TV. And I got to be one of the commentators on the case. Unfortunately, it was along with Dick Harpootlian, but we had to share the media on that situation. But things are changing now, and I think it's time that we need to relook or look at the way judges are selected, who's selecting them, and what happens in the courts after these judges are selected, and how the lawyer legislators are impacting that. I am not in here for a wholesale change of the system, by the way. Public election of judges, absolutely not. Do not want that. I can tell you that. It's not something I've never approved that, going to other states where I've seen that. The governor appointing judges, recommending judges, absolutely not. It's still political, very politicized. I mean, do we think that the governor, and Henry McMaster is a classmate of mine, I have tremendous respect for him, but governors in the future, who are they going to be appointing? They're going to be appointing their big donors, the people that are their close friends. It's still going to be a political process, so we're not getting ourselves in a better position. I just don't know of any other process, and I have always been in favor of the situation that we do have, of the General Assembly electing judges. And I would not change that. I'm not suggesting we change it. What I'm suggesting is that there be some modifications, that we tweak the system a little bit so that the public does not have the perception that they have now of certain lawyers. And I'm not going to name names. That's not my business to do that. But there are certain lawyers who sit in the legislature, and particularly on the the Judicial Merit Selection Commission, who are getting some sort of influence over the other lawyers that practice law in the criminal courts. I personally have seen that over the last 50 years. Where it's not something that I saw, as I said, many years ago. So I think Ms. Benevuto told you some of the suggestions that she came up with, and she and I came up with some of those suggestions together. And I'm going to just repeat them. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I'm not up here to spend an hour, but I will answer any questions you all have. To me, it's the public perception that's the problem of what's going on. That there are certain lawyer legislators who get preferential treatment in the circuit courts, and in I don't do any civil work, so I can't speak about civil work, but I do criminal work, and I've been doing criminal work for all those years. But the public's perception is that certain lawyer legislators have influence with judges that the average lawyer, like me, does not have, with respect to bond hearings, motions, sentencing, revocations, and scheduling of cases. And I don't know that that is being, I don't know that anybody has taken a position so that the public understands that that's maybe not true. Maybe some people are diming the system, taking advantage of the system. If there are people who are in the legislature who are sitting on these committees like the JMC, who are accepting cases and getting cases and make any kind of comment about the influence that they may have in the courts, then that is unethical as far as I'm concerned, that they should not be doing that. And I'm not going to pinpoint and say who is doing that or who's not doing that, because I don't know. I can only tell you what I hear from the public and what I hear from my clients. But I think that some people are gaming the system, and I do not believe that's ethical or moral for anybody to be telling a client, a prospective client who's facing a jail sentence, a prison sentence, that they've got some influence through the judges that other lawyers don't have. How do I know that? How do I know that's happening? It's happening because my clients tell me it's happening. When I sit, and Ms. Benevuto and I talked about it yesterday, I have clients who come in and say, well, can you do what so-and-so does? Can you get the sentence that so-and-so does? Can you delay my cases for 2 years like so-and-so can? And so I hear that from clients who come to see me. I also hear it from other lawyers who are dealing with the same kind of situation. They hear it from their prospective clients, that there are people who are lawyer legislators who may not be saying it, because you have to take that with a grain of salt. People may come in and just say, well, so-and-so said this, so-and-so can do this. I don't accept all of that as true, but if it is true, it's wrong. And we have to clean that up. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the public perception, that certain lawyers have influence in the courts, more than other lawyers do. I believe, I've been to many states practicing law in many states. We have the finest judiciary that I know of in the state and federal courts. As I think somebody said before, our trial judges, I know from statistics, handle more cases per judge than any other judge in the country. I mean, it's not even close. And that is they learned that out at the Judicial, out in Nevada at the Judicial School. Our judges work hard and they're good. They come from the trial bar, most of them, so they know what they're doing. They're experienced, they're educated, and I believe that they are ethical. So that's not the problem. The problem is on the other side about what the public believes is happening, and that's what troubles me. As I said, I hear it from clients, I hear it in the public, I see it on social media. I have conversations with other lawyers and personal observations. And of course, as I said, the media coverage also gives some of these folks an advantage over lawyers like me. One of the things that Ms. Benevenuto was talking about was trying to restructure the Judicial Merit Selection Commission. And that's what I am here to talk about today. And she has outlined some of those things right now. Number one, make it an uneven number of people and put the lawyer legislatures in the minority, 6 and 5. The other 6 come from the appointments from the public. Limit the terms. I don't believe anybody should be serving on the Judicial Merit Selection Committee for more than 2 years. 2 years, you're out, somebody else gets appointed, and you cannot succeed yourself. You have to rotate out of that commission. And that not only applies toward the lawyer legislators, but to the members of the public who are sitting on that commission. Everybody ought to be rotated out. Should be fresh faces at all the times. And then no one can really say anybody has any influence. The public would be totally wrong if they thought that anybody had that kind of influence, if that was the structure that we put in place. So I said, limit the terms. I believe that the Judicial Merit Selection Commission should make one determination. Whoever applies to be a judge, whoever files to be a judge, should be allowed to go in front of the Judicial Merit Selection Commission. And the only question that should count in front of that commission is whether they are morally and ethically qualified to be a judge, and whether or not they have the temperament to be a judge. There really should not be any other standard applied to them at that stage of the proceedings, as far as I'm concerned. Now, you can ask me why I think that. We can ask questions and answer questions. But to me, everybody who fits that profile of being morally, ethically qualified and has a temperament to be a judge ought to be passed through the Judicial Merit Selection Committee. There shouldn't be any just 3 appointed or reported out. I don't know where that number came from. I don't know what the logic is behind that number. But anybody who applies that fits the criteria and their character is that they have the character to be a judge. That is the question to me. I want to go in front of judges who have the character to be a judge. And those are the people that should be passed on for a vote in the legislature. That means that every legislator gets 1 vote. They don't get a vote on the Judicial Merit Selection Committee and then get a vote in the General Assembly. They get 1 vote in front of the General Assembly. just like every other legislator. So everybody is treated equally. Everybody has the same power to vote and elect judges. All these judges need to do to get through the Judicial Merit Selection Committee is be qualified as to their character, and then they should be reported out. At that point, if they're reported out and being qualified, that should be the determination of being qualified. If they're qualified, then they're entitled to a vote in the General Assembly. They're entitled to stand there, whether there's 5 of them, 2 of them, 9 of them, they all should be allowed to stand for a vote in front of the General Assembly, which would take any kind of taint out of the system at all. It would restore any confidence in the public that no one's being treated unfairly or being treated over someone else, getting a better deal than someone else or having a better lawyer than someone else. Lawyers should be chosen not because of their influence, they should be chosen because of their ability. And that's what's been happening, and that's what's being changed. As I said years ago, it was about your ability, not who you know and what you know and where you sat, and what committee you were on, what commission you were on. I also think, and I don't know how, this is something you all would have to decide. I really cannot give you any specifics about it, but I don't believe any judge who makes it and is qualified through the JMSC should be pressured out of a race. I think they should go ahead and stand for a vote. And I think if they file for a judgeship, they ought to be required to stay in. Now, a lot of these things are suggested in Senator Harpootlian's bill, which I found to be very enlightening. Senator Harpootlian and I have known each other for almost 60 years. We went to Clemson together. And I trust his judgment. I know that may cause a lot of you to have some concern, but he's bright, he's in the system, he's been in the system as a solicitor, as a trial lawyer, as a representative in the state, sitting in the Senate, and he's a hell of a trial lawyer. We all saw that during the Murdaugh trial. But he's proposed a bill, which I agree with 90% of it. And I think that we ought to all take a look at it. And some of the proposals he made in that bill are same things that Ms. Benvenuto and I have been talking about. Let me just close with this. And I can't say that this exists. I can only tell you what I've heard. In 50 years, I have never led a client to believe that I had more influence in a court than any other lawyer. And I don't think that's what's happening anymore. I think there are people who are claiming that they have more influence, more power than the average lawyer does. And I don't like it. I guess, as I said, I think it's unethical. But that is one of the things that troubles me. And what it's doing is not only changing the public perception, but it's hurting the lawyers in this state when people go ahead and do that. Those are some of the things that really bother me. And again, I may be speaking louder than you want me to, but I can't hear myself right now. So I apologize, but I'm available to answer any questions y'all may have. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Swirling. A quick question, and we have some other folks. You were talking about if you had an odd number, having a minority of lawyer legislators on it. As far as the other appointments from whencever they come externally, do you have any position on them being lawyers or not being lawyers? You know, we've heard some previous testimony about the fact that you're kind of in a better position as a lawyer to, know what's going on. Do you have any feel on that one way or another?
No, I think as long as it's 6 and 5, as long as there are term limits with that, I don't have any problem with them being lawyers, but I think any influence that people perceive that they have would be taken care of by the term limits and the fact that there's a 6-5 vote and would carry the day. Plus the fact that it would go in front of the General Assembly if they filed for a judgeship and let the General Assembly decide is 180? Is that something
70,
like
170?
170, okay.
Yeah. Mr. Ott's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Swirling, thank you for being here. Your reputation precedes you, and you certainly had me hanging on every word and had me believing everything that you were saying until you made the comment that you were just an average lawyer. So I guess I need to take some things with a grain of
Senator
salt.
Lurie taught me to try and be a little humble.
There you go. There you go. You know, I just really appreciate it. Appreciate your testimony. Appreciate your bluntness and your honesty. I'm gonna make some comments. I don't know if you want to take them in the form of questions. Feel free to rebut them. It is basically what I am gathering off of what you said. I mean, you were very clear. So I don't need to get you to rehash if you believe that there's a problem or if you do not. I want to go specifically to your proposals, and I just appreciate the fact that you laid out the proposal so succinctly, and I agree with everything that you said.
And let me just say, I think Ally would be more than happy to come up here and share some of the questions with me.
And I absolutely.
She and I discussed this yesterday, so.
Right, and I absolutely. So it'll be posed to both of you. The concern that I have with what you were, I mean, I agree, in essence, that ultimately I would like to see the JMSC only making a determination on the qualifications, whether they are qualified. And I'm fine with what you said as far as, you know, moral standing, temperament, all of the things that you laid out, and then that being it. Let me tell you what the problem with that is, and that was laid out by one of my colleagues in one of our earlier hearings. Right now, what I will give JMSC credit for is a very detailed report that they submit to us as members of the General Assembly after they do all of their interviews and they come out with their findings. They submit to us a very detailed report, of which I would say a very, very few members of the General Assembly even look at, right? What would you say to me as one of my concerns of only making that determination narrowly defined as you did, for those of us that will take that report and use that in making a determination on who we feel should be elected judge, because now it's not going to be limited to 3. I don't think it should be limited to 3 either, you know, but now we have to face the possibility that we may have races with 6, 7, 8 candidates in it, right? That's a lot more work if we as members of the General Assembly are going to take our responsibility to heart the way that we should in electing the best candidate for that particular position. We're going to have to put in a lot of work. And I guess my concern is if they aren't going further than just the determination that you're talking about, then I got 124 members of the House, 46 members of the Senate that I'm going to have to rely, or that the state of South Carolina is going to have to rely on to do a lot of homework into those candidates. I don't think there's time. You know, those candidates can't go around and talk with each member. And I'm concerned then, you want to talk about a mess. I mean, Ms. Benavides, you're exactly right. There's not a system that we can create. Now you're talking about power brokers within the bodies that are controlling blocks of votes for those candidates because of a lack of information. So would you amend, or would you be willing to consider that maybe we, you know, let's let the JMSC go as far as they want to go? Or should there be a ranking system? You know, if we're going to send out 8, if they want to rank them for the members of the General Assembly to consider, and then have the rationale there for us to take a look at, then that's before us.
I think it's perfectly natural to go ahead and do a background on anybody, in any profession, any position. So I don't have any problem with JMSC doing background on individuals and reporting that out to the General Assembly. But I think it should be done with respect to each person. But the criteria ought to be the qualification to submit the vote to the General Assembly ought to be based on moral and ethical character and temperament. But I think it's a great idea to continue with that kind of report, but let the General Assembly decide once they, you know, y'all have such an important function. about naming judges, electing judges. I think everybody just needs to take the time to go ahead and prepare those reports, and for everybody in the General Assembly to read those reports.
I think that there is a perception that the function of JMSC as it stands now has been compared, what did we say yesterday, Jack? A little bit like Greek rush at the university, where it turns into who's popular enough to end up in the club, who's going to end up being the three. And so to that point, and to Jack's point, to consider a list of qualifications, is this person morally, ethically qualified to serve in this capacity? Allow JMSC to continue to do that detail-oriented work, but allow people who come out as qualified to be presented to the General Assembly for a vote.
Yes, and you know, again, just having a conversation, I mean, that has been one of my concerns. I have a very hard time understanding how someone can be found qualified but not nominated, right? And there have been instance after instance in the past where someone may have been found qualified and nominated one year, but then qualified but not nominated the next. And it's hard for someone, and I'm sure, again, this is not to say that there was not a rationale behind it, but it's hard to understand it. And then it just feeds into the perception that we've been talking about, that there may or may not be something nefarious behind some of those decisions. So, you know, I just, you know, I agree with everything that both of you said. I appreciate what you brought to the table. I would just simply say that, again, there is absolutely a role for JMSC to play. And it's not to belittle the work and the importance of what they do. I don't think this process is intended to do that. It's again, you know, whether it's simply perceived or not, right? I'm hearing maybe more strongly from one that it's maybe more than perception than others may be willing to go. But that needs to be snuffed out, if at all possible, or it will only continue to grow, from my opinion, from my perspective. And the longer it's allowed to metastasize, the harder it will be to change later down the road. Thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things I want to ask about. The first, the term limit idea, right? So we'll just take the legal, since we're all lawyers, right? One thing that makes you such an amazing lawyer, a lot of that has to do with your experience, right? The time you've spent practicing. And with that time comes exposure to different things that come up in cases, right? Pivot points in a trial, for example, right? Being able to look at I feel like I'm promoting you here, but being able to look at 12 people in a jury box, and you have so much experience in looking at them that you're like, this is my one, right? Without my concern, and I've thought about the term limit idea of rotating people on and off, but what are your thoughts on the experience side of that in terms of sometimes we call it institutional knowledge, right? There's a lot of benefit to, if you've served on the Judiciary Committee for 16 years, you've been in the body, there's a lot that comes with that, and it can be of benefit to newer members. It can also be of benefit to others who don't necessarily have the experience you have. My concern would be is if there were to be a term limit and the limit be too short. Can you maybe expand on that a little bit, the longer limit versus a shorter limit? Because I can see the benefit of even the members on there now who may have been there for a while, the institutional knowledge of that, they're able to pick up on certain things that newer people may not. Well, then every 2 years, or even if it's 4 years, every 4 years, you've got somebody brand new who maybe has not been on JMSC. And does that run the risk of hurting the process by mistake?
And I want you to mix in this too, staggering those term limits. How would that factor in versus, you know, when you're talking about, if you throw that into?
Right. Well, that's fine. Staggering would be a great idea. We do that in many boards, so we stagger people in on boards. There are, I think what we're talking about, the difference between a trial lawyer who gets his skill based upon years in the courtroom, year after year after year trying cases is a little bit different than going ahead and sitting on a commission. And by the way, I mean, y'all do whoever sits on the commission is doing a great job as far as and spending time and for us, for the benefit of the public. So I appreciate everything, and this committee as well, for the time you're spending. But I believe that in that kind of situation, what we're talking about is determining the moral and ethical qualifications of an individual as well as their temperament. I don't believe that requires the same kind of skill and years of experience. Now, as far as how long to keep the term limits, that's totally up to the General Assembly. But I don't believe any judge should go back in front of the committee with the same members when he's up for re-election or she is up for re-election. That is one of the things we have to remove from the system.
Okay.
I don't believe that is, I think that just puts the question in the system rather than takes the question out of the system.
So for example, if judge comes up, it's their first time running, they have to go through JMSC, they come out, they win the election, now they're a sitting circuit court judge, in their next go around, your view is that it would be better for the perception of the system if they had to go in front of at least some different people, right? Not necessarily an entire brand new group, but there should be some new people there by the time they rescreen.
But it's every 6 years, as far as I understand. There's no reason why in a 6-year period you can't rotate everybody on or off that commission. No judge should have to go in front of people who have practiced in his or her courtroom more than once. I think that is one of the things that's causing a lack of faith in the system, not on the judge's part, but on the lawyer legislative part.
Okay.
So I just think that I think it could easily be done that you don't have to have a repeat appearance. Alec?
Yep. And Representative Bamberg, to your point, of course, I think it's a cost-benefit analysis. So of course, there's a benefit to having that level of experience on the committee. Someone who's done it time and time and time again is going to know that process a little bit better. And so there is that benefit there. But to Mr. Swirling's point, the cost comes at public perception. And as we've seen, that is incredibly important. And so I think when you weigh those two things, we come out on the side of it is worth it to either stagger those terms or to have term limits, to maybe sacrifice a little bit of that, gray hair experience on the committee because we are gaining, hopefully, public confidence in the system. And I think that's going to pay dividends.
Gotcha.
Whatever she said.
The second thing, all right, moral, ethical, character, temperament. What you raised as far as what you kind of to Representative Ott's point. Do you think experience should be a part of what JMSC looks at? So for example, when folks go before the South Carolina Bar Group, right, that looks at the candidates, one thing they look at is experience. If you're running to maybe be a circuit court judge where you're going to have to deal with general sessions and common pleas, but all you've ever done as a practicing lawyer was civil. You've never touched a criminal case, right? That raises some questions about the experience for you to be handling that, or vice versa. Or maybe you never touched either court. You were a Parker Poe transactional lawyer, never stepped foot in that arena. There would be a question about your experience to actually be on the bench in circuit or general sessions common pleas. What about the experience part? Is that something that you think might need to be included as far as what JMSC looks at, or is it strictly just the character of your being? Do you have the integrity, and then you can learn this other stuff?
Well, I think that should be something that could be in that report that JMSC does, that submits that report to the General Assembly. and let the General Assembly decide whether that's a person they want to vote for or not. To me, the most important thing to me, I've seen some very fine judges who went on the bench after only a few years' experience. And they have made great names for themselves. So I still think it should come down to a situation of character and temperament. And that can be handled in that report to let the members of the General Assembly know what that level of experience is for that particular candidate.
Alan?
I would tend to agree that I think it's a factor for consideration. The only thing I would say is as long as that does not turn into a covert way to go back to the fraternity rush situation where we're using this as an excuse to come up with a series of arbitrary requirements and say you don't have enough experience, but really the real reason is because we're going back to the old system of picking the 3 people that we think are the ones that we want to present. So I think experience, obviously it matters, but to Mr. Swirling's point, we have had a number of circuit court judges who may not necessarily check every single box in terms of diversity of experience that have turned out to be wonderful, thoughtful, intelligent, fair, great judges.
Thank y'all.
Robbins.
Mr. Chairman, you will be pleased to know that I think all my questions have been answered. I just wanted to thank the 2 of these fine lawyers for being here today. Thank y'all so much.
As a role model for question answering, Robert, we appreciate that. And Mr. Caskey, I hope you took notes, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly can see problems when institutions don't have staggered terms, the Senate, and the problem that arises therefrom. But to your point about having a minority of the JMSC be legislators, I understand that. I think we are in a world where the House and Senate would have to have equal representation, so let's use 9 as a working thought. You have 2 from each body, and I'm not sure the public cares, but I know the Senate does. Those 5 people who would sit on the JMSC, who would appoint those folks in your mind? And I ask because, I think the folks we had testify before us last time decided that their approach would be to throw spaghetti at the wall and see what stuck. But one of the things that stuck in my mind was the point that who appoints is really the person behind whom the power may lie. And so I'm curious in your proposals, who would be those appointing authorities?
Well, if there's a rotation, then I would have no problem maintaining the system as it is about who appoints the current members of the JMSC. It's just that I think there needs to be a rotation system so people are not repetitively on that commission, and they ought to be moved off every certain number of years.
Doesn't that still leave us, though, with the problem of, in our system, the Speaker appoints half, and Senate Judiciary Chair appoints 3 of the 5 on that side, and the Senate President appoints 2. We've just then concentrated the power right back where we are. We haven't resolved that problem. If I'm being clear, the scowling look makes me feel like I haven't been clear. But I think we're still left with the same problem. It's just less lawyer legislators that we're concerned about. Not necessarily that the Speaker will be a lawyer in the future, but that it may very well, he or she may very well be, and we're still left with that problem.
Well, but if they have to choose a number of people every couple of years, then everybody eventually should be getting a chance to sit on that commission. And I can't, and I have no proposal for you to change who appoints those people, because I'm not familiar with the inner workings of the Senate and the House. But if you're going to rotate them out and not allow succession, back-to-back succession, then everybody's going to be getting a chance at that appointment. And they should not be succeeding themselves. So, I mean, I think that, to me, answers the question. It may not answer it for you, but that's what I would think.
Do you think, Ms. Benevento, did you?
I don't have anything to add to
Okay.
Mr. Swirling's comments, no, sir.
It's just a comment, it's not really for you guys, it's just to the members who, I think Mr. Swirling offers fantastic advice. Members should just read the report. I don't, though, have any confidence that that is what happens universally across the membership of the General Assembly. And one of the decisions we will need to reach is whether or not we change the cap of 3 folks coming out and ask, to Mr. Ott's point, are we willing to do the work then necessary to evaluate those people if we're going to do it thoughtfully and diligently? And it's easy to stand up and say, yeah, I'm going to do all the work. But when you look at that mayor, you've got to know, did you read the report? Are you going to make the time to meet these candidates? And that's going to be a tough question for folks to answer, I think, truthfully at least.
I think when we coupled that with the things we've talked about trying to tighten up the candidacies, in other words, where they run, when they can contact people, all of those things, we're going to have to put some real thought into, again, this is an observation, we're going to have to put some real thought into that, I believe. Ms. Wetmore is recognized.
Thank you so much. I think it's probably got to be entertaining for y'all by now to watch us try to turn on the microphones every time we're recognized, because we all make the same motion. I apologize. So I'm going back to what I've heard, especially in the first 2 sessions, as sort of the kernels of the problem that we're trying to correct here. And as best I can tell, it's a perception, particularly from maybe victims of crime or, folks that are involved in the solicitor's office or, folks that you're seeing, that crime is not being adequately addressed when someone has influence over the system. So that's one problem. I might be phrasing it incorrectly, but to me, that's sort of the gist of what I think the solicitors were raising in their points on the second week. And then the second is a different idea, and I think Ms. Cobb-Hunter has talked about it a lot, and we've all in various ways talked about it, and that's the idea of ensuring that our judiciary represents our state, right, in terms of diversity, in terms of gender, in terms of background and experience. And so, unfortunately, I think sometimes those problems are going to be opposed to one another, right? Because, for example, when it comes to the cap and screening everyone out, I actually have a different issue than the excellent points that Mr. Ott has made, and that is essentially when someone decides to run for judge, unless they're coming from a big firm or someone where their practice can run itself, they're like the Spencer Wetmores of the world, where they just shut down their practice January through May, right? And hope that we can make up the money in the rest of the year. And I think the more lawyers we ask to do that, to run for judge, the less willing people are going to be, right? I actually think there's some small mercy in JMSC saying, hey, we think these are the 3 best candidates, or the 5, but I'm not saying it has to be 3, but in saying that these are the best candidates to put forward, because I think the candidates have to know that if they're going to spend the next several months standing on the bridge, shaking our hands and trying to set appointments, especially now that we're saying that all 170 members of the General Assembly need to meet with everyone, we're asking a lot of our judicial candidates. And I don't know that that would encourage the kind of diversity, the kind of representation that I hope we're looking for on this committee. So that's my biggest objection to the cap. Really just a comment. I'm sorry, it's not a question, but this is sort of the only chance we have a discussion too. And then in terms of withdrawal and this idea of pressuring people out of the race, if I were running for judge and I, whatever it was, the questionnaires or something was going to either come out about me or, I was going to be found unqualified, whatever it was. Again, sort of speaking to this idea of attracting good candidates and making the process as reasonable as possible for the best candidates to apply, I do think there's some room, again, for this concept that I'll sort of call a small mercy, right? This opportunity to withdraw. I agree with you completely on the term limits. I agree with you completely on adding members. I agree with you completely that giving the power to the executive just simply shifts the opportunity for influence. But I'm struggling. Is there anything you can, or maybe it's a conversation that we could have offline, but, is there any way that we could still allow these candidates that sort of opportunity without the problem that you're talking about, this, this perception that they were sort of pushed out, or that the JMSC is only allowing certain people out? I mean, is there a
Well,
am I missing a
no,
way
I think
a way
it's
out
a
of
very
that?
valid point. And I suppose there are situations that someone, and I'm familiar with some candidates who have withdrawn, and why they withdrew. So I think in the wisdom of the legislature, you could come up with some criteria which would, under certain circumstances, allow someone to withdraw. I think, though, that they ought to know that when they get in, when they file, and if they're found qualified, they ought to expect that they're going to go up for a vote in front of the General Assembly. But I think you always have to have some out. Yeah. And I don't disagree with you there. I think that that's a very valid point.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Cobb Hunter. This was that quick question you wanted.
I had my magic.
Maybe the defense lawyers, could you buy you new mics or something like that?
These are the new ones. They are new.
Oh, they are? Oh, okay.
I think it's me, not the microphone. But thanks to both of you for your testimony. I'm really interested in some of the suggestions you raised. I would just like your opinion. What do you see as the value of legislators, not necessarily both lawyer legislators and just legislators? What's the value on having that kind of person on JMSC?
I'll take, go ahead. Why don't you go first? I'll go second.
Go ahead. You're good.
Well, I mean, what the value is that I think that the legislature, I've been involved with the legislature peripherally since the beginning of my practice, 50 years ago. And 50 years ago, I saw Isidore Lurie and Rembrandt Dennis and all the great people that we've heard from in our history. They have a valuable input and don't want to go ahead and destroy anything or take any that away. We have great people today as well. So I still think that the General Assembly should be electing judges. I think that you all come from a wide diversity of backgrounds from every county in the state, and you are the ones that should have the input on whether or not a judge ought be elected.
And my question is not whether or not members of the General Assembly should elect judges. I agree with that. My specific question is whether or not, what would either of you see as the problem with members of the General Assembly deciding who to report out? The question goes to membership of the screening committee and whether or not legislators ought to be a part of that process.
Oh, I have no doubt that legislators should be part of that.
And tell me why.
Because first of all, it's the General Assembly. There's certain people that would be picked or selected to serve on that committee. You all have the experience, you all have the diversity, and should be having your input on that commission. My problem is that the number of lawyer legislators who practice in the courts, that's the problem, and having the influence on what judges are selected. Somebody in the General Assembly is not going to have, you're not appearing in court. My problem is with the ones that have to appear in court and whether or not the public perceives them as having undue influence.
Yeah, and I guess that's where I'm having a trouble understanding the distinction. Because if on one hand, the perception, your point is that the perception is reality and that the public believes that there are some attorney legislators who may have some undue influence. In my mind, just being a social worker, I would think then if a part of the problem is that influence, then if you just take all legislators off, then I'm having trouble seeing how that is a distinction. But let me just move on to the second question I have. I agree with the term limits and the rotation. have either of you given thought to what that term ought to be? If a part of your rationale is to reduce the influence, then are we talking 2-year terms, 4-year terms, 6-year terms? Just curious as the timing or duration of that term.
Well, I thought 2 years would be appropriate, but as Mr. Pope pointed out, you could do a staggered system of 2 years. So I have no problem with that. But I thought 2 years. I certainly don't think that a judge ought to go before the same people on the committee 6 years later. So anywhere in between that, it's up to the General Assembly to go ahead and decide what that term limit ought to be.
Ms. Benavita, anything?
Yes, Representative Cobb-Hunter, thank you. I believe the current term is 4 years, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think we have necessarily an issue with the current term of 4 years. I think the issue really is, to Mr. Swirling's point, when you have a judge that comes up again 6 years later and appears before the same composition of the commission. And so if we have judges serving 6-year terms and committee members serving, or commission, probably using the wrong word, 4-year terms, and we stagger them, that eliminates that problem. And so whether it's 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, I think the point is that it should be a shorter term so that when those judges come up the second time, it's not the same composition as the first time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I may be wrong, but I thought that was the public appointees had a 4-year term. I didn't realize, and I may be wrong, whether or not the lawyer legislators had a 4-year term. Isn't that an unlimited term?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's their term. Is their term in office? Is that what the statute?
It's every 2 years an appointment, isn't it?
Because you're getting reappointed. I can dig it up in the statute, but.
Well, I appreciate the both of you bringing this back full circle, because we've kind of been all across the board in these hearings from an issue with judges. So thank you for circling back and putting the focus on the process, because that's what I've heard comments about, not crooked judges or reporting judges or any of that. What I've heard from my constituents and from folk who have had an opportunity or not, depending on their perspective, has been about the influence that people perceive certain legislators who are lawyers have. So thank you for your comments and your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I will come to you just one second. While you're on the theme of the staggered terms and all that, another idea, well, you're going to get Mr. Guffey now because I just covered up my other idea. I'll come back to you. Mr. Guffey's recognized.
I just have a quick question, because I understand the point of the term limits. However, one of the biggest problems it seems that we have is members on the JMSC have further influence than your standard lawyer legislators that are in the General Assembly. And if we are changing them out, we're giving more lawyer legislators that are getting on that committee, and it seems like it would cause more influence, wouldn't you think?
I think it would be diversified more,
Okay.
which is to me the important thing. I understand there's a 2-year term for the House. What I was talking about also was that they shouldn't be served more than 2 or 4 years on the commission. So if they're reelected, they should not be, if they're still within that 2 or 4 years or 4 years, then they should not be reappointed to the commission.
Yeah, the only way I was looking at it was if you've got, A, B, and C, and you're saying these are the problems, there's always just a few that's going to be a problem, and then all of a sudden they're off, and now you got 3 new people that are causing similar problems, but you also have these other people that served on it, and I just wonder if it would cause more influence before a judge than what is currently there.
I just think by doing it the way we're suggesting, you diminish that possibility.
Okay, thank you.
I think one of the things, Mr. Guffey, that we'd heard is the fear of when you come back. It's not the initial election, it's when you come back. And if now I'm going to be in front of different people, and my 60-year-old brain went out on me, Jack. So we had also talked about possibility looking at pools, and I'm saying this for the committee too, pools kind of like the Court of Appeals does. How you'll have a group of 3, within the bigger within the bigger entity. And I would assume, but I'd love some commentary before you guys leave, but, you know, similar to rotating, another thing, in addition to all that you could do is maybe you come up this time and it's us three, but, you know, the next time it would automatically for sure not be. I mean, certainly the overlap should take care of that, but I'm saying if not. Y'all have any thoughts on that?
And the idea would be that the candidate would not know what the panel looked like until.
Maybe the panel wouldn't even know who, you know, so if I'm gonna exert influence over you, but I don't even know if I'm gonna be over yours, you know, because one of the underlying things we've talked about is a little bit the fortitude of the judges to withstand pressure. And so now I'm a lawyer legislator, but, you know, you might have an election, but I might not even be the guy, you know, so it probably aids the judge a little bit on softening that too, but.
I think it does both, especially if that type of protection or that mechanism is layered with some of the other suggestions. I think that can only enhance the protection and kind of enhance the benefit to public perception and to the integrity of the process, frankly.
I agree with that. I do.
Anything else? We certainly appreciate your patience and time. Thank you for being here today with us. Thank you a lot. Our final contestant, Chester County Sheriff Max Dorsey, a position he has held since 2019 when he was appointed by the governor in the interim capacity. He subsequently elected in 2021. Prior to his appointment, he worked at SLED. Everybody works at SLED, I guess, at some point. He received his undergraduate degree in political science from USC. And Sheriff, we appreciate your patience. We welcome you to the committee today.
Well, everybody wasn't a phone boy though, right?
Sir?
Everybody wasn't a phone boy though.
That's our little secret. That's why they destroyed his record.
That's an exclusive club. And, well, committee members and Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Like the chairman said, my name is Max Dorsey. I'm the sheriff of Chester County. I am a 28-year law enforcement professional, serving most of my career as a SLED agent. But having the privilege to serve my hometown as sheriff in Chester County. Some may wonder, what's a sheriff doing up here? Well, I want to point out the fact that I'm the first non-attorney to speak to you. So I don't know if that hurts or helps my argument, but I come to you as a 28-year law enforcement veteran. I'm a cop, or at least I used to be before I became elected sheriff. I wrote down Mr. Ott's comment. You made a statement that you feel like, to some degree, you're not in the club because you're not an attorney. So I believe to some extent I'm a part of your club. But as a sheriff, I would draw you to this analogy that a sheriff is kind of like after the club has closed down and there's a mess on the dance floor. Well, I'm that guy with the mop bucket and the mop in the hand. And that's what all sheriffs in South Carolina are doing. That's what we look like. And I would even say that all law enforcement officers in South Carolina are holding the mop and the mop bucket. After the party's over, after the music has stopped, that we're still left there to clean up what's left. And so with that being said, I want to talk to you a little bit about my career and having engaged in the judicial process, engaged with the judicial branch of our government in this state for a long time. Whether it's been at the summary court level, the state circuit level, or the federal district court level, I've interacted in multiple ways with the judiciary on more occasions than I can count. In fact, during my law enforcement career, I've had some type of professional interaction with the judicial branch of our state's government in every circuit of South Carolina. I come to you today as someone who speaks with a unique perspective, a perspective seen through the lens of a member of the executive branch, and more specifically as a law enforcement officer. Like everyone in this room, we see things based on our own perspectives. These perspectives are influenced by how we are raised, how we are treated, how we are rewarded, how we're punished, how we're spoken to, how we're loved, how we're despised, how we are empowered, how we're held back, how we are heard, or how we are ignored. Among many things, perspective matters when a person is tasked with making decisions from the bench. So who is making the decisions in South Carolina to determine who sits in judgment of the accused. Well, as of today, the JMSC, appointed by the legislative branch of our government, serves as the gatekeeper for those who seek appointment to the judiciary of South Carolina. The JMSC, established in Section 27 of Article 5 of our state's Constitution, and as a side note, it's the same title that establishes the office of the sheriff, but in Section 24. The JMSC is required to consider the qualifications and fitness of candidates for all judicial positions on these courts and on other courts of the state, which are filled by election of the General Assembly. Right now, the JMSC is filled by appointments made solely by the General Assembly without any representation from the executive branch of government. Let's pause and think about that for a second. You've heard from our Attorney General. You've heard from 2 circuit solicitors. You've heard from the SLED chief. You were supposed to hear from Sheriff Lott, but I understand he's not feeling well today, and now you're hearing from me. All members of the executive branch of government who represent and lead agencies that are filled with professionals who interact with the judiciary every day. And these are people who deal with the judicial branch mostly through criminal matters, and yet the executive branch is also filled with professionals who are well-versed in civil matters that come before the judicial branch on a regular basis. Those executive branch interactions with the judiciary deeply develop and create important perspectives and ideas that see how the system works, how it should work, how it fails, and how it can do better. And yet not one executive branch appointment is made to the JMSC. In all of government, the professionals who work in the executive branch play the key role in carrying out and enforcing the expectations of our legislative branch. Let's not forget what we were taught in elementary social studies class about the 3 branches of government and how they exist to form a system of checks and balances on one another. Think about the hundreds of years of experiences and interactions and perspectives of the people that you've heard from thus far. Why would the General Assembly not want to have a perspective like that when considering such an important position as a judge? The General Assembly has made great strides in reforming so many important public policy matters in the last decade. Efforts to provide criminal justice reform have focused on increasing policing standards, body camera requirements, bond reform, and even fentanyl trafficking laws. In addition to these reforms, you have funded law enforcement in ways that in time will significantly contribute to the reduction of backlog cases, such as the building of the new SLED lab and the sexual assault kit backlog funding. You've also provided funding to various law enforcement agencies to enhance their forensic and technology capabilities. We're very appreciative of those significant funding efforts. You and your colleagues are doing the hard work and making the difficult decisions to enact meaningful legislation and provide funding that makes our state safer. But we cannot fool ourselves and misinterpret terms such as criminal justice reform and judicial reform as if they are separate matters. They are both heavily woven together in the fabric of our state's government and must be looked at holistically. In other words, we cannot put forth efforts in reforming some parts of the criminal justice system without looking to see how it affects the other parts. For example, we cannot have criminal justice reform simply by making changes to law enforcement, just like we cannot have judicial reform simply by looking at one step in the process of how we choose and select judges. This committee has been asked to conduct an examination into how to improve the constitutionally required process of selecting judges and justices in this state. Therefore, the sheriffs of South Carolina offer the following: provide the governor the statutory authority to appoint the majority number of the members of the JMSC. We do not take the position that legislators need to be removed from the JMSC, or that law enforcement officers or prosecutors need a seat at the JMSC, even though that may be the prerogative of the governor. We believe to maintain three equal branches of government, the executive branch, specifically through the governor, should play a more prominent role in the selection of our state's judges. Number two, to enhance the public's confidence in our government, any legislation moving forward must enhance transparency through the selection process of judges. Continue to allow citizens the opportunity to open JMSC meetings. We specifically applaud Representative Micah Caskey for his efforts to release the recordings of the JMSC hearings to the public once the meetings have concluded. I also want to address one other matter that Speaker Smith specifically outlined in his letter to create this committee. He asked you to examine, and I quote from his letter, how we can ensure judges have the resources and ability to effectively do their job quickly, efficiently, and fairly, while also making sure they remain accountable to the public for the performance of their duties. Well, this is a very important question, and I want to focus the remainder of my time on how this must also be a consideration by you as a committee when determining your final report. Speaker Smith's question leads me to a quote by Adlai Stevens Sr., who once said, "Public confidence in the integrity of government is indispensable to faith in democracy. And when we lose faith in the system, we have lost faith in everything we fight for and spend for." Our system of government can only be effective if the public has confidence in it. Without public confidence, our government is an illegitimate entity. That is why I appeal to the General Assembly to provide the judicial system the needed resources to increase efficiency. But keep in mind, you must not attempt to increase efficiency while jeopardizing fairness. And that fairness cannot only be considered when it comes to the accused. Fairness to the victims of crime is just as important. It's no secret that our state's judicial system is overwhelmed. Since 2021, law enforcement officers in my county, in Chester County, have charged more than 2,000 people with criminal offenses that are statutorily required to be heard in the Court of General Sessions. However, in 2021, Chester County was only allotted 10 weeks of General Sessions court time with a jury. In 2022, we were given 9 weeks, and in 2023, we were given 10 weeks, for a total of 29 weeks of jury time in a 3-year period. Of those defendants, more than 1,000 remain on the docket as I sit here today. Now, I want you to imagine if 5% of those pending cases demanded a jury trial. At the rate our county has been allotted jury trial time, it would take 5 years to move just those 50 cases. All the while, moving the remaining 950 in some other way. And don't forget, crime doesn't stop. And so, as we're figuring out what to do with those cases on the docket, cases continue to come in through the docket or placed on that docket. To further illustrate my point, I want to tell you about my friend and colleague, Sheriff Brian Wallace of Marion County, who is our association's president. His county has been afforded 9 total weeks for the 2023 calendar year for jury trials. And yet he has added more than 300 defendants to the General Sessions docket this calendar year, to include 5 murder cases. When listening to numbers like that, how can you not be reminded of the legal maxim made famous by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., justice too long delayed is justice denied. Although Chester and Marion counties are small in population, we continue to have proportionately the same problems that larger counties are experiencing. Our counties are just 2 examples of how our state's criminal justice system is tearing at the seams. And I'm afraid if we do not quickly make significant changes, we will continue to see the devastating effects across our communities, which ultimately will result in a less safe South Carolina. Sheriffs want to do everything in our power to contribute to a docket that is moving, but that cannot happen when there are not enough judges, solicitors, public defenders, court reporters, clerks of court, and all of the other vital components of the system. And to my final point, sheriffs understand that delays happen in the criminal justice process because the actors in all of it are human. And in the course of human events, life happens. Our system of government provides for due process of the accused, and our system is built on a constitution, statutes, and case law that guarantee defendants a number of inalienable rights. But in some instances, judicial process is interrupted by lawyer legislators who invoke legislative privilege. South Carolina Code, Title II, Chapter 1, Section 150, says members shall not be required to appear in court while the General Assembly is in session. And Mr. Robinson referenced this earlier today. The statute goes on to lay out details as to how members of the General Assembly cannot be required to be in court during certain times of the year. Although this is not invoked by every lawyer legislator, it is utilized to some degree and sometimes creates a delay in the judicial process. I do not think the lawyer legislator invoking this statute is the cause to our tremendous backlog in the criminal justice system. But let us remember, if we ignore the little things, they become big things. I realize the duties of the General Assembly are time-consuming, but so are the duties of the solicitor, the judge, the clerk of court, the law enforcement officer, and other officials who cannot invoke that privilege. I encourage this committee and General Assembly to remove the legislative privilege, but at a minimum, this committee should recognize the need to create a mechanism that ensures the privilege is not being abused in an effort to create an advantage or disadvantage. In closing, I want to stress that when the wheels of justice are moving slowly, the accused are either in our detention centers, at the cost of taxpayers, or released on bond. For those released on bond, in too many instances, the accused go on to victimize more people and return to a system that to some seem to be a revolving door. I'm tremendously grateful to this General Assembly for allocating more funds for judges, solicitors, public defenders in an effort to move cases through the criminal justice system. But more needs to be done. And if we're serious about reforming the judiciary, instead of only saying we need judicial reform, we must step back and really dissect what that looks like. It's not only about how judges and magistrates are selected. It's not only about the crimes that are committed or the lengths of prison sentences. It's not only about the bonds given to the accused or the time it takes for the cases to go to court. Although a lot of this hearing has been focused on judicial selection, we cannot deny that there is so much more to reforming our criminal justice system and our judicial system. And I ask the General Assembly to make all of those elements of reform the number one priority of this upcoming session. Why? Why is it that important to make it the priority? Because it determines two critical things. It leads to how safe we are as a state, and if we're not safe, nothing else matters. And then number two, it will lend to how much our citizens trust the criminal justice process. I regularly hear from citizens who have lost hope in the criminal justice process due to a variety of issues, whether it's because violence plagues their community, or they're frustrated because the people who victimized them are quickly released on bond, or because their offenders never went to or only went to prison for a short time. Essentially, there is a growing population who feels that justice is not being served, and people are losing confidence in the government that exists to ensure justice is served. Again, I thank you for allowing all of us, all of the members of the executive branch, to express our opinions from our perspectives and I'll welcome any questions that the committee may have of me.
Thank you, Sheriff. Mr. Caskey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Sheriff, for being here. I know it's been a long day.
Yes, sir.
And certainly thank you for your service to the state. I was struck by one of the comments you made towards the beginning of your remarks with respect to the JMSC as the gatekeeper of the judiciary in South Carolina. And that seems at odds with some of the things you had said with respect to your experiences across the state in different courts. You know, our magistrate courts don't involve the JMSC, right?
Correct.
And our municipal courts don't involve the JMSC?
No.
Nor the probate courts?
Correct.
Nor our federal courts?
Right.
Okay, so we would agree that we're really talking about primarily are the family courts, the circuit courts. Most people don't go to the appellate courts anyway, and then the masters, to the extent that that's where, you know, non-jury civil matters are heard. And so if we're talking about then principally the circuit courts is where your interests are, and acknowledging that there are juvenile offenders who bring you into family court. If we're talking about the circuit court, in general sessions, the executive branch is there every time, and so I'm glad to have your input. I think it's important to understand the executive branch's experiences with that. We heard from the civil side, the non-government perspective, just before you, Mr. Swirling and Ms. Benevento, in that they didn't seem as insistent that the executive branch be there, and I'm curious as, you know, why is it that we got to focus on the government being represented instead of just citizens being represented?
Well, the government's made up of citizens, and so, you know, I'm not. Well, first of all, I prepared my comments to speak back in November. Sheriff Lott was intending to be here to speak mostly towards the magistrate issue, and so that's how we had bifurcated our approach to presenting to you. So my statement is concentrated on the circuit courts. So yes, you know, I guess, is your question why should we give preferential influence of the executive branch on serving as that gatekeeper at the JMSC?
Right. If insofar as the executive branch has a role in criminal cases, at least half of the role in criminal cases, but they have no role at all in civil cases, right? In a civil case, the government's not there. So
sometimes
the numbers don't. Sure, civil asset forfeiture and other ancillary issues. But
well, I also look at you think about the administrative process that DHEC has set up. You have a whole administrative system set up that whether it be SLED or DHEC or LLR, you know, there is that side of the executive branch that plays a role there as well.
And that is an outstanding point, and I'm glad you raised it, because we haven't heard from them either. We haven't heard from the civil bar. I mean, we've been so focused on, and this is really a comment to the committee, you know, insofar as we were interested in a thorough examination of what our judicial selection mechanism ought to look like. We haven't heard the perspectives of non-law enforcement executive branch. I think that's fair to say. We haven't heard anything from the civil bar, whether on the plaintiff side or the defense side. We haven't heard anything from the family court bar. We haven't heard anything from any family court litigants. You know, these are all necessarily involved components of this. And for myriad reasons, we've only heard about the perspective of law enforcement, which is important. And I am of the mind that we ought to add executive representation to this process. So I don't want to be mistaken here, but you know, we risk falling into the trap of thinking this is the only thing involved in our court system. It's far more than that. And I know we've been here so long anyway. I don't know that it serves any utility for me to keep talking more, but I just urge us all to think that there's a lot more to this judicial system than just general sessions prosecutions. And I think we ought to remember that. And the last thing I'll just add, you know, to the extent you and other circuits are not getting court time, the problem is not with the legislative branch. That's a problem over in the judicial branch. That's a function of the court administration, and they allocate court time. And so alongside the order of protection, those things are coming from across the street, not from here. And we've got to do more to increase resources, which we have done, but we've got to do more because clearly, and we're not supposed to talk about backlogs, but we got huge backlogs. We need more judges, we need more prosecutors, we need more law enforcement, we need more public defenders, we need more court reporters, we need more court time, because we are in a world of hurt. And so that's not here for today either. I'll stop there. Well, let me give you, before I give you the phone back, anything else you want to say?
No, I cannot disagree with you. Yeah, those other entities, they do need to be a part of this discussion. So I would wholeheartedly agree with you. I'm representing a small part of the executive branch that just so happens to be engaged in enforcing the law that you make. So yes, but there are other entities that should be a part of this. I tell you that snapshot of what Chester County looks like in our court system, because I think it does go in line with what the speaker has asked you to look at. And I recognize the process in which that court time is doled out. But a lot of those decisions are based on funding and resources and all that. And so you already have recognized that department and those other entities need help and they need more resources. And I just throw that out to you to put it in perspective that we are drowning, not just here in Richland County, in Charleston and Greenville, we are also drowning in the small rural counties as well.
If we could just get people healthier and learn faster, we'd have more money to spend on these sorts of things. So, thank you.
Yes, sir. Hey, it's the same about hiring sheriff's deputies too.
Mr. Caskey, I will point out that one of my jobs as solicitor was to call, back then it was Mott Tally, and beg for more court weeks anytime. So you're pointing in the right direction.
Right.
You just got, maybe need to bake him a cake, or Mott's gone now, whoever's there now. See who we got left. Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, you might not be a lawyer, but you're very articulate, and I can tell you're very intelligent. So we appreciate your service.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not going to be, I'm just going to tell you we're going to agree to disagree on some things, but there's some points that we need to talk about. Okay. And everybody in your camp has got up here and talked about perceptions. And I'm sitting here listening to the Attorney General, and I'm listening to the head of SLED, and I'm listening to you as a sheriff, and somewhat on behalf of the Sheriff's Association, I guess, all tell us that you frame it as the executive branch, but really what it is law enforcement. And then when you combine that with 9 of the 16 circuit solicitors being in here, I get a different perception. I get a perception that law enforcement and the prosecutors, who have the heavy hand of the government in every trial that is conducted in the state, they want to pick the judges. So that is the perception that I get. And my question to you is, how do you think that the public can have any confidence in the judicial system and a defendant going on trial for his freedom, because that's what any criminal defendant is facing, is the loss of his freedom? How can that defendant have any confidence in our judicial system if the Attorney General and the solicitors and the sheriffs are picking the judges?
They can't, and so I disagree. If that is if that's the impression that I have left upon you, then that's wrong. We should not be in the business of cops, and I even said specifically, I'm not advocating that cops need to be on JMSC. I'm not advocating that solicitors need to be on JMSC. I'm advocating that the executive branch, and obviously that being through the governor, he or she make that determination. It would be the prerogative. Yes, you're exactly right. The governor, whoever that may be, if you were to adopt these recommendations, they could put however many, the majority of number, you could do sheriffs. They could be police chiefs. They could be solicitors, yes. I don't think that would be a good idea, and I doubt that a governor would think that would be a good idea.
And the governor appoints the head of SLED, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
With the advice and consent of the Senate.
And would it also help the public perception of justice if we didn't have to arrest sheriffs?
It would.
Yeah. And how many have been arrested in the last 5 or 10 years?
I believe it's around a dozen in the past decade.
And so I was listening intently to Mr. Caskey's questions, and again, the perception I get, we're not hearing from any other facet of the legal community. We're not hearing from those that he mentioned, but we're hearing from prosecutors and sheriffs and SLED. So that's the perception I get. Docket management, as Mr. Caskey says, is not a function of the JMSC. That's a function of the judiciary and court administration. But I can tell you something, I was also listening intently to what Mr. Swirling had to say, and when I was a young lawyer and when Mr. Pope was a young lawyer, which has been long ago, we had a really good system, and I think the sheriffs liked it. And the system was this: we get you 2 weeks of court in Chester County, and we bring a judge in the first week that everybody considers to be fairly lenient. And every lawyer that represents anybody that has any sense is getting his client in front of that judge that week and working that case out. And then guess what happens the second week? The second week we bring in the hanging judge. And the judge that's gonna try the case, and we bring in the worst guy in the jail is on that docket as number one. And we try the worst offender on that docket that week. And that sends a message to everybody that's on that docket. That's how we did it when I was the first 10 years of my practice, and really the first 2 or 3 years that I was in the prosecutor's office. That's how we ran court, and it worked. And we had good numbers back then. We don't have good numbers right now. I'm not going into that today because that's really not the purview of this committee either, but that worked. And I'd support you all day long on something along those lines. But what we're doing right now, administration-wise, is not helping you. And I hear you on that, and I'm with you on the weeks of court and the fact that you can't get where you're going. But as I said to Chief Keel, we got to find these guys that are committing these crimes and get after them and arrest them, make good cases, and get prosecutors that are willing to try them. I disagree with you completely, as I said earlier today, on lawyer protection. And if a lawyer is abusing that protection, that ought to be reported to the Chief Justice. Chief Justice is the person who has granted us that ability to do our jobs at home, but also to do our jobs up here. And if y'all see somebody that's abusing that, they ought to be reported. I can tell you that I don't. I try to put as much work as I can on Mondays and Fridays when I'm up here. And sometimes I go on Tuesday morning, and sometimes I go on Thursday afternoon. But I'm just one somebody. And there's always going to be somebody that tries to game the system. I don't care who it is. But Lord, if you see somebody that's doing that, talk about it. But I can tell you that the backlog on the dockets ain't being caused by lawyer legislators. The vast majority of cases are handled by public defenders. The private bar handles a very small amount of the criminal cases. And the worst of the worst are handled by the public defenders. So it's not lawyer legislators that's causing any backlog. It's just the sheer volume that y'all are facing. This, every time you hear Governor McMaster speak, he talks about how South Carolina's booming. Well, that booming is also causing you extra work. And you are absolutely right. It's on us as legislators to help y'all. And I think we did it in a big way this past session. We're going to continue to do it, and I'm going to work with y'all I can, but I'm tired of lecturing, and I'll pledge to go to work with you to try to make it better.
All right, well, thank you, sir. Again, you repeated several things in here. I do not believe that privilege or that statute is resulting in that big docket backlog. I do not purport to.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, while you're in the ditch, so like I said, the legislative protection issue, may derive from that statute, but where the issues become is, Robbie just told you he worked on Monday and Friday, and I know that's not always the case everywhere, trying to get a legislator to show up on Monday and Friday because of the protections, but we're not here to solve that. I did want, particularly for Mr. Caskey and a couple, I think Robbie mentioned it, the folks that have come, and again, we're going to have a citizens meeting in January, but the folks that have come have been invited by this committee. So to the extent there's an interest in, the various folks you listed out, like the civil bar or things of that nature, just inform us. We have staff, and we'll hear from anybody we can. I just don't want to punish the folks that showed up who were invited. And so as we go forward, if you feel like we hadn't had information, those that we that practice in the civil arena too, if you need more information, then we'll make it so committee wise. With that being said, Mr. Thigpen has a question.
And I know it's late, so I'll try to be as quick as possible. Thank you for your testimony, for your input, for your opinions, and also solutions. Because a lot of times we talk about what's wrong, but never quite make it to how we can make it better. So I appreciate that. One of the things that I refrained from saying earlier, as we have seen a lot of law enforcement, executive branch and law enforcement, is that we often talked about perception. And I think if anybody's acutely aware of how important perception it is law enforcement. I think it was referenced earlier by somebody about after the Floyd death and murder. I was a part of the committee that we formed at that time for criminal justice law enforcement reform. And one of the things that I appreciated about it was measured, as emotional as I was at the time and as anxious as I was to make some change, I knew that we had to go about it, I believe, in a methodical way. And so in a very parallel way, I believe as we approach this, as much as perception is reality and it is important, I think we still have to go about it in a methodical way, because I believe if we don't, again, we can create more problems and damage. And so with that being said, you did make a statement, and I know they've touched on it, and I want to touch on it, not as a lawyer legislator, but one who believes that, we kind of ask why were certain things put in place. When we talk about the protection for lawyers, I think if that is removed and because I believe it was put in place, or I can ask the question, why do you believe it was put in place? Why do you think that the justice provided that protection for lawyers?
Well, it's my understanding it's in the code, so it's not necessarily a rule. And Mr. Pope, you can maybe correct me on this, but it's my understanding it's in the code, and therefore it's a legislative. It's a law that allows that to happen. And I'll again reiterate what I said in my statement. If it is not something that people would feel warm and fuzzy about removing, well, then at least let's monitor it.
No, I agree with the monitoring, but the question that I really wanted to kind of pinpoint was, why was the law put in place? Why do you think the protection was needed?
And just to clarify, I got to try to look up statute because I'm not sure till he spoke today, because I always knew it was an order that came from the Supreme Court. So I didn't know there was a statute too, so I'm expanding my horizons today.
I imagine
2-1-150.
I imagine that there was some necessity. I imagine that there was some concern for abuse of legislators, maybe for preventing them from demanding that they be in court, preventing them from being able to participate in votes that sometimes are determined by very, very small margins. It could even be potentially a vote for a judge, that where some lawyer may have been called into the court and therefore could not and would be the deciding vote. So I think there's a great potential for harm without having that protection there, and I think that's something that I think has kind of been lost in the discussion. And again, I'm not showing up in anybody's court to represent anybody or try any case, but I do understand what I believe is the practicality of why I was put there in the first place. And I think sometimes we lose sight of why something, even JMSC, and just talking globally, JMSC was created to give the legislator another tool in being able to select, elect, and re-elect judges. And regardless of how we compose it, I still think that purview that appointing was fundamentally designed to be in the legislature. But I agree with the other points about executive committee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, our committee, we're going to vote. Do we let Mr. Badberg have a few words?
Y'all gonna love this. Y'all gonna love this.
Mr. Badberg is recognized.
It's a tough crowd,
Hey, this is just like JMSC. They all voted one way and we ruled another, you know?
This is actually probably the most positive thing that y'all have heard me say all day. Mr. Sheriff, I just wanted to bring you greetings from Bamberg County and Sheriff Kenneth Bamberg. My daddy told me to tell you, hey,
was a great
speaks
man.
very highly of you.
He's a great
Thank
man.
you for coming today.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
See, come on now.
I got a few little housekeeping things, but anything else, Mr. Wooten?
I just want to clear up the record here just for a moment, just for the sake of the committee, before we start making any decisions on who goes on this panel, before we start ruling out the executive committee and law enforcement being part of that, I would bet my entire legislative paycheck that there's more attorneys been arrested than sheriffs in the last 10 years. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Wooten, that's a great point. Thank you for.
Yeah, but we normally get one of our buddies to represent us. We get off.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, folks, thank you, Sheriff. We appreciate your time today. We appreciate everybody that's been in attendance. Folks, so we will have our next meeting will be sometime in January. We're going to devote our time to citizens. They've been kind of bumped off. I know there's some victims that would ultimately like to come and let us hear from them. I've said this before, again, any ideas you have, I know, we don't get to talk to each other much. It's like Ms. Wetmore pointed out, it's almost like you're asking a question, but you're really telling everybody where you're thinking, or when I start talking about panels or things of this nature. So any of the ideas that you got that you're latching on to, because staff, again, is going to ultimately have to turn this into some legislation. I keep trying to kind of drop them in some different buckets, I mean, you think all the different themes we've heard, like term limits, things on how you could do things, the makeup of the committees, any of those things you send out. The staff's got this weird idea they ought to be able to spend time with their family over the holidays too. But anyway, I would advise you, if you can share it with the other members too, so we'd start looking at it. And then we will get back to work. But in the meantime, I hope you guys all have a good holiday. I appreciate y'all's time together and look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you. Merry Christmas. We're adjourned.